funny.
Yeah, we probably hammered it home today a bit more than probably what we've done in the past this season. So it was nice to get a few runs myself and back with boulders and put a good partnership on there and yeah, put us in a good position going into tomorrow really.
To have them 4 down to close the play and they're still a long way behind, how significant is that, getting that 4th wicket right at the end of the day?
Yeah, no, that was really good. I thought that I was speaking to Will Williams on the balcony as well before, saying that we could get them like potentially 5 down tonight, and then all of a sudden we're driving the game forward. It's just we want to get ourselves in the position where we're the ones dictating the play really, and we have done that. And the bowlers have bowled outstandingly well there. Jimmy on his return bowled so good, and Tommy and Wellesley picking up wickets as well there as well is class from them. It's good to have Moles out there as well at the end. Yeah.
You give him a bit of stick?
He got a little bit, yeah. But it's all well managed,
yeah.
So yeah, it's all right, yeah.
Just on Jimmy, you're in a great position. How good was that to watch?
Yeah, that was class. Always enjoy it when he's bowling, especially he stood in the slips. Like it's just something that I didn't think I'd probably ever get the chance to do. So it's pretty special moment seeing him come from his own end as well. And yeah, he bowled really well, and he came with clear plans and executed really well tonight, so it's good to see.
That first wicket he got was kind of classic Jimmy Anderson, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, it was just a bit of extra bounce, bit of zip as well that he's been getting off that pitch, and he'll find anything in that pitch that there is to get really, so no, it's good. It's
been a really good all-round contribution. I know you lost a couple of early wickets yesterday, which can happen, can't it, at the start of the inning, but pretty much everybody somewhere on the line has chipped in, haven't they? Which is, I think, bearing in mind the tough week, is a good response, isn't it?
Yeah, no, definitely. I think Wellesley's knock yesterday was outstanding, really. Like going back up the top and really taking it on. I was really pleased to see him do so well and put a big score on, because he's been really wanting that, and for him to come out and make a statement knock like that was really good. Same with Boulders and Hursty as well. Like they played really well and got us up there, and even Tommy at the end, like. He batted really well around that and showed a lot of intent and put it back on them towards the end to get us in a good position really. So yeah, it's just been like chipping in from everybody to get us up to that score, and it took a while, but it is a slow pitch and a slow scoring pitch when they bowl well, and I thought, to be fair to them, yesterday they bowled really well, so for Wellesley to score 140 was really good on a day like that.
You mentioned a few people there, George, but you've not mentioned yourself. So you must be really pleased with your contributions, the way you got through last night, and then kind of carried on this morning.
Yeah, no, I was pleased with how I've gone. It's been a while since I've been in the runs, so for me it was just trying to go back to basics really. And I know that I've been playing well from being back in the team. I just haven't quite kicked on. Felt like I probably got unlucky a couple of times in the previous 2 games, and then. to sort of get a small total to help the team has been really good for me personally. To just to give myself a bit of confidence really going into the rest of the season.
Yeah, getting those runs and being able to kick on as you did and batting with Bolton at the other end today, that must feel pretty good for you. Yeah, definitely. I think as a batting unit we've been looking at building bigger partnerships. That's something we've really been focusing on, and to have 300 partnerships and be a part of one of them, then that for us was a key goal really. That's what we've been looking at. And that's for yourself really, like you can chip in with a 20-30 and still be in a good partnership as long as there's runs coming from the other end. So that's sort of what we've been looking at, so we're pretty happy that ended up happening. So yeah. I spoke to Luke Wells last night. He said he was quite keen to go back up to the top. I know you've had that role, haven't you, last couple of games.
Yeah.
Did that feel a little bit better for you batting at 6?
Yeah, well, I've scored probably most of my runs at 6, I reckon. So I didn't mind going up the top. Like I said to Wellesley when he spoke to me, I said, well, there was no reason why I couldn't have gone and got runs. Like I do it in the one dayers, and I've done it in T20. So it's not as if I've not done it before. And there was definitely an opportunity for me to score runs there. It didn't quite come off, but I think he obviously feels more comfortable there because he's done it for so long. Like he's 201 games into his career now. Like he's opened the batting in most of them. So I didn't mind it, and for me as well, I've had success at 6, so I was pretty happy. Dodged the first new ball, but got the second one instead.
Yeah, well, I haven't had a bit of the new ball the last couple of games. You're all right, I suppose, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Face a little bit of it. Yeah. In terms of going into tomorrow and the rest of this match. You're in a strong position, not being front too many times here this season, so that I guess gives you something to really build on. Yeah,
I think so. I think if we come hard tomorrow morning and try and get a couple more early wickets, I think we'll be in a great position. Obviously, you don't want to take it for granted, I think, because it is a good pitch, so bowlers are going to have to put a good shift in really to get something out of it and take poles. So hopefully they come raring to go tomorrow. They will do so. Yeah, hopefully.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to our coverage here from Emirates Old Trafford, Day 3. Lancashire against Derbyshire in the Rothesay County Championship on Lancs TV and via the BBC Sport website and app, and on your smart speaker. Ask your smart speaker to play BBC Sounds Lancashire versus Derbyshire. And you don't need anything else now.
Day 3.
No, you don't.
You do not need it.
You do not need that now.
I did wonder what that email said when it landed, but I didn't read it.
Well, in that case, I'll just because you've not read it, I'll say you do not need to say it.
Right,
you just need to
okay.
stipulate BBC Sounds, Lancashire, Derbyshire, or whatever
it does have to be a certain kind of smart speaker.
Oh, does it?
Because mine don't do it.
Ah.
Mine are Google ones.
Google's not
They
happening.
don't do it.
Right, okay.
Unless somebody can tell me a way of getting them to do it, that would be very useful. Well, I'm usually at the game.
Lots and lots of ways to follow county cricket coverage across the BBC and on Lancs TV, and indeed the respective streaming from the counties up and down the country. And it's a lovely day in Manchester. There's a few smiles on the Lancashire players' faces. Not been too many smiles over the course of the last few weeks, but they've enjoyed a good couple of days here, and they're on top in a game here for the first time this season. With Derbyshire, Dave, having quite a bit of work to do with the bat today.
Yes, a considerable amount of work to do with the bat today. They'll start with a night watchman out there in Jack Morley, who played a shot last night. Terrific cut shot he played for his boundary, which is why he's on 4. And Brooke Guest, a lot depends on Brooke Guest. As well as the 2 to follow, who will be in no particular order, Anujdal and Martin Anderson. And then it's down to the bowlers who think they can bat. Zach Chappell and Ben Aitchison, and then the bowler who knows he can't but is entertaining, Blair Tickner. Not that the other 2 aren't entertaining, they are. So the follow-on target, I think, is 309 So
109.
there's
Right.
some considerable way from that
Yes.
at 112 for 4. So it's going to be an interesting first hour. We've got one of those.
Oh, excellent. You're never too far away from an interesting
No.
first hour.
And then once that's finished, we'll have an interesting hour before lunch. So don't go anywhere.
Yes.
You need to be near a radio at all times today.
Yeah, that's the message, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't go
Very
anywhere.
much the message.
It's going to be an interesting hour, and then another interesting hour, followed by another one after that.
Well, the one straight after lunch, of course, is
Yeah,
crucial.
It's a key hour, that one.
Crucial.
Oh dear, we started all far too giddy today.
Yes, I think you might be right.
Yeah.
Well, I did the run this morning, and I didn't. Clearly, I didn't even see any sign of it when I came in off the M60, apart from one sign that mentioned road closures, but
Nothing was closed.
nothing. Well, no, I don't think. I think it was an advanced warning sign, really.
right,
So
okay.
it was more towards the football ground and into the city, wasn't it? I
Got
think
you.
the Manchester run. And well done to everybody. If you're still doing it, or if you've finished it, no idea how you managed that. It was a little bit cooler this morning as well than it has been during the daytime, obviously, but so it wouldn't have been too bad, I imagine. They felt like they were good running conditions, but
Our running correspondent, Dave
it's
Fletcher.
of no consequence to me whether they're good conditions or not, really, if I'm honest.
Oh dear. Sir James is going to get us underway from the Sir James Anderson end.
We had a walk round. I've been in the pavilion this morning downstairs.
lovely.
Absolutely superb, the way that they've got the displays up there and everything. But the two little signs that say the James Anderson end, they need a Sir on the front as well.
Right, they've not done that yet.
No,
Okay.
they've not done that yet.
It's on the list of jobs.
I think so. I didn't have a pen with me.
We welcome listeners on 5 Sports Extra. That's not 2 or 3. That's the
real
I
one.
think that's the main event.
Wow.
Yep.
Thank you, Kevin.
4 Sir James to get us underway. You see.
Underway. Kev's gone. Who should we go to?
Yeah,
Who
exactly.
should we go to? Scott's a safe pair of hands.
Is he? 112 for 4, trailed by 3:46. Here is Anderson to Brooke Guest, and that's nudged away to George Bell, who is at mid-wicket, and there is there is no run. So Sir James yesterday got us underway, and he picked up 2 wickets as well in his opening spell of the summer. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 24. And his first wicket was a beauty. It was just a classic Anderson dismissal, in and bowling this time to Guest. And the first runs of the day are flicked away off the hip, out towards deep backward square leg for 4 runs. First boundary for Guest. Nice shot, worked away off his hip. And that takes the score to 116 for 4. The Caleb Jewell wicket, if you've not seen it, just because it's Jimmy and it's his first of the summer and it's his first appearance since the Test match. He's around the wicket. He's bowling to Caleb Jewell, angled in, straightens, top of off, and then peels away. Right arm outstretched, finger pointing towards the sky. It was. If you just close your eyes and imagine an Anderson wicket, it's probably that. So that was brilliant. 5 overs from James Anderson yesterday. That little opening spell. And he's back to get us going this morning as well. Got a very peculiar looking field. As Anderson's in to Guest. That's chipped away towards backward square leg. And there's no run. We've got 3 catches. Actually, our viewers on Lancs TV, this is the Anderson first wicket of the summer. Around the wicket, angled in, straightens, and kisses the top of off stump, and he peels away in celebration. 116 for 4. Guest on 18. Yeah, we've got 4 close catches on the leg side here. There's Anderson over the wicket, bowls, worked away to one of those fielders. It's Luke Wells, who's at a short mid wicket, and they've scampered through for a quick single. And the score moves on to 117 for 4 as a result of that. It brings Jack Morley, who's the night watchman on strike, Captain Harris in conversation with Anderson. Morley surviving 17 deliveries at the back end of yesterday, coming out to bat because Harry Kane was dismissed by Luke Wells right at the end of the second day. It's pushed Lancashire into a position where they're on top in the game, and that's not happened very often this season. And maybe a little bit in the first match against Middlesex at Lords, but they've enjoyed 2 good days so far here. There's a very carefully pieced together fielding operation in place here. So they've got 2 short mid-wickets. Gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Fine leg. Anderson around the wicket to Morley. It's just pushed away into the offside. Runs up to Anderson Phillip, who is at cover. And there is no addition to the score.
Yeah, decent enough start from Derbyshire. Early days, of course. But Guest with a boundary and a single. Still a long way behind though, 341 runs away as Anderson around the wicket, bowls to Morley, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump to go through to Hurst, and the first over comes to an end. 5 runs from it. Not been very economical, Jimmy. He has picked up 2 wickets though and looks dangerous, which is a slight concern for Derbyshire. They sort of tried to attack him yesterday, Caleb Jewell and David Lloyd, and to a degree it worked, but of course he managed to get them both out. So I think as far as last laughs go, he certainly had it. As you might expect, of course.
I see what you mean with the James Anderson end, the sign on the...
Yes.
It just needs that...
Just on the turret there. And there's a bigger one behind the sight screen, the extra sight screen that we've got, because we're playing so far across to the right. There's a big one that just says James Anderson end. Come on, Lancashire, you're better than that.
Neither sir on there.
Yeah,
maybe they're waiting for the official...
Has he not had it yet?
He's not, no. I'm waving my arm up and down. I don't know what
Sorry.
I don't know what you call it.
Investiture.
Is that what it's called?
I think.
Oh, okay.
I think it's an investiture.
When you go like that, don't you?
Yeah. You dub them, don't you?
You dub them.
Yeah. A night. Anderson Phillip didn't bowl from this end yesterday, did he? Bowl 3 overs, 4 overs, tops?
He bowled 3.
3, yeah. Well, he's going to bowl now to Brooke Guest from the Brian Statham end, and that first ball is driven. There's almost a collision there between Harris and Bailey, and at one point it looked as though Harris was going to stop the ball with his foot while Bailey was bending down. That should have been the other way around given their relative heights. And I thought he was going to stand on his fingers. He didn't. We can all calm down. I think I'll calm down again now.
Yeah, it's for the best.
Yeah, I think so. Too early to get excited as Phillip bowls. That one is driven straight to Bailey this time by... Did I call him Anderson? I should have called him Phillip.
Well, you're never more than one bowling change away from an Anderson, really.
And there's one in
some description.
And the next batter could well be Anderson.
Oh, it's getting far too complicated.
Yeah.
We can't have Anderson batting, two Andersons bowling, and one from the Anderson end.
Yes, I think they've all bowled from that end in this match in the last 14 hours or so. Here's Phillip. Guest and just defends this one into the offside. All picked up there by George Bell, who's got the fielding pads on already. I think he's going to be wearing those for as long as is required.
We had quite a bit of Tom Hartley, didn't we, yesterday? Well, we had a lot of spin in general, didn't we? Jack Morley bowled quite a bit.
37 overs, I think he bowled from the Statham end, I'm guessing.
He did. 37 overs, 2 for 83. You've done well there to pull that from the memory bank.
There'll be no more of that. Phillip is in over the wicket, and that one's short, and it's pulled into the leg side by Guest, but he didn't really time it. And as a result, it's gone straight to the fielder at mid-wicket on the boundary. So just one more to the total. He's got all the runs scored so far this morning, 118 for 4. Now, Darbishire, that number 309 looms large and feels a long way away still, which it clearly is. That's the follow-on target. If Lancashire enforce the follow-on. We might not be here tomorrow. You never know if they don't enforce the follow-on. Why don't you join us at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, because we will definitely be here. I would suggest. What a treat for everybody.
It's another quirky looking field, isn't
Well,
it?
he's got a slip and a leg slip and a short leg and a silly mid-off. He's got a close catcher in at mid-wicket. He's got a gully or a backward point. It's quite a deep gully, isn't it? Mid-on, mid-off and a long leg. As Phillip is in, and that was beaten Morley outside the off stump. Jack Morley, who got his career best batting score earlier this season, and now scrambling to find it, of 19 not out against Leicestershire. But he was out there for 41 deliveries. He has
good effort.
I think stickability is not a word, but I'm going to use it.
I like it.
He is obdurate.
That's definitely a word.
Yes, I like that word as well. Left-handed, of course. And Phillip stays over the wicket and bowls to him. It's slightly short of a length ball, and he deals with that really well. Jack Morley just gets nice and high as he can, bless him. Plays the ball into the ground. I love Jack. I think he's a really good addition to the Derbyshire squad. He's a I always think that's the end of the over, incidentally, 118 for 4. He's a sort of scrapper, which I think as a young left-arm spinner you almost have to be. You have to be not quite oblivious to what's happening at the other end, because you have to learn, and he is learning very quickly. But if you do get hit for a 6, you can't let that bother you, can you? You've just got to go, right, I'm coming back at you, I'm coming back at you. And he's that kind of character. He's a Lancastrian, so he would be that kind of character.
What did we call him last night?
Well, we called him the Rochdale Richards.
That was it, yeah.
Which might have been over-egging it a
I
touch.
quite like that.
I don't mind it.
Only if he keeps going here.
When he gets to his 50, he'll definitely be that.
James Anderson with Brooke Guest on strike. 20 not out, 118 for 4. Anderson to Guest, who plays forward, defends to mid-off. And there's no run. And we need him to get to double figures, don't we? Because there's this wonderful...
Well,
oh.
No.
Oh, no. What?
Well,
oh.
Yes and no.
Right.
I may have suggested yesterday that Derbyshire... Oh, that's not even the right code to get into my phone.
Oh, that's not a good start.
That Derbyshire had never had all 11 batters get to double figures.
Anderson to Guest, that's defended to mid-wicket. There's no run.
What I discovered today when I actually said it and was corrected by the Derbyshire statistician is that it's only ever happened once.
Oh, okay.
And that was in August 1932
Right.
against Somerset at Taunton.
Okay.
But it is quite a rare thing, because it's only ever happened 3 times against Derbyshire. So I can't imagine it's something that happens every day. So I'm still going to get excited if it does happen.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
It's not quite as good as I thought, though.
No. Anderson in balls to Guest, clipped away to the leg side. It was uppish for a little while. There is 3 close catches on the leg side, including 2 short mid-wickets. Wells is one of them, and it bounced maybe 4 or 5 feet in front of Luke Wells. Again, there's no run. He's also got 2 fielders on the leg side boundary, Anderson. He's got his namesake, Anderson Phillip, at deep square leg. And then there's Balderson at fine leg. There's a slip as well, backward point, cover, and the mid-off. Anderson bowls, Guest playing off the front foot, just leaning forward, defends, and pushes it up towards Bailey on the leg side. It's short, straight mid-on, and there's no addition to the score, 118 for 4.
No Derbyshire flag.
I think it might be on the roof of this building.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll be happy with that. I like to see the flags.
Oh, yeah, I think the team flags are on the roof of this media centre.
Yeah.
Ah, for viewers on the Links TV.
Oh, there it is. Thank you, folks. Seems to have got itself a bit wrapped up. It was upside down at Glamorgan on day 1.
That's not ideal.
And it's fairly obvious which way it should hang. It says Derbyshire on it, but it was upside down. They're inspecting the ball, incidentally, at the moment. The umpires have been handed the ball. I think they're going to change it. So first ball change of the game. But both Lancashire and Derbyshire have flags atop the media centre, which is good to see. Usually come down about tea time on day 4 or earlier, potentially. But yeah, I do like to see the flags flying. They've got an issue, well, they had an issue, and I'm sure that they've sorted it out now, but they had to order a new flagpole at Derby.
Oh dear.
So they didn't fly either flag for a bit.
What's wrong with the previous flagpole?
It just broke.
Oh, again, that's not ideal, is it, for your flag?
No. So yeah, they've ordered a new flagpole from the flagpole shop.
Just on the high street.
There is one in Derbyshire.
Excellent.
Yeah. The ball's been changed.
Yeah, a little silver box of balls. Keaton Jennings is tasked with fetching it from beyond the boundary rope, and they've selected a replacement. 118 for 4. So it's lobbed back to Lancashire's captain, Marcus Harris, and he'll hand it back to James Anderson. We're all pretty much set to go. They brought deep square leg in, so again we've got 4 fielders all within kind of 10 feet of each other, close in, leg side, all waiting to pounce for any opportunity that might be chipped their way from Brooke Guest. Here comes James Anderson to Guest. It's down the leg side and gathered by Matty Hurst. And there's no run.
Always be vigilant with those ones down the leg side, though, and that's the way that Anderson Phillip got out yesterday. Not sure how close he was to hitting the ball, but there was barely an appeal. It was all very low key.
I think Bohannon got strangled down the leg side.
Yes, he did.
Well?
Yeah, he did.
Final ball of the over. James Anderson moves in, bowls, and Guest defends, turns it to the leg side, and again there's no run. End of the over. It's a maiden. It took a while with the ball change. It's 118 for 4 at the end of the over. Guest on 20 and Morley unbeaten on 4.
The difference in the crowd reaction to anything that James Anderson does and anything that anybody else does is quite remarkable, isn't it? When he came out to bat yesterday evening, he virtually got a standing ovation to the middle. Then he was given 4 runs by the umpire and was the not out batter, and then he came on to bowl and the whole place just went mad. It's remarkable, and absolutely right, of course, but the stark contrast between what he does and what the other 21 players out there do is quite incredible. Is Phillip in bowls a short delivery that Morley has nothing to do with outside the off stump, but it flies through to Matty Hurst.
Yeah, it was some reception, wasn't it?
It was really
yesterday.
Good. Really good. I sort of feel a little bit sorry for the 2,000 school children who were here on Friday, who I'm sure their teachers will have said, well, don't forget Jimmy Anderson's playing in this game. Yeah. We didn't see him until about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Here's Phillip in again, and that, oh dear, that's a very wide. It looked like it hit something and then went further wide. You can't really see any footmarks from here. The pitch is, well, if he'd just started the match on this pitch, you'd go, yeah, no, that's fair enough.
Yeah, he would. Yeah.
It's not a mark on it.
No. It has changed colour a bit, hasn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Decent amount of grass left on, but obviously that's with the sunshine, and it's not quite the green tinge we saw on the first day. But yeah, there's nothing on it, is there?
Not really. I know they get repaired every night, but Phillip is in again, and that one is left alone outside the off stump once more by Morley. I'm just hoping that what Bumble David Lloyd was saying on Friday when he was with us rings true, and that this does flatten out, because that's Darbishire's best way of getting out of this game with any more points than the one that they already have. It's going to have to flatten out considerably, but...
Well, to use Paul Allett's phrase, the pitches here don't last 4 days, they last 8.
Yes, yeah. I was looking forward to coming back Thursday and Friday next week, but I've got another engagement on Friday. We welcome Kent to the county ground. Well, you'll all be in Leicester.
I'll be in Leicester.
Coming around the wicket now is Phillip to the left-handed Morley, who rather leaves his bat hanging outside the off stump as he leans back there, and giving away the fact that he is really a number 11 rather than a number 6. But I just get the impression he's relishing it.
Yeah, well, I spoke to George Bell last night, and he said that it was nice to have Morley out there at the end of the day. So I think the Lanky boys quite enjoyed chirping away to their old mate. So he's probably getting a little bit again this morning, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he might have expected. I think he's delighted that he's playing. Of course, he didn't play down at Cardiff. Back in the side for this one. As Phillips in again, and again it's short-ish of a length, but too wide of the off stump for Morley to even have to contemplate playing a shot at it. So he's rather wasting his energy here, Anderson Phillip.
Yeah, he's gone for the short stuff, hasn't he, this morning? But he's not quite got it right just yet. Nothing really there that's been too challenging for Morley to deal with. But if he can get one right, decent pace, it'll be tricky for Morley to defend it off. He's got plenty of catches around. Something that might come their way.
He's got 2 in his eye line effectively, and 4 including the wicketkeeper behind him, including a leg slip, as that one is again short of a length and through to the wicketkeeper to complete. Well, it'll go down as a maiden over, and I'm sure he's pleased. 2 maidens he's bowled now in his 7 overs. No, he hasn't. He's bowled 1 maiden. That was his first in his 5 overs, not for 13. But Jack Morley will have been thinking I could be in for something here, and wasn't really in the end. And Derbyshire remain on 118 for 4 after 40 overs. Slow going, as it has been throughout the game, in all honesty. The over 8's +2, which is nice.
Lovely.
No idea how that's got to +2. We've been racing through this game. We finished pretty promptly last night.
Yes, very excited about that.
Yeah.
118 for 4. Here's James Anderson into Guest. Oh, that just deflects back in towards Guest. He tries to shape to nudge it out towards the leg side. Just nip back in towards Guest from Anderson. Bowling over the wicket. Yeah, it's come back in towards him, hits him in the mid-drift.
Yeah, back leg as well, wasn't it? It's always too high. Jimmy knew. He's seen it enough.
And he glides in again, bowling. Guest in forward and defending. Plays it back on the bounce to Anderson, who fields off his own bowling, and there's no run.
I'll tell you what's been very noticeable about James Anderson is the pace he's bowling at is really good, isn't it? The first ball he sent down last night was sharp, and he's. I know it sounds stupid. Yes, of course he's bowling quick. He hasn't played for 11 months. He's 35, 4. How old is he?
42.
42. That's what I meant. I knew there was some numbers in there.
Goes a little follow this time to Brooke Guest, who drives down the ground.
35.
And takes a single. And gets his first run. 21 not out. 119 for 4. Brings Morley back on strike. Yeah, the first delivery sent down yesterday was a beauty, wasn't it? It's like, welcome, here we go. It's like he'd never been away, really.
Incredible.
It was, wasn't it?
Incredible, yeah. And fair play to him for being 27. Fair play to him for being able to do that after nearly a year without. You can practice, and everybody was telling me, which worried me enormously, how well he'd been practicing and bowling at lunchtime at grounds and all this kind of thing. It's different, isn't it? It's different.
He's got Morley on strike. 119 for 4. Here's Anderson, bowls around the wicket to Morley. Gets his bat and gloves out the way of that. Oh no, it's been given as
touched it.
4, yeah.
It's a leg slip.
He's just deflected off his gloves, maybe. Down towards fine leg for 4 runs to Morley. Moves on to 8. It looked like he was doing his best to try and get out the way of it. In the end, he'll glance down to fine leg for 4.
We'll be telling everybody about that later. The 4 he hit off James Anderson.
123 for 4. Anderson to Morley. Hopping back and defending. There's George Bell under the helmet. Crouching down close in, right underneath the eye line of Jack Morley. But he carefully steers that into the ground, and there's no run.
I don't know how much Anderson would have been around when Morley was here and coming through the ranks, because that really was when he was at the peak of his powers, wasn't it, Anderson? But surely, even though he's a left-arm spinner and Anderson isn't, he surely would have looked up to him every time he walked past the ball. That's Jimmy Anderson there, look.
Leg slip in place now. Anderson to Morley. pushed away off the front foot out to cover point, and there's no run. End of the over. 123 for 4. Guest 21. Morley on 8. So still trailing by 335. Derbyshire. After that first innings score of 4-5-8 that Lancashire made yesterday.
Steady start though. I didn't expect it to be. I was hoping it wouldn't be spectacular from a Derbyshire perspective, and it hasn't been spectacular, but it's been nice and steady. Guest has moved on from his overnight 14 to 21. Morley has doubled his score to 8 somehow, as Philip is in to bowl to Guest, who just jabs that around the corner. There are 3 men on the leg side boundary actually for the short ball that he may take on and send aerially out there, but that was all the way along the floor. So Guest moves to 22, 124 for 4. Now the field closes in again because it's Jack Morley back on strike. He's just retaking a guard there. Perhaps forgot to do it when Anderson Phillips said he'd come round the wicket in the previous over. Just checking, can't be too careful. Not an enormous arm guard on. I think mine would be slightly bigger than that. Full body arm guard. As Philip is in, and this one is turned very nicely into the leg side, where it's fielded by Bailey. Doesn't pick it up cleanly, but they were never going to go for a single.
Oh, he's steaming in here pretty quickly, isn't he, Anderson Phillips?
Yeah, it certainly is.
Ruffle up these 2 batters, especially the night watchman.
Yes, I'm not sure I'd be standing as still as Jack Morley is at the moment. Would have been any number of number 11s in the past who would have been hopping around. The silly mid-off has now got 1 foot right on the cut strip as Philip bowls a short delivery outside the off stump. And it goes through to the keeper. It's Josh Bohannon, I think, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Who's there at silly mid-off. George Bell at short leg. And there's a leg slip, a slip and a gully. So they are surrounding Jack Morley, as you might expect. They want rid of the night watchman, and then they want the all-rounders in. There's Philip again past the umpire, and Morley just deflects that very nicely to backward square leg for 4 runs. That was a beautiful little shot. That was as good as his cut shot last night. And he's moved on to 12 now, and you know what that means? Every single batter is now into double figures. Well done to Jack Morley. He was one of the ones I was worried about.
Was he? He was on the concern list, was he? Ruining this potential historic moment.
Yeah, Zach Chappell worries me a bit as well.
Right.
Due to his cavalier attitude towards batting. But yeah, well done Jack Morley. 12, 128 for 4. Crowd waiting to be excited. Philip is in. Oh, and that one really took off and just had him jerking his head back a little bit. He didn't really know where his bat was either. That was a really good delivery. Again, short of a length, but I'm not sure whether Jack Morley could have dealt with that any better, really. He's done well not to touch it as it goes through to Matty Hurst. And it remains 128 for 4. Wow.
Yeah.
His best one of the morning, I think.
Definitely.
Definitely his best one of the morning. 48 on his back, Anderson Phillip. I'm sure there's a significance as he's in, and that one is short again, but once again turned. If it's on his body, he seems okay with it, Morley, and he just turns that down to long leg for a single, and rather unfortunately for him, pinches the strike as well. He moves on to 13, and Derbyshire at the end of the over with a guest on 22 at 129 for 4, still a long way behind, 329 runs, so another 178 or thereabouts required to avoid the prospect of being asked to follow on. But the longer they can keep Lancashire out there, they'll get closer to that number, you would hope. But it will just take a bit of juice out of the Lancashire bowlers. And that's what it's all about, really, for Derbyshire today. Certainly this morning, crucial first hour, reasonably important second hour, and this afternoon's going to be enormous.
Certainly be a key first hour after lunch.
Oh yeah, yeah. But the hour before tea, I'm starting to think that's getting quite big as well now.
Here's James Anderson around the wicket into Morley. Gets in behind it and defends. And the ball bounces back down the pitch to Anderson, and there is no run. Just looking at some of the other games in Division 2. Everyone's playing, and you can access these games via the BBC Sport website now. So that there's a double century partnership between Cameron Green and James Bracey in Gloucestershire. I can try and match that pretty decent first innings that Kent scored. Short ball by Anderson, and Morley sways out the way of it.
That was quick. Chucked one in there. Don't think Morley was necessarily expecting that. He's trying to protect the top of his off stump here, which is where Anderson has got an enormous number of wickets, and suddenly was faced with one headed towards his face. Wow.
He went short, didn't he, to David Lloyd as well? That was reared up and into Morley, nudged away behind square on the leg side. Just be a single. Tom Hartley's on the boundary. 130 for 4. Yeah, Gloucestershire 354 for 4, replying to Kent's score of 424, but just seen that there's a double century partnership between Green and Bracey. Elsewhere in Division 2, Middlesex 36 without loss in their second innings, trail Leicestershire by 6. Northamptonshire 68 for 3 in their second innings, still 171 runs behind Morgan. More slightly conventional field now, with the regular kind of mid-on. Anderson is in to Guest, that's clipped away off the pads through square leg for a single. Moves to 23 not out. Derbyshire 131 for 4, brings Morley back on strike. And field changes with catches creeping a little nearer. Helmets are required here. One for George Bell, he puts his on and then catches the other one from the keeper and throws it up towards Bohannon.
Who drops it?
Who drops it? Bohannon puts the helmet on, he's at silly point. Bell's at short leg. Leg slip, gully, cover, mid off, mid on. Fine leg.
The fine leg's just been warming up. Hartley, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Yeah. Bell just asked to move a little deeper. It was short leg, is now a kind of short square leg. James Anderson from around the wicket balls to Morley. And that goes past the edge of the bat and through to Hurst. And there's no run. He's bowling pretty sharply, isn't he, Anderson?
I think so.
Bowled a pretty lively short ball to Morley.
It's been a terrific first game for him.
Bowled 5 overs yesterday, that was his opening spell, 5 overs. And this will be the end of his 4th over this morning. And again to Morley. Guides that down towards gully where it's well stopped by George Balderson. And there is no run, end of the over. 131 for 4, Derbyshire trail by 327. James Anderson 5 overs in his opening spell yesterday, and he's just gone through and completed his 4th of the morning today.
Game's just come back with a coffee. Running around the, he's just come back through the stand in front of the new hotel. Fortunately left a straight one yesterday and was bowled for 31.
Yeah, right at the end of the day, that wasn't
it? Didn't turn at all.
No, it went straight on, didn't it? Left it.
See if there's any turn now, because Tom Hartley is coming on. Thanks for your message, Ian. He's just seen us both on the stream. He says, "You're looking very well." I think he means you. Nobody's ever said that about me. He's just wondering if Lancashire went to the bumper barrage quite early, which may be telling us to what they think of the pitch. Well, there's not going to be any bumpers here because Hartley is around the wicket bowling to Guest, who pushes the ball straight back to him. first up.
Yeah, gone to left arm spin pretty early.
12 overs, 1 for 20 yesterday. 4 maidens in there. Miserly as you would expect as he goes back this time, Guest, and pushes it out into the offside where it's fielded by Bohannon.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this yesterday. There's only George Balderson who's actually bowled more overs this season for Lancashire than Tom Hartley.
He could get a few today as he's in to Guest again. And once more it's Bohannon who does the fielding at cover.
He's got 8 wickets this season, but if you just scratch a little bit below the surface of that, he's bowled a lot in the first innings, a lot here, and his economy rate is just a fraction over 3 runs and over, which is a pretty good effort.
I'll say. The next one to Guest is defended again by the Derbyshire wicketkeeper. Batting at 5 this season largely. Has been as high as 3 in recent times. That place occupied by Harry Kame now as Guest once again goes back. Pushes the ball out to Bohannon. Not warm enough yet for the tops to come off. Can't see any out there at the moment.
Had a few yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, too many really. Hats in evidence though, which is good, even though it's cloudy at the moment, as that one is defended again by Guest. Up towards mid-on this time, and Hartley's first over, as if to back up what Scott had said is a maiden.
Yeah, I think he's done a fabulous job this season. I mean, Lancashire have been behind in games here on pretty unresponsive pitches. There's not a lot there for him. There's not a lot you'd expect for a spinner on the first day or two, is there, of a match, but he is, for his captain, Keaton Jennings previously, been able to just tie one end down, not go for many, and done a very, very good job in the first innings of a match.
I thought you were going to stray into the captaincy debate there for a moment, but you pulled it back nicely.
I did, yeah. Well, we covered that topic. Covered that topic within 3 minutes on the first day, thanks to Paul Allen.
He was in good form, Paul.
That's one way to put it. Anderson then.
Well, I wasn't on, so it was very amusing.
Around the wicket, in and balls a short ball to Morley. He's up on his toes and deflects the ball out towards the leg side, and there's no run. George Bell and Tom Bailey scampering up to field the ball. Bailey gets to it and goes wandering back to his mark at mid-on, polishing the ball. And he'll hand it back to Anderson. Morley taking his guard again from umpire Paul Baldwin.
He just forgets where he's supposed to be standing.
Oh, he's going over the wicket this time, is Anderson. Short and left by Morley, just swaying back and dropping the hands. And through to Hurst. 131 for 4. He's doing a pretty decent job here, though, for Derbyshire. He's faced 42 deliveries so far, which is probably more important than the 14 runs, really. But having got through last night, and so far 35 minutes of the third day, the night watchman.
Longest innings of the season.
In balls to Morley, taps the ball away into the offside, bouncing in front of Bohannon, who's at silly point. And there's again, there's no run, so he's going to round the wicket. James Anderson has to Jack Morley. Predominantly first thing this morning. Morley being the left-hand batter. He's now going over the wicket. Now he's switching back again.
If you're not careful, he'll hit that bloke at silly mid-off.
Back to around the wicket. Anderson to Morley. Just nudged away defensively, straight to Bohannon, who's right underneath his eye line under the helmet.
He's almost got his left foot on the cut strip, hasn't he? I mean, by the time he settles, he's so close to Jack Morley. It's quite scary, really. Could almost reach him with his bat.
Yeah, and he goes crouching down again, waiting for Anderson into Morley. It's defended, it's angled in towards him. Has to play, has to defend, keeps it out and does. Ball ricochets away to mid-wicket.
Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings were very excited by that delivery at leg slip and slip respectively.
Jennings at slip, Wells at leg slip. Short square leg, short mid-wicket now, mid-off cover. And deepish gully. 131 for 4. This is the end of Anderson's 5th over. Bowled 5 yesterday. This will complete his 5th of the morning. And Morley gets in behind it and defends, and because Bailey's gone to mid-wicket from mid-on, that ball just pushed up through straight mid-on, and Morley hops through for a single and keeps the strike as well. Takes his score to 15. And he's negotiated another James Anderson over. 132 for 4. Derbyshire trail by 326 runs. Might be the end of Anderson's spell if yesterday's anything to go by. We'll see.
Yeah, Morley with 19 not out his high score this season. Not his highest score in first class cricket. He's got 28. Heaven only knows how he managed that. Overall,
was that for Derbyshire or for Lancashire?
No, must have been for Lancashire. Right. Unless he did it last season towards the end. 7 fours, or actually it's more than that now, isn't it? It's 10 fours in his first class career. And 2 sixes. I've definitely seen one of those this season. Career average of 5.52. So as you said, Scott, he's doing a good job for his team here. Just trying to put some work into the Lancashire bowlers' legs. Tom Hartley to continue bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Morley. He's in now. Morley. He's beaten. There's appeal for a catch behind.
It's a lovely ball.
Yeah. The umpire just shakes his head. Simon Widdop. Close.
Just dragged him forward, didn't it?
Yeah. It's difficult for a number 11 though, isn't it? This time he's sweeping. Hello. He's gone straight to Jimmy Anderson. That sort of leg gully. He's in that indeterminate position, backward of square on the leg side on the 45. Which doesn't have a name.
That's the name of it.
Yeah. Just too much of a mouthful, really. This one is guided off the face of the bat, I think, slightly towards the outside edge, and he's going to come back for 2 as it goes down to third man. Morley moves on to 17, 134 for 4. Derbyshire trailing by 324 runs now. I assume the helicopter is for the, it's just hovering to our right to be for the Manchester run that's taking place today. I imagine, as this one is driven into the ground and the man at silly mid-off leaps in the air to avoid being hit by it. Bohannon goes through to Harris at mid-off.
Yeah, it's kind of hovering out towards the city centre, isn't it? The helicopter.
In comes the next delivery. He's swept it, but a long way in front of square. Anderson Phillip fumbles the ball, but I think they'd settled for a single because it was pretty much straight at him. And he's pinched the strike again. Jack Morley, having taken 3 runs off that over and moved to 23, to 18 rather. Morley has 18, Guest has 23, come on. 135 for 4. Oh, it isn't the end of the over. There's one more ball to go, and it's defended by Brooke Guest, and what I just said a couple of seconds ago all stands. And Derbyshire trail by 323. Wonder why they came.
Oh, if
It was lovely to be on sports.
It was very
nice.
nice.
Looks like an army helicopter, doesn't it? Or is that just the shadows making it look camouflaged?
It must be for the marathon, yeah.
You'd think so. We'd hope so.
Yeah. Otherwise, duck.
Yeah. We'll be back tomorrow.
Once had the helicopter landing on the outfield here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's good.
It was the air
It's not
ambulance.
good, obviously.
No,
but,
no.
But, yeah.
Yeah, it landed on the outfield.
It's right above us now.
It is now. It is a bowling change. It was 5 overs for James Anderson. Tom Bailey's going to replace him from the Anderson end.
I like the way Kevin says thank you, as if we had any choice in the matter.
Thank you. You're more than welcome.
We all know why he came. We knew that Anderson was only going to bowl the 5 overs, and now they've gone.
No, they've gone. Yeah.
They'll be back when he comes back.
They will. Here's Bailey then. Can he conjure up for Lancashire? While he defends. And Bohannon feels at short cover, no run. 135 for 4.
We did another walk around the boundary before the start of play today. A closer look at the picnic tables on the grass over there. It's a terrific little place to sit, isn't it? We didn't sit there, but it's just a fantastic idea. Get some picnic tables out.
That's where the little birthday party
was yesterday. Yeah.
Bailey to Morley, looking to drive, thickish edge down through third man, brings him 4 more. Morley moves to 22. What was his top score?
28, I believe. I'm just going to double check it now because he's getting perilously close to it, isn't he?
139 for 4.
Yeah. Now, of course, what I've got to find out is who he scored it for and against. That should be fairly straightforward. Give me half an hour.
Yeah, nice little place to sit there, aren't they?
Yeah, really good. Benches. Really good. Well, it's in keeping with the way they've redeveloped the ground, which, as we've discussed, and I think is terrific.
Bailey to Morley. Guides that away beyond the reach of Gully, where Bell goes tumbling away to his left to try and stop it. Requires Anderson Phillip to catch up with it. And by the time that's happened, Jack Morley gets another run. He moves to 23, 140 for 4, brings Brooke Guest on strike. And I think there's some AstroTurf, isn't there, underneath the
yes,
the benches as well. So you kind of, yeah, good little spot that, especially when they're playing on the pitch to this side of the square. And there's also something similar in between the 2 hotels as well, little AstroTurf area with some picnic benches and little white fence in front. Oh, it's a nice spot as well. Guest works this out through square leg for a single. Takes him to 24. It's 141 for 4.
I'm ashamed to say that his 28 was for Derbyshire against Sussex. I don't know when. That's a bit too complicated for me. He averages just a little touch above 7 batting for Derbyshire, and for Lancashire averaged 3.3, both in 10 matches prior to this one.
He's 23 not out, waiting for Bailey, who's in to bowl. Full delivery, which his defender back to Bailey. And there is no run. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I don't have too many clear memories of Jack Morley batting for Lancashire in first-class cricket.
No.
But his average would probably reflect that. Yeah. But I'm with you. I like chatting to Jack. Nice lad. Bailey to Morley. Comes back in towards him. And he's gone wandering away towards square leg, and I don't blame him. It's the it's the end of the over. We'll try and shake it off and crack on with it. 141 for 4. Guest on 24, Morley on 23, and 45 minutes in, no real alarms just yet for these 2 overnight batsmen for Derbyshire, which will be settling the Derbyshire dressing room down a little bit more, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, hugely important. Hugely important. Morley got his 28. He was actually stumped in the end. Come on, Jack, you're better than that. Against Sussex at Derby. As Hartley's in, that one's defended by Brooke Guest. It was, last season, last May. Game starting at Derby on the 3rd of May. Game that Sussex won by an innings and 124 runs. He'll be hoping that lightning doesn't strike twice. He's at the non-strikers end on 23. Guest on strike. Hartley bowls to him. He goes back and pushes the ball to Bohannon at extra cover, and there's no run. It's amazing what you can find out if you really try, though, isn't it?
Yeah, you've done well there. I mean, I wouldn't have a clue.
He hasn't played that many games, in fairness, so it's not like trying to find out what way Madsen scored against somebody. So that one's turned into the leg side by Guest. Again, no run. You can see they're just 3 runs so far in this spell, 2.5 overs into it. Tom Hartley. Short leg crouches down as Hartley delivers and Guest defends into the onside. Once again, fielded by Balderson on this occasion. He was out there at mid-wicket. He's got a deep backward square leg, the short leg and the slip, the close catches. The mid-wicket is no longer there because Balderson's coming across to the offside. And as a result, Bohannon is moving a little bit closer at extra cover, mid-on and mid-off. A man at backward point and a man out on the cover boundary. As Hartley bowls, and it's defended into the offside this time by Guest. And Bohannon picks up and starts polishing the ball furiously on his Lancashire sweater. Guest uses his feet this time. I was slightly concerned there, having mentioned stumpings just a moment ago. But he got bat on it defensively and pushed it again out into the offside. Final ball of the over, and it is this time, I promise. 141 for 4 after that maiden. The 6th maiden sent down by Tom Hartley in the 15 overs that he's bowled. 1 for 23, his figures. 141 for 4 Derbyshire, as I say. Guest has 24, Morley has 23.
I mentioned the Division 2 scores a while back. Division 1 games, Worcestershire are 90 for 8 in their second innings. Simon Harmer's got 4 wickets, but they do lead Essex by 291 runs.
Could be a good game then.
Warwickshire have been set a target of 310 to beat Hampshire, who've been bowled out for 203 in their second innings. Surrey lead Yorkshire by 171 runs at 426 for 7. And Sussex are 159 for 6. Trails Somerset by 27 runs. Finally, Durham 356 for 4, trailing Nottinghamshire by 51. Here's Bailey from around the wicket bowling. And that's carved away down to third man by Jack Morley, and he'll get 4 more. And he's 1 run away from equalling his previous highest first-class score.
And he'll know.
4-5 for 4.
He chucked everything out that, didn't he? Leant back and really swung through the ball. A little fortunate perhaps with a couple of slips in the gully and a backward point there. Difficult to thread it through.
Bailey into Morley, becoming increasingly more confident, playing a very solid looking forward defence. And there's no run.
You're never more vulnerable than when you're confident, I always think.
That was definitely a shot of confidence, wasn't it? I've settled down a batter 50 minutes.
I should be here now.
And he's doing a very, very good job. Chipping away a few extra runs and crucially hanging around here. 145 for 4. Bailey to Morley. Just trying to dab it through that gap, if he could find it, between slip and gully and backward point. He picks out Bell, who's quite close in at gully. On the bounce to Bell. No run.
You could see his high score when he played that shot. A little disappointed it went straight to the man.
145 for 4. Bailey loops around and starts in again past the umpire to Morley. He defends. Ball slowly trickling up towards Luke Wells at mid-on. No addition to the score.
Wagfield on the outfield. Wagtail on the outfield. Down below us. It's good to see. All is well with the world when there's a pied wagtail on an outfield of a cricket ground.
He's one chirping next to our effects mic yesterday.
Oh, that's a very young one.
Bailey to Morley. Morley forward, striking this delivery up towards mid-off where Marcus Harris fields, and there's no run.
He'd have left that ball earlier. Broadcast needs to come down and have a word with him. Because it was quite a long way wide of the off stump, wasn't it, really? Didn't need to play at it, but... He's immune from criticism, though, with this innings.
27 not out, Jack Morley. Bailey in and balls. He leaves that delivery.
A bit closer to the stumps.
Was a bit. Goodness.
Play at that one, lead the other one.
Had Jennings and Anderson interested it, slipped for a moment as that just shaved away past the off stump. But good judgment from Jack Morley as he lifted it alone, and he remains unbeaten on 27. And Derbyshire's first innings score is 145 for 4. 53 minutes of play. We're going to have the background company of the helicopter, I think, for most of the next couple of hours. It kind of goes back and forth following the runners.
Be a cracking view from up there. The red and grey tops to the developments here at Old Trafford. Here's Tom Hartley. Oh, no, he isn't. Lost his run up. He's going to try again. He's bowling to Brookgess, short leg and a slip, 2 real close catches. And Hartley is in. Oh, he's gone for the big one, down the ground. I don't know if it's got enough to go all the way. It hasn't. It's bounced and gone for 4. There was a shy of catch, a shout of catch, there always is. But it wasn't particularly near anybody. But he's just taken one large stride towards Hartley and then just plonked him back over his head. Moves on to 28, 149 for 4 now in the 50th over. As Hartley bowls again, and Guest turns that neatly into the leg side. They'll want 2 here, and they'll get 2. Bailey moves around, picks up with his left hand, and throws the ball back in. And the 150 comes up for Derbyshire. I thought I'd see the day to have second ball of the 50th over. Really good from these two this morning so far, starting the day on 112. Taking Derbyshire up to 151 now.
Can't be far off a 50 partnership now, can it?
43, I think it is.
Oh, okay.
I think. Hartley is in, and that one's turned into the leg side again, and it beats the man with a little dive there, George Bell, and is not going to have enough legs to get all the way to the boundary again. Poor old Tom Bailey has to do the running to get there, and they get through for 2 more. Guest moves to 32, 153 for 4. Partnership now 47. Hartley's in once again, and oh, he's beaten this time. Good delivery from Hartley. Again, brought him forward, and then just a little bit of turn. Guest rehearses the shot that he's just played. Two balls to go in the Hartley over. Around the wicket to Guest. He drives it up to Harris at mid-off. Are there different coloured caps at Lancashire, or is they just faded?
I think some are just faded.
Okay. Bailey's and Anderson's and Keaton Jennings's as well, as that one is turned into the leg side by Brookgess. They just have a little look of being slightly brown, and I thought it was odd that players could have different coloured caps. They're just faded, and they are faded. Thanks to being worn on days like today, presumably, with glorious sunshine at Old Trafford. End of the over, 50 gone, 153 for 4. Guest has 32, and Morley has 27. And these two so far have added 47 for the 5th wicket. Much needed runs.
Yeah, I think they are just faded. But
Yeah.
you're right. They're very different.
I mean, Wayne
colours, aren't
Madson's cap is remarkably faded.
Right. I spotted that yesterday. it looks like an old design, that cap. It looks a bit kind of old school cap.
Well, they have sort of baggy ones like the Australian caps, Derbyshire.
Bailey in to Morley. He's pushing at that, edging down into the ground. Somehow does get in through Bell at short gully. Morley gets to 28, and with that equals his highest first-class score.
Well done, Jack.
28 not out. 154 for 4. Yeah, I quite like that cap. Spotting where Madsen wearing it on the first day.
He's been wearing it a long time.
Just a bit, I mean, quite a good cap for him, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Scored enough runs with it.
Just showing Bailey there on the screen without his cap because he's bowling. Quite a severe haircut round the back.
It's quite sharp, isn't it?
Don't mind that.
Guest on strike. Bailey comes over the wicket to Guest. That's turned out to the leg side, and there's those 3 fielders again. Close in is Bohannon, Anderson, and Bell. Well, there's 2 short mid wickets, and Bell's just behind square, but again pretty close to Guest. And there's the fine leg. So they fancy those 2 mid wickets, those 2 catchy mid wickets, to be in the game here, especially when Guest is on strike, you would assume. Straight down the ground this time, this Brooke Guest. And gathered by Luke Wells. 154 for 4.
Keaton Jennings asking there if it had hit the pad before the bat, I think, as he raised his arm and there was a yell. He just turned around to the umpire and was indicating that he thought it might have hit the pad first, but I don't think anybody else was particularly interested.
He's in a close catching position on the offside, isn't he, Keaton Jennings? Waiting for Bailey, bounces him again and bowls to Guest, flashed away. Well, it's caught some part of George Bell. They'll scamper back for 2. And would that be a 50 partnership?
It would.
Good effort.
Have to make a note of that.
50 off 116 deliveries. And the batter for 80 minutes. 156 for 4.
It's the new Derbyshire, with that resolution that they've shown this season, which hasn't necessarily been there for the past 2, but it's definitely there now.
Well, this is definitely some stubborn resistance. Down the leg side by Bailey, through to Hurst. 50 partnership. And the dismissal of Harry came towards the back end of yesterday, when he left one from Luke Wells and it clattered into his stumps. Then thinking maybe Derbyshire. Bailey's in to Guest, again flashed away through mid-wicket, but he's timed that very nicely. It's gone underneath and to the left of Bohannon and out towards the boundary. Wells does superbly to catch up with it and flick it back. They've run 3 in the middle of all that, but that was a fine effort from Wells. He was committed, he was catching up to it, and he managed to flick the ball back. Super effort. Saves a run. 159 for 4. But yeah, this partnership here, 53. You look at when Kane was dismissed and at the back end of yesterday, and there still is, of course, it's a long way behind Derbyshire, but there was a genuine sense that maybe it could potentially unravel pretty quickly. But an important partnership that these 2 have established, and they've battered through the opening hour on this 3rd day. The left arm spin of Tom Hartley to continue. Guess just rocks onto the front foot, offers the pad, doesn't offer a shot, allows that to go through. In addition to the score. Hartley again, bringing Guest a fraction forward, just defending. pushes the ball out towards the offside. It's Hartley twirling in, bowling. It's played late, cut through the offside. Gathered by James Anderson. There's no run. Hartley bowls. It's worked away through mid-wicket. Guest turns and comes back for 2. Takes his score on to 39. It's now 161 for 4. 2 balls remaining for Hartley in this over. In and balls again.
Well, it's defended by Guest back towards the bowler. So much needed resistance here, defiance from Guest and Morley. As Hartley comes in to complete his 17th over. That is defended again by Guest, straight back to the bowler. So the over comes to an end, 161 for 4. Guest has 39, Morley has 28. They still trail by 297, but it's below the psychological 300 barrier now.
Just been did a little update for BBC Radio Manchester, and they were talking about the Manchester Marathon, and I'm sure it's just one of the biggest in Europe. I don't know whether that's in terms of, presumably in terms of the number of participants.
Yeah. Well, it can't be longer than any of the
others. Well, no, I
it?
mean, marathon's a marathon, isn't it? Yeah, so it must be one of the biggest in Europe.
Manchester with a 28-mile marathon.
Yeah. There was they interviewed a guy who's completed it, and I think, again, I'm not sure if you're hearing things, but I'm sure he said that they'd put together some kind of showers as Bailey comes in and bowls to Morley, who's on the front foot.
For them to run through because of the heat.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So he said that he ran through the showers, and it was kind of a nice cooling thing, and he come all the way from Poland, this fella, to this marathon.
Blimey.
Yeah. Good effort. Morley needs one more run here, doesn't he, for his new first-class score. This is Morley's 99 not out moment, isn't it, this?
Yes, it is.
He needs one more. Bailey to Morley. Can't find a gap in the offside there. He thought maybe he got it. He timed it nicely. He drove it straight to Bohannon. He's at cover. He's gone wandering away to square leg here. Just readjusting his straps on his pad. Looks up over his shoulder to where the helicopter's currently hovering. Don't let that distract you. Bailey in, Morley leaves it through to Hurst. And there's no run.
It must be quite loud out in the middle, mustn't it? It's loud here, but it must be really loud in the middle. It hovers at that close to Old Trafford. Chris has asked me on email if I can explain why Derbyshire keep winning the toss and putting the opposition into bat. I can't, but I will be asking Mickey Arthur that tomorrow, hopefully, or today, who knows.
There's Bailey. Short ball to Morley. Ignores that, short and wide outside off stump. In fact, called a wide by umpire Paul Baldwin. His arms outstretched to signal the wide.
Derbyshire managed to concede 400 runs in first innings on a number of occasions this season. It does make it very difficult to win matches when you do that. They've only scored 400 in their first innings this season once, I think.
62 for 4. Bailey to Morley. Well, that'll be 4, and that's a new first-class highest score for Jack Morley. As the ball squirts down to third man for 4 more. 166 for 4.
It's been a profitable area for him down to the wide third man area. And well done to Jack Morley. Nicely done. First time he's ever been in the 30s. He'll be. We'll have to buy everybody a drink for a start. It's a bit of a disappointment.
Well, Jennings has moved a few paces to his left.
You know where this one's going, don't you?
It was at second slip. So it's now Anderson at first, then the gap to Jennings, then Bell next to him. It's left alone by Morley and through to Hurst.
I don't like gaps in the slip cordon. They just seem to attract the ball, especially when one's just gone through where the slip's moved to. You can't follow the ball really. David Griffin's got his shoes off down there to our right, just sitting in that little bay, enjoying the sun.
Bailey into Morley, left again, through to Hurst. There's no run. It's like he's on holiday, isn't it?
Well, we did go and 166 before at the end of the over. We did go and sit on the seats just to the left as we look at the big side screen, the movable side screen, which you can't move far enough. What a glorious place that is to sit. Comfy seats, sun beating down, not a breath of breeze there. I mean, I imagine you'd get very hot very quickly, but just for an hour or so, that must be glorious sitting there in the front of the pavilion. Beautiful spot, and you really do feel part of the action.
So you weren't up in the red seats, you were just on the
No. We just went downstairs. There's a couple of displays, one on the part that Lancashire played in the development of women's cricket, and one on the West Indian players who played in the Lancashire leagues, which was fascinating. Okay. There's been an awful lot of them. Here comes Hartley, and that one is pushed up to mid-off, a deep mid-off by Brooke Guest for a single. Harris does the fielding. Guest moves to 40 now. Morley on 32.
Speaking of that, we might be joined a little bit later on by the author Scott Oliver, who's got a second book out called Sticky Dogs and Stardust, and it features the Lancashire League. There's a lot of Lancashire League stuff in that. In fact, he's here today. There's a book signing at lunch and at tea.
Right.
So yeah, Scott might be joining us a little bit later on to chat about this.
We need to ask him about this particular individual, because it was one of the arrival cards, if you like, for people who came over on the Windrush.
Okay.
But I was drawn to it. It's going to be tricky to explain it all during this Hartley over. It bowls to Morley, who sweeps and gets struck on the front pad. It was somebody called Granville Edwards, who came from Kingston and arrived at Tilbury. He was from Jamaica. And the proposed residence was 154 Slack Lane, Derby. 27 years old. I hadn't come across it, so I might ask about that. Hartley is in again. That one is defended by Morley into the on side, where Bell fields, not Bell. Balderson fields. Bell couldn't have fielded it because he's under the helmet at short leg. Just a slight delay there as Morley surveys the field and then defends the next ball from Hartley. I'm not sure what the slip was getting excited about there for. He's quite excitable, Keaton Jennings, isn't he? Every delivery, an event. He settles down now, as does Morley. Over the wicket comes Hartley, he sweeps, and that's gone through all the way for 4. Nicely done by Jack Morley, who moves on now to 36. Ball's gone mad. You know what I've done? I think I've left my watch in there. I might have to go and get it, because without it, I've got no knowledge.
You've left your what?
Yeah, me.
Oh, your tablet thing.
Tablet thing.
Got you.
Yeah, I'll wait till the end of the over. I won't be long.
I've left me. What's it?
I just suddenly looked and I thought, oh no. So 171 for 4 it moves on to now. The Derbyshire score. 287 behind. 136 away from the follow-on. 138, one or the other. And that last ball of the over is defended into the leg side by Morley. He remains on 36 from just 74 balls. When you look at Guest's 40 coming from 101, and Jack Morley's hit 7 fours compared to Guest's 4. Guest is one of the steady batters. He's not a dasher. Same could have been said, can be said about Harry Kane, but unfortunately he left a straight one and was bowled yesterday.
He's had a pretty solid season, hasn't he, Brooke Guest?
Yes, yeah, he had a difficult start with the bat.
Right.
Difficult start with the bat. 1 and 0 in his first 2 innings.
Right.
But since then, 68, 91, 12, 24, 45 and 48. So, yeah, nicely consistent since that first couple of matches.
Derbyshire weakened by the Lewis Rees injury.
Considerably.
Yeah, I'm going to say when that news became apparent, that would have been a pretty piece of good news for Lancashire, because he's pretty handy with bat and ball. Does he still open the bowling?
He's been opening the bowling, but not the batting.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
yeah, he's dropped down to bat at 6 this season, but has been opening the bowling, and obviously a left arm option as well, and leading wicket taker going into this game.
Because he did do both, didn't he, for a period of time? He opened the batting and bowling, didn't he?
Yeah, it was a bit much because he was wicket keeping as well.
Driving the bus. Captain the team. Another change of bowling, George Balderson coming into the attack, replacing Tom Bailey. Brooke Guest plays forward in defence. There is no run. Yeah, Rees with 230 runs this season and 19 wickets at 22. So, big loss for Derbyshire. I think Dave said it was a hamstring problem. He's just gone next door to get his Rothesay again. Balderson's in to Guest. That's driven to mid-on. Luke Wells fields is no run, so an hour and 15 minutes this morning. And Guest and Morley have progressed along quite nicely. Partnership is worth 65. Morley has a new top scorer in first-class cricket, and Guest just calmly going about his business. 2 short mid-wickets. Jennings at short cover as well. Balderson to Guest. It's onto the front foot. Just nudges the ball towards the leg side where Bohannon fields. There is no run. 171 for 4. Deficit now 287. So they've chipped away at that quite nicely through the first hour and 15 minutes this morning. Guest defending. Slowly on the walk towards Balderson. Steers the ball out to the leg side. There's no run.
I've got spies everywhere. Apparently when Sports Extra went away from us to another game, the presenter, I think we know who that is, said, if you want to continue listening to Laurel and Hardy, go to the BBC Sport website.
Balderson to Guest. That's a lovely shot. He's driven it straight down the ground. Mid-off coming round to complete the fielding, which is Marcus Harris, but Guest does get a single, moves to 41, 172 for 4.
So my next job is to just send a message to Kevin and say, Laurel and Hardy, question mark. Thank you, Chris.
Good.
Always good to have people listening.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not quite sure what he's going to say next, are you? He's a great leader, Mr. Howells.
Top man.
All right, Morley's waiting for Balderson. Slip, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, square leg, fine leg. Forward in defence goes Morley, pushing the ball away through the offside. Anderson Phillip completes the fielding. Just a single coming off George Balderson's first over of the morning. 172 for 4. The bowlers at Lancashire have used. Well, Anderson and Bailey with the new ball. Anderson's 2 wickets coming yesterday. Hartley and Wells, the other wicket takers, again both coming yesterday. We've seen all of those bowlers used so far this morning, apart from Luke Wells, but he might not be too far away from having a go before lunch, maybe.
Yeah. Not desperate for a wicket by any manner of means at the moment at 172 for 4, but they'd certainly like one before lunch, wouldn't they? Just to almost to get the whole thing rolling again. Lancashire, whereas Derbyshire, still some way to go, of course, but before the first interval, we'll be more than happy with the way things have gone. And you'd be able to tell how pleased they are with Jack Morley by the banging on the window of the changing room down below every time he gets a boundary.
Yeah, I think they're quite enjoying that, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they're enjoying every moment of Jack Morley batting out there. Perhaps we will get to speak to him tonight. We didn't speak to him last night. Here's Tom Hartley. Bowl swept by Brooke Guest, but not particularly well timed. That's a sweep, and he picks up a single to move to 42. We're down to deep backward square leg. 173 for 4. I've seen there a few sweeps today. Even Jack Morley's tried a sweep to some effect.
Yeah.
I just hope he looks at that scoreboard and thinks 36. Ooh. As he waits and defends the next ball from Hartley back towards the bowler.
I mean, from Lancashire's point of view, and this is not a criticism, just an observation, there has been nothing happened, has there?
Oh no.
There's been absolutely nothing really to get any of the bowlers interested. No.
A couple of times. I reckon you could probably count the number of times the ball's gone past the edge of the bat on one hand. There's Hartley bowls, a sweep comes out again, and Anderson Phillip out there looked a bit startled when the ball was heading his way. They only get one run though. So Morley moves on to 37, 174 for 4. Just for a moment it looked like he might be wrong-footed by the spin as well. It's always a danger out there at square leg to a spinner on the sweep. Coped well with it in the end though, kept him down to 1 as Hartley's in, and another sweep comes out from Brooke Guest, but again straight out to deep backward square leg or long leg. I'm not even going to hazard a guess as to who it is from this distance.
Luke Wells, I think.
That's Luke Wells out there, is it? It's the height I should have got. I knew it wasn't Bailey because he's down here.
It's definitely not Bell.
No. No. It's like somebody in an overcoat with 2 kids in it. His next delivery is an attempt to sweep, and it's gone off a bottom edge. Nice piece of fielding by Anderson. As you can tell from the ground, it wasn't that good, but it was nice. He just sort of tumbled to his left to stop it there after it came off the inside edge of Morley's bat as he went for the sweep shot. Just pop the sweep away for a moment, Jack, would you? He's on 37. And he does put the sweep away, and it's gone through everything. Did he get an edge on that one? It looks like he might have done, you know. He has. He's got an edge on it. Yeah. So that sort of goes down as a chance. It's a tough chance for Matty Hurst, but he came off the edge of Morley's bat. He picks up another single. Standing up, you've got no chance, have you? You've got no chance.
It's gone past the inside edge, hasn't it?
Was it the inside edge?
I think it's gone past the inside edge.
Well, it's got even less chance then, so it's not a chance. Ignore that. 176 for 4 at the end of the over. Morley moves on to 38. Guess that's 43.
That's been about it, isn't it? That's been like it's half a chance, isn't it, of an inside edge.
Yeah, nothing else though. No, it's we're on day 3 of 8 then, aren't we? We are genuinely on day 3 of 8. It might start to break up about Thursday.
Well, there was a game here a couple of years ago where there's a test match played for 5 days, and the game 2 days later, Lancashire played, might have been Northants, and they used the same pitch, the test pitch, and 4 days into that, it finished in a draw.
Wow. Yeah, that's too good, isn't it? Talking to Bumble about they keep calling it good pitches, but of course it's only the batters who call them good pitches because the bowlers are absolutely livid by it. But
good 5-day pitches here.
Yeah.
Good test match pitches. Yeah.
And usually, I mean, it has been turning in recent years, hasn't it? But I haven't seen much sign of that really. The wicket that the spinner got, from one of the 2 wickets that the spinner got, was from a ball that just went straight on.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. There's George Balderson sets off to Morley. He's leaning into it and pushing away towards Bohannon at cover. There's no run. 176 for 4.
I think we'll get chips today. We haven't had chips yet, have we?
There used to be a thing, and it may have just been in my imagination, going back maybe even before COVID potentially. There's Balderson is into Morley playing and missing, but he's stretching for a ball that's wide above stump.
Far too far away from his body.
And you could almost judge whether Lancashire had a good day or not, because if you had curly fries,
yeah,
it was a good day.
Ooh.
It was a good day for Lancashire. Curly fries are out. But if it was just your bog standard plain chips, been a bit of a turgid
rice
day.
2 days in a row. I mean, I've no objection to it. The meals have been delicious, but I'd like some chips today.
Balderson bowls a short ball to Morley, through to Hurst, ducks underneath it.
If you have any influence.
At me? No, I've got absolutely none whatsoever. What's it been so far? Chili con carne in the first day, wasn't it? I didn't have yesterday's. What was yesterday?
Chicken and mushroom in a cream sauce type casserole. It was very nice indeed.
Well, I reckon we're either nailed on for a curry today. That always makes an appearance across the 4 days. Or some kind of cottage pie, shepherd's pie thing.
That'd be good.
Left by Morley. And through to Hurst.
Can you tell if I've not had any breakfast?
No, I've had a biscuit for my breakfast today.
I had a
It's not
biscuit
good,
before
is it?
now. No.
It's not healthy, you're right.
Should learn really, but
No, not good. 76 for 4. Morley on 38. It was oat biscuits, if that makes any difference.
I think they're healthy.
Balderson to Morley. It's off the front foot, pushing away to the offside, and there's no run.
Mine weren't. I have a slight tooth issue at the moment, which I won't go into here. I've just put it back in again.
I wonder what you're doing.
Yeah, sorry. I couldn't wait any longer without having the dread of spitting it into the window in front of us as it just flies out. I've broken my dentures at the top set, just split in 2.
Final ball of the over. Balderson to Morley, just tickles that away off his pads out towards square leg for a single and moves on to 39, and he keeps the strike. 177 for 4. What's your breakfast been this morning then? If mine was biscuit, yours was a...
2 packets of scrumptious shorty swirls.
Excellent. Good effort.
Before people ask why I haven't been to the dentist, it's because I broke it when I was in Derby on Wednesday.
Right.
I worked on Thursday, so I stayed down, and on Friday I was here. So my dentist in West Orton will be delighted to know he's being delivered a broken denture tomorrow. Not tomorrow, Tuesday at the earliest, really. Just hope they're back in time for Thursday, otherwise it could be a bit... Here is Hartley beginning a new over to Jack Morley, who gets a very long stride in to defend it into the onside Balderson Fields.
You know when I said last night that I had a slight battle with a pigeon yesterday?
Oh, yes, yeah.
I just had word from the home that the pigeon's gone.
Right.
It's managed to... Because it was still there last night when I got home.
Completely gone, or pile of feathers? This one is pushed out into the offside by Morley.
I don't know. That was the picture of my dog staring at the pigeon. But yeah,
yeah.
it just says the pigeon has gone.
Oh, well, there we go.
So let's hope it's flown. No, it's found some strength.
One of his mates might come and give it a bit of a lift. Hartley bowls. Sweep comes out from Morley, but straight to Bohannon, who's interestingly at square leg, immediately behind George Bell, who's a short leg. I'm surprised he could see anything. Then the umpire's behind them. Paul Baldwin. Well, they're waiting for a bus. Hartley is it. That's defended by Morley. Just dropped his bat on it. Ball went no more than a foot away from him. I'm surprised umpire Baldwin hasn't gone to point, if I'm honest.
Can't really see much from there, can he?
Not really. So Hartley bowls and he goes back and sort of cuts it, but cuts it a long way in front of square. Picks up a single as Harris does the fielding and moves into the 40s. Well, on to 40. 178 for 4.
You can see now. The umpire's fine now. Everyone's cleared out the way.
Perhaps he just
right-handers on strike.
Doesn't want to move.
I don't blame him. It's a long way, isn't it, to go from there to there.
But now he's at point. Should really move, but he doesn't want to move because there's a short leg, so I didn't anyway.
Yeah. Stay where you are.
Can clearly see enough. It's Hartley bowls to Guest, who defends it straight back to the bowler, and that's the final ball of Hartley's 20th over. 1 for 43. Here's figures: Morley 40, Guest 43, Derbyshire 178 for 4, trailing by 280, which makes it reasonably easy. 131 more runs required to avoid the prospect of being asked to follow on. At which point, the game doesn't quite die.
No.
But it makes it very difficult to see how there's going to be a positive result. So, Lancashire, another 131 runs to play with here. But this morning, what we've had, oh dear, 66. So it's not been all action, but it hasn't been slow necessarily. 66 runs in 90 minutes. That's all right.
Here's Balderson to Morley, who's, dare I say, 10 away from 50. Pushing up into the offside, there's no run. Yeah, he's been steady, hasn't it, by Derbyshire? I mean, the deficit started with a 3 when we resumed this morning, and now it's starting with a 2. And they've not lost a wicket. I mean, that's absolutely, it's been a terrific hour and a half, hasn't it, really? Guest and Morley. Again, not any criticism of Lancashire's bowling, but there's just not been much out there for them yet. But they're striving away, speared away down the leg side. Hurst was tumbling away to his right to get gloves on that. And there's no addition to the score, so 178 for 4.
You've not been told that this pigeon's gone to a farm on its holidays or anything, have you, just to soften the blow?
Balderson into Morley. That's turned out towards the leg side where Jennings had it short mid-wicket and there's no run.
Dad, where's the dog? It's gone on its holidays. Might be away for a while. Till we can find one identical.
I don't know how this pigeon's managed to fly away. He's been...
well, that's my fear.
It's had 2 days in this spot where it's not moved. And when I tried to kind of shoo it away, it just kind of waddled off without flying. Balderson's in, short ball to Morley. Leans back and through to Hurst. He's obviously managed to somehow summon some strength up from somewhere. And well, I'm just pleased it's hopefully ended well.
Yes, yeah, no, we all do.
Unless the dog has had it.
Oh dear. You brought that spectre up again. Do not feed this dog.
And clearly not enough, I don't think. Balderson to Morley. And turned out towards Jennings at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 7-8 for 4. Oh, he's pointing to his head. Maybe needs a helmet. Maybe Luke Wells potentially. Could we see some spin from both ends? Maybe. Is Wells warming up? Where is he? He's at mid-on.
Yeah,
oh, he is.
Yeah, he is. Hurst wants a drink.
Balderson to Morley, forward in defence, and there is no run. End of the over, a maiden for George Balderson. 178 for 4. And Guest on 43, Morley unbeaten on 40, and yeah, we can definitely see some extra reinforcements being carried out here. Some
2 helmets are going off and one's coming on.
Oh, excellent.
And a drink. Matty Hurst has got his drink. Am I all right to call him Matty? I've been calling him that all day.
Yeah, Matty's
is that all right?
Yeah.
I don't want to be too familiar.
No, I think Matty's right.
Luke Wells, and we all know what happened in the first Luke Wells over yesterday. He managed to bowl, well, he took the last wicket that fell indeed. He bowled Harry Kane for 31 with one that just went straight on, and he offered no shot. Slightly disappointingly for him and everybody else, really. So a bit of leg spin just to give the 2 batters out there something different to think about. Guest on 43 and Morley on 40. Only be the 3rd over that Wells has bowled in the match. One helmet is being removed from the field, so Josh Barnes has got his trousers down.
He always has.
Yeah. Well, he's from Bolton. he's happy with the arrangements now anyway.
He is,
so,
he is now, he's
yeah.
more comfortable now.
The short leg and the slip, the two catches at sort of extra cover and mid-wicket, mid-on and mid-off. Deep backward square leg, backward point and a man on the cover boundary. As Wells is in, first delivery, Guest goes back and defends it straight back to him. He's got quite a pacey run-up, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
I love it. I absolutely love it. I was watching him practice this morning. I thought, who's that medium pacer they've got there? It was Luke Wells. Absolutely races in. Oh, it's not quite ready because the slip's just rearranging the field slightly. There he comes. He's in. And they're quite loopy as well, as that one is driven nicely by Brooke Guest out towards Anderson Phillip again. Again, he doesn't field it cleanly, and they come back for 2, and Guest moves on to 45, 180 for 4.
He's good fun to watch, isn't he, Luke Wells?
Yes.
He's always kind of fiddling around with something. He's always
tend to be all arms and legs, don't they? And he's in again now, but he's the way he brings it over with is quite remarkable. That one is defended by Guest. Back to him.
I mean, he did used to. I don't think he still does now, but he definitely started with off spin, and he's kind of developed his leg spin.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure if he bowls any off spin now.
He's in. That looks like a leggy. I have no idea. It'll turn into the leg side by Guest, and just the one this time, as you hear Jack Morley saying no, no, no. Guest moves on to 46.
He bowls a lot in the T20 now, Wells. He's kind of like a real frontline bowler in the white ball team.
Which is very useful. I mean, because he's such a big hitter as well, isn't he, in T20? I mean, ridiculously big hitter. Oh, he's a big man. But if you've got somebody who can bowl proper leg spin as well, what an asset that is.
Well, they should have Livingston back, shouldn't they, for most of them. Yeah, he's not in the England setup, is he? He's not in any England squad, so yeah, he should be around for most of the blast, I think.
He bowls both.
He does.
As Wells is into the left-handed. Morley goes back and just strokes the ball into the offside. There's no run.
I don't get that with him. He was captain of England one day side, wasn't he, for a bit, Livingston?
Yeah.
And then I don't understand it.
Right, but if anybody can rationalise England's selection, they're a better man than I am. As Wells is in, there's a sweep shot coming out. It's gone up in the air. Is Anderson Phillip going to get there? No, it's going to drop just shy of him, and he picks up a rather fortuitous single there. Jack Morley got the sweep out. It went straight up in the air, backward square on the leg side. Howls of catch it, but they're often are. And Phillip couldn't quite get round in time as it bounced probably 2 or 3 yards in front of him. And Morley pinches the strike as well. He's moved on to 41. Guest has 46. 182 for 4, trailing by 276 now. Derbyshire, but they have lasted more than 90 minutes this morning without losing a wicket.
Or indeed, really looking like losing a wicket.
Yeah. It's been a terrific effort from these two.
The third bowler used from the Anderson end this morning. It is Balderson to go again. Driven away by Morley, but to mid-off. And there's no run. Yeah, James Anderson, Tom Bailey and George Balderson. 3 bowlers operating this morning from the James Anderson end. And Lancashire have used Anderson, Phillip, Tom Hartley and Luke Wells from the Brian Statham end. 182 for 4. Balderson to Morley. Clipped to mid-wicket where Jennings takes a good low catch. And Balderson strikes. Lancashire pick up the first wicket of the morning. They've had a close catcher in on the leg side to both batters, and eventually one in Jack Morley has chipped a ball to that fielder. Good low catch by Jennings. Good knock though by Jack Morley. Excellent effort. Career best score of 41, and he faced exactly 100 balls for it. 182 for 5.
Yeah, he'd be slightly disappointed, I think, won't he? But he was always going to be disappointed at some time, and I'd rather be disappointed on 41 than what he started the day at 4 not out. He's done a terrific job for Derbyshire to get them all the way up to 182. It is Martin Anderson. Oh, we've got all the Andersons now. Who's going to come out to bat ahead of Anna's Dahl. And they'll just see a little chink of light here, will Lancashire, which was always going to be the case the moment the first wicket fell. And it was Derbyshire's job to make sure they took as long as possible for that chink of light to appear. And 12:37 when the wicket falls. I think Derbyshire would have settled for that, if I'm honest.
Yeah, that's good. That's a really good effort, wasn't it? Last night and then this morning, 76-run partnership. You see Morley's disappointed because he's probably in the back of his, well, maybe in the front of his mind, thinking about a 50 here. But
well, certainly when you bat at 11 as well, how many times are you going to get into a position where you might get a first-class 50? It's not going to be that often, is it? If you're coming in last man, but yeah, he just flicked it. Oh no, he knew it straight away, didn't he? Oh no, what have I done?
Well, don't be too disappointed. That's a good effort. Batted nicely.
This is when you start to get too confident.
You did say, yeah, confidence is the undoing. Right, Martin Anderson then. 20 minutes to go before the lunch interval. And they've managed to break the partnership. A little extra spring in the step for Lancashire, still 276 runs behind. Here is Balderson with his first wicket of the match. Into Anderson. Oh, and he's beaten.
Who's taken that pitch out there?
First ball up that Anderson gets. Nothing's really happened all morning. Pushing at that delivery, and it just slides on past the edge of the bat. It's amazing what a wicket can do, can't it?
Remarkable.
Just a little extra in the delivery from Balderson on the back of his wicket. In once more. He's defended this time by Anderson towards the leg side, and there's no run. 182 for 5. And Martin Anderson joining Brooke Guest. Guest has not really altered his style at all, has he? He's just kind of quietly gone about it.
Yeah.
46 not out.
Very much the Guest way.
Balderson to Anderson is on the walk. Martin Anderson, a little step towards the bowler and then defends.
I should have warned you about that. He does it a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. He likes the step towards the bowler, even 2 steps towards the bowler. It's served him well this season with 2 centuries and a half century. So clearly no reason for him to change his approach.
Twirls the bat, taps it a couple of times and waits for Balderson, who's over the wicket. Defends. Oh, he's given it! LBW. Up he went, George Balderson. He fancied it, and Paul Baldwin agreed. And it's a double wicket maiden for George Balderson, who's found a way to make something happen. Well, not a lot had happened prior to the dismissal of Morley, followed quickly by Anderson. 182 for 6.
Yeah, that is a big blow for Derbyshire. He's been in top form as Martin Anderson this season. He knew it, didn't he, as well? He knew it. He'd gone back. Well, he certainly didn't go forward, but just a little motion backwards, having taken those 2 strides towards Balderson the previous delivery, and he knew it straight away. He knew the finger was going up, and up it went. Just the 4 deliveries for Martin Anderson. A relatively rare failure for him. And Balderson, well, has just changed the complexion of the morning slightly.
Yep, no issues with that LBW decision. It's hit him on the back leg right in front, hasn't it? And up went the finger. It's a double wicket maiden for Balderson. He's managed to find a way to make something happen here. 182 for 6. And who's Dahl, the new batter, coming out to join Brooke Guest.
Dahl, whose form this season hasn't been what it has been in previous seasons. Top score of 43, just 84 runs in 5 innings at 16. So a big job for Dahl and Guest. The last 2 And Dal isn't really a recognised batsman, but they're the two that you would say were. Balderson gets the acclaim of the crowd down in the far right-hand corner of the ground, and Luke Wells to continue from Statham End. Lancashire are a lot more bullish now than they were 5 minutes ago. Guest goes back and turns this one nicely into the leg side. There'll be at least a couple here. In fact, there will just be a couple. Will there? It's gone all the way to the boundary. How's he got there? They've got 4 runs. There were 2 fielders. That one of them looked very likely to get them. Balderson was one. Hartley was the other. And Brooke Guest reaches his half-century. Just acknowledges the crowd and the balcony. We can all go back inside again now, clearly, as they make their way back in.
It's quite chilly, that breeze, isn't it, in the shade?
20th time Brooke Guest has got to 50 in his career. He's gone on to make 7 centuries. Wells bowls to him. He turns this one into the leg side. Did that go in on the full and it was juggled?
Did it?
I think it might have. Look at where the number of hands on heads out there. I've gone straight into Shortleg's hand. Or straight onto Shortleg's hands. Wow. Perhaps get another look at that in a minute. As he turns this one into the leg side from Wells down towards deep backward square leg where Balderson's fielding and moves on to 52, 188, 4, 6. But that may well have been a chance.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a look at it now. It's Bell at short leg.
Yeah, straight at him.
Yeah.
And as he parried it the first time, it just took it away from him. So dropped. And you'd have to say, if you're in at short leg, they're the kind of catches that you're going to get. He's crouching down now as Dal faces his first delivery and turns the ball up to mid-on.
I wonder whether it hit him on the... When he turned it to short leg, did it hit Bell on the right kind of shin guard and bounce up maybe?
If they have that angle. Mr. Director, next time, please. As Wells is in. Oh, that one's turned down the leg side. And Dal has nothing to do with it. It's always difficult to show replays during the over that the leg spinner is still bowling there. There isn't a lot of time. I understand that.
There you go. This might be it. Yeah, it's
Yes,
his boot, hasn't it, almost?
Yes,
Yeah.
he's stuck out a right leg. Wow. So it's a very, very difficult chance. As Dal gets off the mark by turning the ball down to Balderson at deep backward square leg for a single. The final ball of Wells's 4th over of the match, 2nd of this spell. Dal 1, Guest 51, Derbyshire 188 for 6, trailing by 270.
Batted nicely, hasn't he, Brooke Guest? 5 fours in this half-century partnership. It's just been really steady, hasn't it? There's been no kind of... I mean, he's swept nicely, he's defended nicely, and he's left alone, but just a very calm, well-measured, put-together half-century batting last night and then carrying on again this morning. He'll have enjoyed that batting here, Brooke Guest.
Sensible batting, it'll never take off.
Just completely unflustered, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
188 for 6. Here comes Balderson to Dal. He's playing forward and defending. Ball ricocheting out to Hartley at backward point. There's no run. Does have a very handy habit, George Balderson, of making something happen, and it tends to get his wickets in little clusters too. I mean, two in the same over. Doesn't happen too often, maybe, but you know, he's got this very handy knack of doing something like this. Again, it's coming back in towards Dal, which is strength of Balderson. And again, there's no run. Does defend.
Just looking at Brooke Guest's record, it's only the 2nd time he's played back here. One innings previously was a 14 not out.
Balderson over the wicket. It's run down through backward point. Hartley will chase after it, and his Dal turns and comes back for 2, but doesn't need to worry about completing it because the ball's skipped away from the chase of Tom Hartley and down towards the 3rd man boundary for 4 runs. He moves to 5, 192 for 6. Hartley, who was at backward point, just moves a few paces to his left. Anderson, who's at slip, just moves a few to his right. Balderson's into Dahl. Deflected out to backward square leg, where Anderson Phillips swoops round to complete the fielding, and the single takes Dahl to 6. Derbyshire to 193 for 6.
116 more runs. The last 4 wickets have got to find between them. You can imagine that if it gets down to the last couple, and it's, for instance, Chappell and Tickner, or Aitchison and Tickner, which it almost certainly will be, there might be some bat swinging going on.
Balderson to Brooke Guest, who's not been swinging his bat. Instead, he just plays calmly up towards mid-on from a forward defensive, and there's no run. 193 for 6. Trail by 265. Balderson to Guest. Just drops it out towards mid-wicket, and there's no addition to the score where Bohannon fields. And that was 5 coming off that over yet. We had the 4, didn't we, down to third man. And then the single and the very next delivery. So 193 for 6. At the end of the over, both batters having a chat halfway down the pitch. Lunch is not far away, so having lost a couple of quick wickets, Derbyshire now with Guest and Dahl trying to negotiate themselves towards the lunch interval.
I can't smell chips. No.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I promise you that.
No.
I'm going for something like a shepherd's pie or a cottage pie.
I'd be happy with that.
Like
I'd be happy with that. Are they not the same thing?
I don't think they are.
Oh, okay.
But I can never remember which one's which.
Here's Wells begins.
One's lamb and one's beef.
Oh, well, shepherd's will be lamb, surely.
Shepherd's is lamb.
That would make sense, wouldn't it?
Right, okay.
Yeah. I'm happy with either. 193 for 6.
I'd be quite disappointed now if it's not.
Yes, so will I. Here's Wells, bowls to Dahl, goes back and just jabs the ball into the offside square. Nudge hasn't had the best season so far with the bat. Yet to get to 50, 43 is high score this season so far. As Wells is in, it goes back again, and that one is into the ground, into the leg side, but not a million miles away from the man at short leg bout. Guest continues to practice defensive shots at the non-striker's end. You carry on doing that, Guesty. They inch towards 200, Derbyshire. Wells bowls, and back goes Dahl, cuts and gets 4. Nicely done. And poor old Tom Bailey has to go and retrieve the ball, but it was nicely played. That it was a little bit of a gimme, in all honesty, for Anuj Dahl, who would have been happy to have taken it. And Brooke Guest moves into double figures. He's on 10. That's 8. Is it? Or 7? It's a number of them anyway. I think it's 8. Into double figures. Wells bowls, and he's cut this one again. This time Bailey will get there. Stops the ball with his right hand, and they go through for a single, and Dahl moves to 11. 198 for 6 from the 64th over. And we have 9 minutes to go until we get our cottage pie.
It'll be curry now.
There'll be words. Here is Wells. Balls to Guest, who defends that one up to that's Anderson. Mid-on. What's he doing there? He's usually been in the slip cordon or a backward point gully, that kind of region. He's currently taking the sweat off the nape of his neck to polish the ball. Beautiful. 198 for 6. Guest has 51. Dahl has 11 off just 12 balls, incidentally. So he's got into his stride nice and quickly here, which I don't know if that's a good sign or not. But having said, it doesn't look like a wicket falling. Just moments before two fell very quickly. Oh, I can smell lunch now. I'm refusing to say it. Oh dear, I'm starving.
Here is Balderson into Dahl. Flashed away up towards mid-on. In the air. It's bouncing in front of Luke Wells. It's a good tumbling stop by Luke Wells, but it was flashed away to the left of Bohannon, who's at short mid-wicket.
Oh yeah, Martin Anderson didn't get to one, did he? I'd forgotten, thank you Stephen, I'd forgotten about Martin Anderson getting out for a duck.
Yeah.
That's ruined everything.
Yeah.
Thank you Stephen.
Double wicket made in that over, wasn't it, for Balderson?
It all happened too quickly for my brain to take it in.
It was in a flash, wasn't it? It was.
Yeah, that is disappointing.
Yeah. Sorry, to wait another game, another innings. In comes Balderson, forward goes Dahl, and there's no run. When's it date back to this?
1934, I think. Yeah.
Martin Anderson, dearie me.
1932.
Right.
And he's the one I would least have expected not to have got to 10 this season. So there we go.
1-9, 8 for 6. Balderson to Dahl. It's defended, and there's a race on between Bohannon and Jennings as to who can get to it first.
They did that. I mean, fair play to Bohannon. He leapt over the playing surface, but then when he walked back, he leapt in the air to try and leap over it again and landed slap bang in the middle of it. So,
Did his best.
yeah, he's only got little legs, haven't he?
Balderson in. Oh, again, that's in the air through mid-wicket. It's gone for 4 with cries of catch. It would have been a pretty spectacular one because it was hit firmly by Anuj Dahl. But that's what those fielders are in there for something that's turned out through the leg side. But he did catch it sweetly. And the speed in which it rattled out towards the boundary rope would tell us that. It brings up the 200 for Derbyshire. 202 for 6. Dahl moves on to 15. 2 balls left of the over. They're going to strengthen that leg side. They've now got 4 players in a little arch close in on the leg side. Balderson to Dahl playing forward and defending. And there's no run.
That's remarkable.
It is that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they've got Jennings, Wells, Bohannon and Bell, and they are probably all staggered about 5 yards away from each other in a little arch on the leg side. Balderson's in to Dahl. It's turned out towards the leg side where Keaton Jennings fields. It's the end of the over. We're knocking on the door of lunch. 5 minutes to go. If Wells gets through this one pretty quickly, then there might be 2. Well, it will be one. There'll be 2 more overs, I would have thought.
I think so.
202 for 6.
Lancashire got to 275 overs and 1 ball. Derbyshire got there in 64.4, but I think I'd rather have been Lancashire than Derbyshire. Because Derbyshire have lost 6 wickets getting there. I think they'd only lost 3, hadn't they? Lancashire on day 1 by the time they got to 200. Something like that, anyway.
I'll take your word for it.
Yes, it was 3. Here's Wells in and bowls to Guest, who just clips that one into the leg side for a single. Anderson fields. Guest moves on to 52, 203 for 6. 106 more runs needed to avoid the follow-on target. Because even if they fall just short, they won't enforce the follow-on, I don't think.
No.
I mean, if it's 153, 154, something like that, as that one's wide of the off stump and left alone by Anuj Dahl. Another bonus point for Lancashire, of course. They're now on to 4. With the power to add 1 more. Derbyshire 47 away from their first batting bonus point. That seems a long way away. As Wells is in to Guest, goes back, turns it into the leg, to Dahl, turns it into the leg side. Picks up another single. Moves to 16, 204 for 6. Hardly set out to the mid-wicket boundary. Balderson at the deep backward square leg. Rope as well. Anderson Phillip is at on the cover boundary. This one's turned into the leg side and down towards ball. Is it Balderson? That it is.
Yeah.
It has been. And they pick up another single. Guessed to 53. 204. 205 for 6. 2 balls to go. And Wells over. But Dahl tries to pull it round the corner. Did he get a bottom edge on that? If he did, the keeper stood no chance. It's a dot ball. It was a long way down the leg side, and he just tried to turn it down to a very fine leg, but Hurst got across nicely to at least block it. As Wells completes his 6th over with a delivery that's defended by Dahl straight back to him. 1 more over to go to this morning then. 205 for 6. Guest has 53. Dahl has 16. The damage done in that George Balderson over, the wicket, double wicket maiden, where he dismissed Morley, the night watchman, for 41, and Martin Anderson for a 4-ball duck.
And will it be Balderson, or will they try something different here? By the looks of it, it might be a little bit of Josh Bohannon. It is, yeah.
Well, half of it's bald, isn't it? Not the sun bit, though. Come on, Josh. First of all, seen him without a helmet or a cap on.
Yes. So a bit of Bohannon's off spin, just for an over before a lunch break.
Breeze is getting up, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll have to close those windows at lunch. Here we go then, final over, and a bit of Bohannon and then some off spin. He's thrown that outside the off stump, and Guest just rocks onto the front foot, offers the pad. It was past that, past the keeper. Gathered by Jennings, he's at slip. The short leg in place as well. Bohannon in. It's a quick delivery that to Guest. Again, he's left it wide of off stump. So 4 to go before the break. In once more to Guest. Again, a wide delivery. And not having much interest in that. Batted so calmly so far. What's he getting out here?
7th bowler used by Lancashire.
Bohannon. Oh, that's a nice delivery. That's just gone past the edge of the bat. I presume they're claiming for just a little bit of a nick to the keeper. It's just slid on past the edge of the bat. I presume that's what the appeal was for. It was taken by Hurst, but it's a nice delivery by Bohannon. And again to Guest. Jabbed away towards mid-off, and there's no run.
I'm hoping it was for a nick, because the man at extra cover appealing for a stumping is a little bit outrageous.
Yes, he had dragged himself forward, but I'm assuming his back foot was over the line. Again, just played away into the leg side for no run, and that's the end of the over. Well, it was worth a little goal, wasn't it, by Bohannon? And he wasn't far away from anyone just to snick the edge of the bat. But it is lunch, and it's 205 for 6 at lunch, with Brooke Guest unbeaten on a very tidy 53. Anuj Dahl on 16. But the double wicket maiden over from George Balderson has just given Lancashire a little extra spring in their step heading towards the lunch break. Work to do still, of course, for Derbyshire. There's still a decent away from following the follow on. So 253 behind. But that's lunch, day 3. 205 for 6 Derbyshire. We'll catch you in about 40 minutes.
My guest on this edition of Beyond the Boundary is somebody who's been synonymous with Lancashire cricket for over 60 years. Started as a player in the 60s, went on to captain the side, play for England, then became an umpire, first-class umpire, coached Lancashire, coached England, and became one of the 21st century's fantastic and best broadcasters. It is David Lloyd. David, it's great to see you. Where did it all begin then?
Well, back in 1965, and it began on the ground, and it's obvious is that, but when you played for Lancashire boys, you played here, which is a great place when you've got the committee and the coaches or whoever who can see the young talent coming on. We played right at the corner, right at the end, next to the pavilion, the old pavilion, and I did all right. So it was North v South, did okay. And then Lancashire versus Yorkshire and Cheshire, and did okay.
It was a fair trek in then when you when you used to start as a junior professional. Felt like it was a fair trek in from Accrington in the 60s.
It were 3 buses for a start. You know, when buses upstairs, it were for smokers. Now I've never smoked in my life. I had the filthy habit. But you always wanted to go upstairs to sniff these blokes smoking these senior service and Capstan full strength. And you put your kit bag, if you remember, when you got on the bus, there was like a well. So you put your kit bag in, there was no chance of anybody nicking it. It was always there when you got to Moseley Street. And then I think I caught the 48 bus up to close by the football ground and then had to walk. But I wasn't the only one. There were lots of us came in that same sort of journey.
And you came into a Lancashire environment. I think, let's be fair, in the early mid-60s, Lancashire weren't in a period of success, but they had some fantastic players. One of the finest bowlers of all time in Brian Statham, for one. Jeff Puller, Ken Higgs, Jack Bond was around.
Do you know, it's an absolute mystery. When you look at the calibre of players, you think there's some wonderful players, but you're dead right, we couldn't bat. We couldn't get runs. And Statham and Higgs got 100 wickets each, and I think we finished second bottom. And it was always... The laws of the game, or the structure of the competition was really odd. They kept chopping and changing, and I recall that you had to come out at 65 overs, you had to come out at 100 overs and declare 3-day matches, uncovered pitches. So you were always sort of manufacturing games to fit the 3 days, because inevitably, particularly here, we were losing so much to the weather. You look at Old Trafford now and the drainage, which is state of the art. Back in the 60s, it was just natural soil. And if it rained, you'd deluge and puddles everywhere. You just didn't play. And so we were always constantly manufacturing games over a 3-day period on uncovered pitches. Mm.
What about your first impressions then of Brian Statham and Jeff Puller? Brian was captain in the 60s, fantastic bowler, but not perhaps the best captain.
Well, we used to, Tommy Greenuff and I, and sometimes we'd play together. And Tommy used to say, we'll be coming on any time now. I said, how do you know that? He says, because the 48 bus has just gone past. He says, at 5 to 1, we usually come on when that goes past. So, and it's uncanny. That's the number of times that you get that last over before lunch. If the seamers had bowled first up in the morning. But Statham was a wonderful man. He was a fantastic man. And he just led by example, really. Jeff Puller was brilliant, absolutely magnificent. He's a left-handed opening batter. Here's this kid from Accrington coming in, batting at number 8, showing a bit of promise. And he would know that he's going to elevate, this young kid's going to elevate, and eventually he'd open the batting, which is what I did. But Jeff helped me all the way. He looked after me.
Was cricket your first love? Because you were a good footballer and all?
No, it still isn't my first love. I like horse racing, golf and football. I'm an absolute football fanatic. I love football, particularly lower league football. And I still go and watch whenever I can. York City, I live over York Way now, so we go and watch York City. I'm a season ticket holder there. They're in National League North. And even now, I take my boots with me, thinking I might get a do, because they're not very good. And And of course, Accrington Stanley is my club.
But you were synonymous with the resurrection of Accrington Stanley, weren't you?
Yeah, I was the director for a while, and then my mate bought the club. And he pulled me on one side and he said, I've got some bad news. He said, I know you're a director. He said, but I'm sacking all the directors. I don't want any of them. I'm running the show. I said, thank you. Thank you. It's costing me a fortune, this. Because if one of the players, and this is in the bad old days, if he got subbed and wanted a shower and went and put the shower on, the floodlights went off. So we had to have a new electric system and so on. But we've now got a cracking club.
It's a bit different now. I've read in the papers this week that there's going to be a new champagne bar.
Yeah, it
Not
is
something
brilliant.
that is synonymous with Accrington.
No,
champagne.
I think that'll struggle, really. We've got it's a conference centre, which is, I think it's 400 or 450. Hospitality and conference centre, which is bang on. And now we've never had it tarmac. We've got tarmac up there now, which is great when you drive your car in. But your cracking club now, Andy Holt is the owner, the chairman, and he's done a brilliant job.
Let's just come back to Lancashire and the late 60s. There was a sea change in Lancashire's performances. It was the start of a fantastic era of one-day success. What triggered that?
I think the club had in the 60s, there was this unrest. And then we got a great chairman. I mean, gregarious, right up front, a bloke called Cedric Rhodes. And he shook the place. He absolutely shook it up. And, you know, a lot of things you'd say, I didn't like that about Cedric, and I didn't like that about Cedric, but he was here every day, fully hands-on. And he gave the club a real shake. And then Jack Bond took over as captain. When they were scratching their heads, thinking, who should we make captain? Jack
to
was
replace,
in the twos.
Replace Statham.
It'd be to replace Brian Statham.
Yeah.
And I think they advertised in the Telegraph for a captain. That might have been before Brian Statham. But Bondy was playing in the twos. And they give him the job. And I would think that would be short term at the time. But it coincided and corresponded with a lot of young lads coming from club cricket. And you were playing Saturday, Sunday club cricket, league cricket, knockout cricket. We all came together from different areas. Lads from down St Helens, Ken Shuttleworth, lads from up Mosley Way, Staley Bridge, John Sullivan, Harry Pilling, lads from down Lancashire League, myself, and latterly Jack Simmons. And it clicked. And suddenly we got a one-day team playing one-day cricket to full houses. And they were glory days, real glory days. When you consider Sunday League, I think you started at 2 o'clock. You've got to finish your first innings at 4:10. Be 16, 20,000 on here. And again, when you do interviews like this, you can recall there were no advertising boards. They didn't have any. They weren't that sort of. It wasn't that sort of club. There'd be half a dozen people would work in the offices. That's it. And so the crowd used to spill onto the pitch with a boundary rope, and the crowd behind the boundary rope, and you could have 4,000 or 5,000 people sat on the ground. And so it was a great atmosphere. I mean, a fortress right on top of you, the crowd.
What was Jack Bond's secret then? Because
Man management.
And undoubtedly, he had some good players,
Yeah.
or some good players who were starting to come to the fore. I'm thinking of Lever and Shuttleworth and Lloyd and Wood. And the overseas players, Clive Lloyd and Farouk Engineer.
Yeah.
But Bondy's big secret, man management.
He got the great name, Bond. That was what he did. He bonded a team together. He was totally unselfish. And if we were in a jam, he'd go in and sort of stick it out, grind it out. If we were flying, he'd drop down and send John Sullivan or anybody else to give it a whack, Simo and David Hughes. So he was honest, unselfish, and great man management. I mean, he managed me. I could get a bit volatile, and he could manage me, no problem.
You say you were volatile, David, yeah, and that stuck with you probably through your career and probably still a little bit in your life now. But you've obviously learned to temper yourself. How much of an influence was Jack Bond on you in your future, not only as a cricketer, but when you became captain and then coach, then an umpire? How much did Jack Bond influence you?
He was a massive influence, and two others at the club were massive influences, Edward Slinger and Bob Bennett. They were great influences, and they knew how to calm me down, how to sort of shut me up a little bit, as did Jack. But Jack must have seen something to push me as captain, because he was going to retire, and he told me that, follow me, watch what I do. And we went on holiday together, actually, and he said that, you know, you'll probably be captain, and you've got to pick things up, and you've got to learn how to step back a bit. I'm a lot better than I used to be. I think I'm all right now. You know, Jack believed in me for a start, but I've got to tell you a funny story. We went, at the end, when he was retiring, he was finishing, and I'm getting wind that I'm going to be captain. We go to Germany on an end-of-season jolly to, I think I'm in Frankfurt or somewhere, and this is an end-of-season jolly to end all end-of-season jollies. And we sort of celebrated every night well into the night. He's made me captain for this next game. So at night time, I thought I've got to get to bed, got to go to bed early. And I start mapping out on bits of paper where fielders should stand and so on. The morning after, we turn up and I was like, captain, here we go, get yourself sorted out. There's only two turned up. So we tossed up, well, we'll have a bat. And we batted like, it's 35 over game, batted like, and kept looking, is there anybody else going? And then Harry Pilling and John Sullivan staggered out of a room. Keith Goodwin, he spent all, it's like an army camp, he spent all day saluting all the soldiers, because he used to be in the army, and waving aeroplanes off, so I couldn't get him to the ground. And we shored up, I think it was me and Edward Slinger, rather me and Edward, and me and Bob Bennett, who opened the batting and just had to shore things up. And I've got all these bits of paper in my pocket as to where I could put my fielders. I only got two.
I don't know. It's not quite like that now. I'll tell you. So that was basically after a very successful period. Lancashire had won the Gillette Cup 3 years on the trot, John Player League twice, and you then became captain in '73, following on from Jack, and were captain relatively young, weren't you?
Yeah,
what were you, 25, 26?
20, I might have been 26, 27. And we were just on the wane, you know, just on the cusp, right, you know, just on our sell-by date, if you will. And, you know, you're missing Clive. Clive, if West Indies were here, that's it, gone. And you didn't replace. You didn't say, oh, we'll get somebody else in for 3 or 4 weeks. And so, you know, we lost the kingpin player, lost the number one. Farouk, God bless him, what a wonderful character within the team, belligerent batsman, brilliant wicket keeper, just coming to the end. And so we did all right, and we continued Gillette Cup success, getting to finals. I think you've done great if you get to finals, particularly at that time in the 70s. If you keep getting to finals, you're doing something right. And during my time, we got to 3.
You won it again in 75.
Won it in 75. In 74, 76, we were just on the wrong end. We played Kent. And I think Alan Knott was man of the match. He got 15. And it was one of them dismal, nasty, horrible days and horrible pitch. And the game didn't happen, really. And we got beat by Northants as well. Although Northants at that time had a really good side. They had a good team.
But Lancashire, let's say since '68, have had various 11s, teams that have been hugely successful in one-day cricket and have only ever won the county championship once. Yeah. Why is that? Why? Is it the glamour of one-day cricket, do you think?
Partly. In the early days, with uncovered pitches, particularly on this side, and I know you can say, well, Yorkshire were very successful on the east side. We the rain comes up here and it drops buckets on Old Trafford. And that definitely hampered us from the players that we had. But I mentioned Cedric Rhodes, and from the club perspective, he would make us fully aware that one-day cricket pays the rent. You know, we're filling the ground every time we play a one-day game, and you're winning. And spectators are clamouring for tickets, sold out every time. So we were under no illusions that one-day cricket was priority at the club. And if you did okay in Championship cricket, good. You know, you did all right. Yeah, you're doing all right. We had, I know we had one year where we were second and pushing to be champions. And we had a rain-curtailed game, final match down at Sussex. And it didn't just happen. And Tony Gregg, I think, were captain at Sussex at the time. And we just didn't push on and finished up 4th. But we had a really good season then. But one-day cricket was the king.
On a personal level, your cricket playing, it's a long time ago now, but it tends to get pushed back into the periphery because you've done so much in the game. But you had an England career which was perhaps too short, just less than 10 games, but you averaged 42 as an opener. Were you frustrated that you didn't play more for England and do better as an individual?
No, I thought I'd run my race, my time were up really. I'd only get into that team if Geoffrey Boycott wasn't around. Dennis Amis was a fantastic player. John Edrich had opened and had just dropped down. So, you know, these are stellar players. And Boykes, for whatever reason, got injured when I got into the team. So I'm in form. They're looking for an opener. I got in, did all right. And of course I averaged 42, which helps when you got 214 not out in one knock. That don't half help, get the average up. And so I went to Australia. I'd never really been out of England. Had a ball. We had a great time, great tour, great opponents, and they beat us 4-1 because they were far better. But I knew at the end of that, you know, once, and I come back with an injury, with a neck injury, which has reared its head like you wouldn't believe in this last 12 months. And I knew that if I wasn't fit and I wasn't in form, they'd look somewhere else, which they did.
Did you think to yourself then that the step up to international level was perhaps, unless you were playing at your very, very best, was just a bit beyond you?
Yeah, I did. You know, when I played here in England against India and Pakistan, I felt, yeah, well at home. Yeah, I'm good enough for this. But when we went to Australia, you come up against Rodney Marsh, who's recently passed away, the Chappells, Thompson and Lilly, Max Walker, and Ashley Mallett. You know, that were tough. And they were better than us, which is how it is. If they win 4-1, and we had good players, but they were better than us. I'm just thinking that you know, your formative experiences coming from Accrington, playing for Lancashire, your time under Jack Bond, your time as a leader for Lancashire, and then your time playing as an opening bat for England. Probably set you in really good stead for what you were going to do in future. You went to be an umpire, and then you went to be a coach. Did you have a career path planned? Definite.
And you really wanted to be, I mean, you were on the verge of becoming an international umpire when you went back into coaching.
Yeah. In my latter stages, so in my early 30s, early to mid 30s, I finished when I was 36. And I always said I wish I'd have finished when I was 32. And I'd gone in to see Chris Hassel when I was 32 and said, look, I'm thinking of calling a day because I want to do this. And he said, we'd like you to carry on. I carried on to 36, which was a mistake. I could have done 2 years, could have done to 34. But there were two things, that coming back from England and realising I'm just going to be a county player, I changed my game. I started being a bit of a dasher, where I was careful, building innings, you know, leave the ball. I started going after it, and I thoroughly enjoyed that. And the other thing that when I was 30s, I took all my coaching badges, which is the best thing I did whilst I was playing. I did all this whilst I was playing. And you know what I'm like. I'm coming back from these coaching winters, which are tough, down at Lillishall.
Yeah.
Real tough. And I'm wanting to put all these ideas into place. And Bondi and Sav, just shut up. You just look, you just sit. Well, just sit down. We're not interested. We're not interested. But I got all these badges, and
you were always a great thinker about the game, a great theorist, and you developed into a wonderful innovator, didn't you? Through your time as Lancashire coach initially.
Love that. First up, I came with David Hughes. Yozza and Alan Ormrod had parted company. I think Alan had gone. Hughesy was here, and I came in and looked after the twos. And that was a great time. I enjoyed that. Then Yozza left, and I was elevated to do the job. And so I was in cahoots with the groundsman, a bloke called Peter Marron. Pete Marron, me and him, and we had a dressing room attendant, called Ron Spriggs. So I used to get in here. So we're in the pavilion, all this side. And I wanted an office. I wanted to be away, but, if I want to pull a play, I want to come in here, I want to sit down. And Pete Marron made me an office in the defunct urinals. And so he boarded these urinals up and proper lavish, but blocked them all off. And that was my office. It was brilliant. Right at the back of the pavilion, overlooking the police station and the town hall. And so every morning I'd get in here at 7:30. And Pete Marron and Ron Spriggs would come up and sit with me, with three of us round the table. And it sort of reminds me of like Bill Shankly and the boot room at Liverpool. And Spriggs would make the tea, big pint pots of tea, put them down. And Spriggs would sit down. He said, "Have you seen that lad in the twos?" He said, "He should be in the first team. I don't know how you're not picking him." And so Ron Spriggs thought he were picking the team. But it was, round the dressing room, I think I hit them hard, the players at that time, because I had all these slogans round the dressing room, all, commitment, character, charisma, all over there. And they're coming in and what that. I said, that's what we are. That's what we are. I had a sign also, "This is Old Trafford."
You were ahead of your time in that, though, really, I think, in terms of coaching. I think you innovated that sort of approach. I remember you playing music to the players as well.
Yeah, a little bit.
Stir them up or calm them down, whichever.
Yeah, stir them up. But when you say you play music, there were little clips, like a minute and a half, nothing more than that. And then I got them all to choose their own clip and play that. And so I wanted them to go out. I wanted to run down the steps at Old Trafford and flipping charge onto the field and let everybody know, particularly the Oppo, that we're here for business. That's what we do. And the one thing I said to the lads, I didn't say a lot. I said, we might not be the best batters, we might not be the best bowlers, but we will be the best fielders. We work like stink on fielding and fitness, so that we're just swarming all over them in the field. And that, I always, particularly one-day cricket, I had lads like Gary Yates, Peter Martin, young Glenn Chappell, Ian Austin, my lad Graham, Neil Fairbrother, Crawley, Atherton, Gallion, name them all.
Fantastic team, that.
Brilliant team. I said, in one-day game, you switched on. I said, there'll be one moment that we have to win. It's that moment of magic. That when somebody picks the ball up and runs him out. And I'll never forget, played Yorkshire on here, big game. Darren Lehman. He's probably the best overseas player they've had. And I said, we run him out. He's got a bit of weight, look at him, tubby. He's a bit tubby. I said, we run him out. I said, he'll want to get to the other end. We run him out. I said, if he's on strike, ball 5-6, tighten up, infield, tighten it up. We're running him out. Forget the other geezer, run him out. And it were our Graham. It was rapid. Graham was rapid. You wouldn't think
low
so.
To the ground as well.
He was low to the ground, and he picked. And I'm on that balcony there, across the other side, And as soon as he's pushed, you know, he's sort of back foot, which he's got another yard to make up, because he's on the back. He's pushed it, and Graham's moved round at cover like slow motion. And I've got hold of the edge of the... And run him out! And he hit the stumps full on. And he would get no DR, none of that business, and we'll go to the umpire upstairs, and the square leg umpire give him out. And I'm jumping about on the balcony.
You had a very talented team. I don't think there's ever been a good coach of a bad side, has there?
No.
But
no.
let's forget that.
Yeah.
You were a good coach of a good team.
We forgot a bloke called Akram.
Oh, yeah, he was quite good. Yeah, well, there you go. If you have him, you've got 2 players in one, and one of the best ever, haven't you?
Well, I get asked every time, I get asked, what's your best world 11 that you've seen? So I start at number 8, I just put Akram, and at number 9 I put Warren, and then build the rest of it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's just break off. Shane Warne recently died in tragic circumstances. For me, he was the best spin bowler I've ever seen, and one of the top 3 cricketers I've ever seen.
And a great bloke.
Top bloke.
Fantastic bloke.
Kind.
Yeah, very, very generous.
Yeah.
Great mate. I'll tell you how good a mate he is from the other end of the world. If you're in adversity, he'll ring you. He'll just give you a call. And so that was a tragedy, but he lived life to the full. Sleeping was a damn nuisance. And so the whole cricket world will miss him. And there's been some great players. There's been some of the greatest players haven't been the nicest people. This bloke was top drawer.
And you were always a great admirer of spin bowling as well, and spin bowlers. Would he be the best you've seen?
Yeah, he is. Murally.
Yeah, well,
he's right up there.
Yeah.
And when you talk about spin ball, he's talking spin. Rip it, make it go both ways, which both of them lads could do. And so he championed the game, did Shane Warne. Not just resting back and, you know, I'm a great bowler, look at me, I'm brilliant. He championed the game of cricket, he cared.
He'd control the game as well, wouldn't he?
Oh, aye.
He would come under his spell, whether you were on his side or more importantly, if you were against him.
He'd make damn sure that him at the other end is playing me, not the ball. He used to, I mean, when I was in England, when we'd play against him, I'd say, don't play him, play the ball. He'll be right into you, which he was. He loved that aspect of it. Just a stare and a chip and a bit of something.
And a hugely perceptive commentator in
brilliant.
Later
absolutely brilliant. Well. Big regret that he didn't become Australia captain. He couldn't become Australia captain. You know, he had a very colourful life, and he will be sorely missed.
Okay, back to you. Back to your coaching, which you did with considerable success for Lancashire. It wasn't long before you were recognised by the England hierarchy and appointed England coach. That must have been a fantastic time of your life.
It was, with Atherton as captain. You know, that was a good combo. And Raymond Illingworth was doing the whole job, if you remember. He was Supremo. But Illy was great. You know, when I came in and took over that side of things, of sort of preparing the team. So let's look at that time in the late 90s. The coach, I would expect him to...
Sorry to interrupt, but it's not a bad blueprint for where we are now with English cricket, the way it was then. Because we're basically rudderless at the moment, I think.
Yeah.
But anyway, go back to you.
Yeah, so Illy was doing everything. I came in to prepare the team. That's how it was. I always looked at, if I have to tell this bloke who's opening the batting for England how to hold the bat, there's something wrong. Yeah. But you prepare them to play, and you're giving them knowledge, strengths and weaknesses of the opposition. We had monitors and VHS videos, all that sort of thing of this is how he plays, these are his vulnerable points, this is you doing brilliantly, by the way. Put little clips on, and that worked, and that was different. Nobody else was doing it. Nobody was doing that sort of thing. But the main thing for me would be to prepare the team and then hand it over to Michael Atherton or Alex Stewart.
The captain.
Because he's running the show then. Yeah. There's nothing you can do over 5 days.
Were you not helped tremendously by the fact there was a influential, stable individual who was in charge of the ECB at the time? And that was Ian McLaurin.
Yeah, McLaurin was good. And he came in, and you could tell from his big business and Tesco's and chairman that he was a bit taken aback. And he had to...
What, by the... Yeah. Was there an amateurish nature?
Yeah, that's exactly
without
it.
being unkind?
Yeah, it needed to...
But you tried to bring it into the professional area. You've already said we did video analysis.
Yeah.
We prepared the play. We didn't coach them. We weren't technical with them.
No, but we had technical people, like as they do now. We had a bowling coach, batting coach, wicket-keeping coach who would work with the players. So if I'm head coach, I'm sort of preparing everything and organising everything, and then it's over to the captain who's not had to do anything with that. That's your job now, the team. You work the team tactically. You can't start, as I did with Winkers, start shouting, move him round there. Atherton, Stewart, or whoever, captain's the side. No, if you don't like the captain, change him. But that's the way that it was.
But weren't you, in conjunction with Ian McLaurin, instrumental in bringing in central contracts?
No, I wanted...
You wanted
behind the scenes, it were always central contracts, but there was no money. They didn't have the money. And then there became a big sea change in the year 2000 when broadcast deals started up. And that's when England got on a level footing with the rest of the world with central contracts. Whereas players were... It's not just to play for England is an icing on the cake. Playing for England is your job. That's what you do for a living. And that's where you get your money. And now, fabulously, they're well paid. Cricketers are pretty well paid.
Who do you have, Anderson or Statham?
Oh,
To Lancashire.
Well, number one, I'd say I want both of them for a kick-off. Anderson or Statham. Uncovered pitches. Anderson or Statham.
You can't pick, can you?
You can't.
Really,
You can't.
them? I mean,
Do you know?
I know Jimmy's career in numbers is far superior to Brian's.
Yeah.
But
in Test match numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, not in career numbers. Brian got 2,500 wickets.
Yeah. But about the same pace. About 85, lively enough, deadly accurate. Statham, in uncovered pitches, used to knock a little channel out. We're not talking about pitches with loam and clay, just the soil of the area. He'd knock a little strip out because of the accuracy.
The size of a dinner mat, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, and Jim's the same. Yeah, it's that God-given talent that they bowl that length that is so awkward for any batter. There's a magic length. It's a span of about that.
It's the length that says to the batsman, do you play forward
or do I play back? And by the time you've made your mind up, you've nicked it.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's simple, but so hard to do.
Yeah.
Don't mind you not being definitive on that, that's fine. You've been in the game, as I said earlier, and we'll come to the end of this shortly, in best part of 60 years, in all your guises. And your broadcasting and your speaking has sort of sat in the background for a lot of it, obviously not in the last 20 years, but you'll have seen an inordinate number of cricketers. And I'll put you on the spot now. I want you to tell me who you think is the best player you've seen who played for England for a start.
Kevin Peterson.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, number one, Kevin Peterson.
Because he could just bend everybody to his will and
do extraordinary things. And from the job that we did, he got you on the edge of your seat. You know, powerful, big, tall, commanding. Reminded me a lot of Ted Dexter. Same sort of build and had a presence. And Peter, I don't know Peterson. I don't know Kevin Peterson at all, really. Just say hello to him. But as an England player, he was my number one. Graham Gooch, brave, thorough, dedicated. Jeffrey Boycott, get past that. You get past that flipping lot. And I've had that many up and downers with him.
Oof.
Oh, with Lancashire, Yorkshire like that.
Yeah.
But I still class him as one of my best mates.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're talking nonsense. I don't talk as much nonsense as you.
He's an awkward zone. So,
Oh, dear me.
but fanatical about the game, and does he ever talk sense about it?
Yeah. Yeah, well, he doesn't now because he's gone.
Yeah.
Must
well,
be crackers.
Anyway. Okay. Peterson, the best played for England, in general. Any country. Give me a player.
Batter?
Yeah, whatever.
Me three, I could qualify this and say the three favourite players are all West Indians.
Good.
Gary Sobers, Viv Richards, Brian Lara. Them three.
All left-handed batters as well.
Great players. Ricky Ponting. And there's the big debate that we can do it here in Lancashire's dressing room. You try and have this debate in Mumbai. Who's the best player, Sachin Tendulkar or Virat Kohli? Now, I've seen them both, I've worked on them both. Both unbelievably talented. And I've only got one place in my team. I've got one place at number 4, number 5, wherever. Who am I going to pick? Virat Kohli. Now, I've just alienated a country. They've got, but I'd have Virat Kohli, a real battler. I like that type of player. Another of my favourite players, Javed Miandad. Just a real battler. I get stuck in. Another of my favourite player. Now, I wanted to tell you.
No.
I wanted to tell you.
Tell me.
So, my favourite and all time, we've all talked batters there.
Yes.
Wasim Akram.
I was going to say,
Akram.
You've left Akram out.
Well, Akram,
And
every time.
Yeah, I think
And his mate, Wakar.
he was
great
phenomenal, Akram.
man. Wakar, brilliant man. The pair of them together.
Yeah.
Wasim and Wakar.
Yeah. Okay. Just before we say ta-ra, you've done everything in the game. I don't think there's anything you haven't done. Probably professionally scored the game, but that's by the by. Notching, yeah. So playing, captaining, coaching, umpiring, broadcasting, which element of your varied career have you enjoyed the most?
Well, at 75 years of age, broadcasting, although at the minute I'm out of work worldwide.
Won't be for long.
But, well, there's no better than playing, is there? Yeah. I loved umpiring. My lad umpires, my eldest lad, and I just said to him, don't take it too seriously. I said, because we've all been players and we're never out. Batters are never out, never. In this changing room, Livy comes up to me.
Well, he's never out, Livy.
Well, he comes up to me, and he's a flipping handy lad. Yeah. He can look after himself.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. It's the afternoon session on day 3 of this championship match between Lancashire and Derbyshire, with Lancashire in control. Derbyshire 205 for 6. Anuj Dal has 16. Brooke Guest has 53. George Balderson, hang on, they're starting. Tom Hartley bowls to Anuj Dal, who pushes it up to mid-on. George Balderson had the over of the innings before lunch when he nipped out both Jack Morley, the night watchman, and Martin Anderson, and a wicket maiden, just to tilt that pendulum towards Lancashire again. Derbyshire have got to get going once more as Dal drives to backward point. There's no run. Shepherd's pie didn't materialise.
Sorry about that.
Well, no, it was all right because we had potatoes and we had lamb. I think we had all the ingredients for shepherd's pie, not necessarily in the right order. This one is pushed down. It was delicious. Again, that's 3 in a row. Magnificent. The welcome we get, the food we get. It's no wonder Old Trafford's #1 away from the county ground in Derby.
That and it's near your house.
I just thought I'd better say that. Next delivery from Hartley's pushed into the offside by Dal. Well, I was informed yesterday that we're not getting real-time screens in our commentary box in time for the Kent game, which is very disappointing. A bit tardy on behalf of the media team. Here comes Hartley again. That one is defended by Dal. He's on 16, as I say. Guest has 53. The deficit 253, which means Derbyshire need 104, I think, to avoid the follow-up. Hartley bowls, Dal defends. And the first over after lunch comes to an end without any kind of incident whatsoever. It's a maiden. It's the 7th maiden that Hartley sent down. 1/3 of his 21 overs have been maidens. He's got 1 for 43. Which means his other 14 overs have been really expensive. But the ones that haven't had any runs scored off them, terrific. He got no, he got 1 wicket yesterday. Wayne Madsen caught by wicketkeeper Hurst trying a cut shot when he was on 14. There's applause because, and it's not Jimmy Anderson sized applause, it's Anderson Phillip sized applause, because he's going to come on from the James Anderson end. It's just a shame he didn't get a chance to bowl at Martin Anderson from the James Anderson end, but he didn't. Martin didn't hang around too long, sadly. Is James out there? He must be. Oh, he's at mid-off. Mid-on, rather. That's him, is it? No, I don't think that is him. I think that's Luke Wells.
No.
Well, he's a knight of the realm. He's allowed to be.
Quite right. In comes Anderson Phillip. Balls to Brooke Guest, who plays a forward defensive, and there is no run. No, he's not there, is he?
No. Of course, it means that somebody else is.
Jack Blatherwick.
Is that the number 4?
It is.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's all right. Yeah, no Jimmy. So Jack is out at deep square leg.
Let's take his antacids after lunch. At his age, I know what it's like.
Outrageous. 205 for 6. Anderson Phillip into Guest, driven away firmly towards mid-off. Marcus Harris throws in, almost takes Brooke Guest off his feet. They've got through for a single. 206 for 6 brings Anuj Dal on strike. So Jack Blatherwick at lunch. He was out with Craig White, Lancashire's bowling coach, during the lunch break. I presume he'll be in and around Lancashire's T20 squad. He went on loan to Durham, actually, Jack Blatherwick, a week or so back. It's a forward defence by Anuj Dal to mid-wicket, and there's no addition to the score.
My commiserations to him.
He played him, I think it was a 2-game loan signing. I think he played in one of them, I think. Yet to feature for Lancashire this season. 206 for 6. So Dal on 16. 1 slip, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, 2 mid-wickets, and the deep square leg and fine leg. Anderson Phillip in and bowls, and Anuj Dal looking to try and cut that away, but playing a miss and taken by Hurst. And there's no run. He started off this morning, Anderson Phillip, bowling from the Brian Statham, and then bowled quite a lot of short stuff. He was trying to rough up the night watchman in particular, Jack Morley. He managed to sway and duck out the way of most of it.
Smallest man in the Derbyshire side, I would have thought. Didn't have to sway too much.
Phillip into Dal. Turn to the leg side again. He's playing slightly across the line of that with the ball angled in towards him, and he got Keaton Jennings and Matty Hurst excited as it was clipped out to the leg side and stopped by Bohannon. He was in deep conversation with George Bell, maybe 10 yards apart, 2 catching mid-wickets. 206 for 6. He's resting his bat on his right shoulder, Anuj Dal, and waits for Anderson Phillip, who's very casually, gently strolling back to his mark.
+2.
And He's in to bowl. Short, swatted down to the leg side by Dahl. Fielded by Bohannon. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. 206 for 6. They resumed this morning, and it was 112 for 4, wasn't it?
Yep.
This morning?
Yeah, it was.
I'm just saying that out loud so I can make a note of it.
Yeah, 112 for 4 with Guest on 14.
Thank you.
And Morley on 4.
Thank you.
Morley out for 41, so putting 37 on this morning for his career best. And adding 76 for the 5th wicket. And then Martin Anderson's duck, of course, rather unfortunate. Trap leg before wicket, also by Balderson. Brooke Guest back on strike. A little roundup of what's happened. Short leg and a slip, the close catches for the left arm spin of Hartley, and there's a sweep shot that goes very, very fine. Phillip is there, throws it back in, but Dahl is quick and gets it through for the single relatively comfortably in the end, and Guest moves to 55, 207 for 6. It's all done affectionately, this ribbing. I don't mean between us, that's real, but me and the players. Just trying to amuse myself as much as anything. Going to go round the wicket to Dahl. Here's Tom Hartley. Similar, if not the same, field. And that is pushed out into the offside, where it's fielded by Josh Bohannon. Had an over before lunch.
He did. Yeah.
And there was one good shout. A couple of quite wide deliveries as well, but just trying something a little bit different. Harris, as this next delivery goes back and cuts, does Dahl towards the cover boundary. That's Keaton Jennings, isn't it?
That's Jack.
Oh, that's I saw the straight line. I'm annoyed with myself. I didn't think Jennings would be there. He's at slip, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
Doing some remarkable charades to Harris. I think he wants a mid-wicket in, and he's going to get one. Because Bell is moving out of short leg and into, actually it's more of a square leg, just slightly in front of square. He's also got a man immediately behind him on the boundary. As this next delivery is swept again. I'm not sure if he's made much contact with that one. Brooke Guest has it. Well, he's made enough contact with it to pick up a single. Moves to 56, 209 for 6. The deficit below 250 now. Very exciting. 100 required to avoid the follow-on. That's how many the last 4 wickets have to get. 25 apiece, easy as Dahl turns this next delivery from Hartley into the leg side. The 70th over of the Derbyshire innings goes Hartley again. Back goes Dahl, pushes it out into the offside. Bohannon moves to his left to field, and the over comes to an end. 3 from that one. Guest has moved on to 56. Dahl has 17, and Darbishire are 209 for 6. 149 runs behind in total. No, 249 runs behind in total, with another 100 required to avoid that follow-on target. The closer they get to that, the less likely it becomes, even if they don't reach it, that Lancashire would ask them to bat again. They'd probably go out and just swipe the ball to all parts and then hope that they can make inroads. What, after an hour or so tomorrow, something like that, possibly.
Here is Anderson Phillip into Brooke Guest. Defends it on the bounce back to the bowler, who leaps up high to his right to stop it.
I'd never really watched him closely before that delivery, and he almost stops as he gets to the crease, as he leaps in the air in his delivery stride. He almost stops. Unless that was just that delivery and it's attracted my attention. Oh, the over eight's now +4.
Good effort.
Yeah. That means overall we're about +8 for the match, so we'll probably be able to go home tomorrow at lunchtime. It'll all be over.
Here is Philip in, balls again, forward goes Guest and defends.
He didn't stop. Perhaps he just needed to adjust his feet. Quite often a bowler will just run straight through the crease if he's not 100% happy. The runners must have finished. The helicopter's gone.
Well, it's all gone quiet, isn't it?
Yeah. Back to normal. Crane with the red light on top of it. To the right.
Anderson Phillip over the wicket, balls to Guest. Defender back. Down past the bowler. Bouncing past the stumps at the non-striker's end and picked up by Lou Wells, who comes around from middle.
When you go over the Thirlwell Viaduct at night and you look to your right if you're travelling north and you see Manchester, it's just a massive red lights, isn't it, on top of the very tall buildings. The airport not too far away from the city centre, I suppose. But it's changed a lot over the years. An Armour lad.
Phillip balls to Guest, pulled. Pace taken off it by Bell at mid-wicket. Blatherwick comes around to complete other fielding. Guest moves to 57. 210 for 6. Yeah, we can just see the city centre away to our right, can't we? If we look from the
impressive
commentary box, and viewers on Lancs TV seeing the high-rise buildings.
That really big one. I've never been in it. I wouldn't like to go to the top of that, really. I'm not good with heights. That is very high.
Phillip to Dahl, taken off his hip and just swatted down towards fine leg for a single this time. Moves to 18, 211 for 6. Would the balcony be a bit too high?
Yes,
yeah, okay,
it would if I was leaning over it. Yeah, I'm all right looking down from here, knowing that there's a very large panes of safety glass. I assume it's safety glass. I'm going to tell myself it's safety glass.
Yeah, stay clear of the TV country then.
Yeah, I just don't really like. Not good at going up a ladder.
It's a good excuse for not doing DIY though. Phillip in, balls to Guest. That's turned to the leg side. Bell goes scampering after it. And Blatherwick comes up from square leg to field. And there's a single taken. It's the end of the over. 212 for 6.
I don't like heights to the point where I wish I was slightly shorter than I am. I tell you how much Manchester's changed a lot, but this ground, and we've talked about how much it's changed. The first time I came to this ground, I was in the press box where the new hotel is, because the pitch was 90 degrees and we used to sit in there. That's a long time ago. I used to come to the ground with an old colleague, Graham Lovett, who may or may not be watching and listening. If you are, Graham, hope all is well. That was a few years ago now. Tom Hartley to continue from the Statham end. Over the wicket to Brooke Guest, who sweeps and picks up a single. Ball goes down to deep backward square leg. That's Balderson down there, potentially. He's been fielding in that position for quite some time over the course of the day when he hasn't been bowling. Hartley blows into his hand around the wicket to Dahl, who goes forward and pushes it out to Bell on the offside in his fielding pads. A word of encouragement from George Bell to Tom Hartley. I just caught that in the background. And Hartley's in again. Dahl pushes it out into the offside where it's fielded by George Bell. Just the three of them. It was a bit like yesterday when the ball, when it went into the field, always seemed to go to Harry Kane. George Bell is the man who's attracting it in this over. And he doesn't field this one. It bounces about a yard and a half to his left, having been hit into the ground by Anuj Dahl, so Bahanan, who wasn't too far behind Bell does the fielding on this occasion. Neat and tidy over as you'd expect from Hartley, who's in, bowls to Dal, who defends. Hartley does the fielding off his own bowling. Very, very welcome sign of not too many fielders out there practicing their golf swings, which you tend to see on days like today. As Hartley is in, Dal drives into the ground. This one goes to Bohannon, and the over comes to an end. 1 run from it, 23rd over from Tom Hartley, 213 for 6.
My favourite of that this year was Miles Hammond, who within the first 10 minutes of day 1, when Lancashire were batting, was practicing a golf swing.
That is too early.
It was
yeah.
right at the start of the match.
You can almost forgive them in the afternoon session of day 3 with their minds wandering to what they'll be doing on Tuesday on their day off, but yeah, not on day 1.
Give a big chuckle. Keaton Jennings has just sprinted off.
Ah, right, Anderson's back on, isn't he? It's slip.
Ah, yes, yeah. New ball's not far away, is it? 8 overs away. Second new ball. Here comes Anderson Phillip. In and balls to Brooke Guest. Plays forward to defend this delivery. Marcus Harris is at mid-off to field and there's no run.
Well, quietly, these two have put on 31.
Steady away, yeah.
From just over 11 overs. I'll be pleased with that, I think. Run rate down to about, well, just a fraction under 3 and over the whole course of the innings. They did make a quick start.
They did.
Flashing the ball to all parts for a couple of overs. That soon stopped.
Phillip to Guest. It's turned into the offside. There's no run. Yeah, yesterday we were getting a bit distracted because obviously James Henderson, and that was kind of taking up quite a lot of my attention. And then you look up towards the scoreboard within 20 minutes of play, and there was 50 on the board already.
Yeah.
Absolutely rattled their way to that.
Well, just 29 balls for his 27, David Lloyd, and 14 balls for his 16. I think they were all boundaries from Caleb Jewell, and if they'd have carried on like that, not that it was ever likely to happen, goodness knows what Derbyshire would have done.
Phillip de Guest, driven through the offside, and decided to take a quick single. He's just on the push drive to cover, really. Balderson low to his right, trying to pick it up, and I think with the intention of maybe trying to see if they could run Brooke Guest out, but didn't collect it cleanly, and Guest had got through for 1. 214 for 6. Brings Dahl back on strike. He's 18 not out. Anderson Phillip is on his way again as Dahl waits. Short, pulled, bounces just to the right of the square leg umpire, the pull shot, and then skips along a pretty firm outfield. And Jack Blatherwick comes up from square leg to field. And the score moves on to 215 for 6.
To say at this point, Stefan enjoyed his toddler's gymnastics this morning. I'm sure he has it on Saturdays and Sundays. Stefan Schemmelt, who was with us yesterday. Well, the late Stefan Schemmelt, is what I like to call him. Almost made it for 11 o'clock.
Did he make the first ball?
No.
Ah, good effort. 215 for 6 in the balls. Short ball by Phillip, and Guest ducks underneath it and through to the keeper. There's no run.
Put in a couple of lengthy stints yesterday, though.
Yeah, he
fair play to him.
You know, I was pleased with that. He did help us out. And I was reading the report on the BBC Sport website and app, which Stefan wrote with. Well, it timed it nice, didn't it, with Jimmy taking a couple of wickets at the start there.
He was happy with that. His phantom boundary.
Final ball of the over. His Guest will push this away through the offside, and Balderson will go chasing after it in front of the hotel, but he won't reach it. And the ball beats him to it. Out towards the rope for 4. Quite a decent over that for Derbyshire, with 6 coming off it. 219 for 6. And Guest is bouncing along quite nicely here. He's 64 not out. And Derbyshire trail by 239. Our viewers on Lancs TV are seeing a very sad sight.
Oh dear.
Lanky, the giraffe, Lancashire's mascot. Dear me. Just using his extra long neck to peer over the balcony.
It's just on the hotel over
On
there.
the hotel
I think, isn't
balcony,
it?
yeah.
On the 3rd floor or 2nd floor.
He's got a room to himself,
Yeah.
room with a view.
Hartley begins in deep off. Ball pushed out to the offside by Dal. It'll liven up later, everybody. Don't worry. Stick with us.
Is there someone staying in that room? Is it just the
I think it's just him.
just Lanky the mascot?
Yeah, it's just him.
Just his room.
Hartley around the wicket to Dal, who cuts and is caught. A backward point by Anderson Phillip. What a tame dismissal, I'm afraid, for Anuj Dal, who goes for 19. Derbyshire's 7th wicket falls. They are 219 for 7. And Anuj Dal will look back on that with little fondness, I'm sure, after making 19 off 54 balls. No, 45 balls. But that was poor, wasn't it? Really.
It's gone for the cut shot, hasn't it? It's quite a thickish top edge. Takes it to Phillip. With backward point, just has to move a couple of paces to his left to take the catch.
Now anything could happen in the next half an hour.
Oh, excellent.
I assume it will be Zach Chappell coming out to bat. Then it'll be Ben Aitchison, and then unless Ben can't bat anymore, which seems unlikely, and then Blair Tickner. Zach Chappell was sent out as a pinch hitter in the 2nd innings down at Glamorgan last time out. Was out for naught. That was after last season, I think it was, being sent in a T20 match as a pinch hitter and being out first ball sweeping. So he can forget pinch hitting for a while, I think. Bless him, Zach Chappell, who has a high score in the 90s. I think it might be 90. I'll double check before I say what it is out loud. I should know because I saw it, because he scored it on his Leicestershire debut, his debut in first-class cricket, and he scored it against Derbyshire. It was 96, in fact. He has a 94 not out in List A cricket as well. So he is capable. He is capable. He averages in first-class cricket 20. And look at that defensive shot that he's playing. That's beautiful. I don't expect to see too many of those. Derbyshire's still, a little way away from the follow-on still, and he does defend the first ball. His right leg goes splaying out into the offside as he plays it.
Got a little extra bounce from that delivery, didn't he, Hartley, that got rid of Dal.
Whenever, as this next delivery is defended, it appears the more attacking you try to be, the more chance you have of getting out, which is sort of the nature of the pitch almost, isn't it? So it's a 3 runs and over maximum kind of pitch. If you try and push it on, as Hartley is in, bowls to Chappell, plays it out into the offside behind him fields, the more likely you are to make a mistake.
Yeah, Lancashire appeared to judge the kind of pace of their first innings pretty spot on.
Especially Wells, it was superb. And that one is turned into the onside by Chappell, who sees out the over. It's another wicket making.
Yeah, good stuff.
Gets the applause. So without the 141, it was, wasn't it, from Wells?
Yeah, 141.
You know, Derbyshire are less than 100 behind. It was such an important innings. Such an important innings. Now it's probably up to Brooke Guest to play the big innings in the Derbyshire side, but so much time has now gone from this game. We're already into the afternoon session on day 3, but it's difficult to see how it moves on if Derbyshire don't follow on.
Yes, it is. It's going to take Lancashire to bat pretty quickly, isn't it, in the second innings, and then obviously need a lot to go right. And as Phillip sets off and bowls to Guest, who's pulling and top edging for 6. He's barely on the fine leg boundary, and he's in the game for a minute.
Got his hand to it, I think.
I think he did. Certainly plenty of eyes spun round looking down to the fine leg boundary. And Brooke Guest would have been a wee bit concerned there as he's looking to see if that's got enough on it to clear Bailey, and it did in the end.
He thinks he's out, doesn't he? The moment he leaves his bat, he thinks he's out. Brooke Guest, so he has got away with one there.
Takes him to 72-2-5.
Tough about it, he has got his heels on the rope as well. It's not as though he's standing in.
In comes Philip, bowls again. Forward goes Guest. And defends to cover, there's no run. Yeah, it wouldn't need Lancashire to come out and back pretty quickly if they do that, and then some collapse from Derbyshire, isn't it, in the second innings for them to not secure a draw from this game.
We just have a moment for the first 6 of the match.
Yeah, quite. Yeah, good shout. Yeah, good shout.
I had to check, but there it is.
2-2-5 for 7. Philip into Guest, and that's defended to mid-on. There's no run. Yeah, he was certainly concerned, was Brooke Guest, when he went for that hook top edge. There's a look of, do I have enough? And then a sense of kind of modest relief, really. He didn't really put his head down and went back into his crease, but yeah, he was grateful that just had enough to clear Bailey, rather. I think did get maybe a fingertip on it. 225 for 7. And Anderson Phillip. He sets off again, balls to Brooke Guest, who plays defensively into the onside. There's no run.
Just done a bit of maths. This is the 230th, I think, over of the match.
Yeah.
In which we've had just 93 fours and 1 6. It's not a lot, is it? It seems to me, and I don't know what the stats are for a normal game or any other game or the average stats, but it just feels a little bit low. I mean, the Lancashire innings was 155 overs long, which is very long these days, isn't it?
Philip into Guest, pulled towards Jennings on the square leg boundary for a single. 226 for 7. Well, when he's speaking to Luke Wells on the first day, and he said, even though he batted beautifully, didn't he, with a century, but he was quite a awkward pitch to try and score quickly on. They took their time, didn't they, to put a good first innings score on the board. This allowed them to put Derbyshire under pressure, but there is that battle now, isn't there? It's more battle of time left in the match. 3 wickets still to get. Did they then come out and bat again? I probably think it's more likely that they would do. It's Philip Hunt to complete the over. And Zach Chappell defending. And keeps that one out that just nips back into him from Anderson Phillip, who's presumably not going to take the new ball again. I'm not sure he's had the new ball at all this season, Anderson Phillip. It looks like it, with it being just 5 overs away, it's going to be a Bailey-Anderson combination when a new ball becomes available for Lancashire to use.
Chappell with a half century and a couple of 30s to his name this season. As I say, more than capable. He's got his head on. And you would think with a deficit of 232, it concentrates the mind a bit. Although as a bowler, he might fancy the follow-on. He wouldn't have to go out and bowl later on this afternoon. We're going to see Josh Bohannon changing ends. A 1 over spell from the Sir James Anderson end, and now he begins another spell from the Brian Statham end. And he's in and bowls to Guest, who drives very pleasantly indeed. Is the fielder going to get round? He does. They're going to come back for 2 though. That's a nice piece of fielding down there by Hartley. Sliding around and keeping that leg up to make sure it didn't touch the boundary rope, because he was perilously close to it, but he did excellently down there. Guest moves to 73, 228 for 7. Next ball is just guided backward a square on the offside towards Anderson Phillip. No run.
I've been barely bowled a ball for 3 or 4 years. He's bowled in 4 of the first 6 matches this season.
Frontliner. That one's wide of the off stump. Left alone by Brooke Guest. Had he had shoulder trouble? Because I know Madsen used to bowl a bit and then he stopped bowling completely because of a bit of shoulder trouble. I think he's bowled once this season. Full toss that's bunted away. And for 4 runs, there's a despairing dive by Bailey down there to our right. And Brooke Guest capitalising to move to 77. And his 7th 4 to go along with that rather fortunate 6. Derbyshire up to 232 for 7. Bohannon's in again. That one's wide of the off stump.
When he first got into Lancashire's teams, that would be 2018, I think, was his debut season. He bowled some kind of medium pace, Bohannon, but then quickly put that to bed, you know, concentrate on his batting.
I'm not doing that again.
Yeah.
Next delivery is pushed into the leg side by Guest. Bailey Fields, end of the over, 232 for 7, trailing by 226.
So yeah, I remember maybe a season or two has been a bit of a kind of medium pace, come on, 5th choice type thing, you know. But then kind of melted away, and he obviously rapidly became a very, very good batter and secured number 3 in the team, and that was it. And that was it. I don't think he may have gone 2 or 3 seasons without bowling, and then re-emerged last year. I think he had to complete an over because of an injury, and he bowled some off spin. And yeah, I mean, not seen him bowl at all for a couple of years. He's now bowling 4 of the first 6 matches this season.
They all went, wow. Well, David Lloyd was medium pace down at Glamorgan, but since he's been at Derbyshire, he did bowl a little bit last season when he bowled both in 1 over, which is very exciting. But he's an off spinner now. His knee won't allow him to bowl medium pace, as I understand it.
It's Tom Hartley, so he's switched ends, and played off the back foot by Zach Chappell to cover, and there's no run. We're pushing up towards the second new ball, aren't we? Yeah. So Hartley and Bohannon for the time being. Hartley comes in, but well, I think he pulled away, didn't he?
Yeah, did that once before. Just loses his run up a little bit, so he's right to go back.
Chappell was towering up above the stumps. And on strike, plays forward, defends, and there's no run. In fact, he's towering up above everybody around him because Matty Hurst and George Bell are the 2 nearest fielders to him.
He's going to rein himself in here. He must be itching to swing that bat. Spinner.
Hartley to Chappell. Goes back, punches into the offside, no run. Jennings is at cover. 232 for 7. Hartley wants a little go before the new ball from the Anderson end. We've not seen him too much from that end, if at all. That's played back towards him by Chappell. Again, there's no run.
Well, we've seen much spin from that end, really, haven't we? The odd over from Lloyd, possibly. The one before lunch from Bohannon. Set him off now instead of a short leg.
It's Bell under the helmet there. It's a lovely shot by Chappell. He's punched that straight down the ground for 4 runs, his first runs. And a lovely shot, straight for 4. 236 for 7.
He certainly knows which end to hold. As I say, that 90 plus on his debut for Leicestershire at the county ground in Derby before going off to Trent Bridge, eventually finding a home where he could actually play some cricket at Derby.
Final ball of the 77th over of Derbyshire's first innings. Square leg drops back towards the boundary as Hartley's in. And Chappell works it up to Marcus Harris, who's at mid-off, and there is no addition to the score. 236 for 7. So Chappell's on 4 with that nice straight drive. Guest continuing to go about the innings as he has done since he went out there, really, in a pretty calm and unfussy way. He's 77 not out, trailing by 222 at Derbyshire. 55 overs remaining in the day's play.
73 to avoid the follow-on. Very pleased with myself.
Well done, good effort.
I don't know if it's right.
I'm just going to believe everything you say when it comes to the numbers now.
We are in all sorts. Here's Bohannon. Bowls a very full delivery. Oh, and he's bowled him. Guest has gone. He went for the expansive drive. He's got it underneath his bat. That is an absolute bonus wicket for Lancashire, and it's a big one as well. The set batter, Brooke Guest, goes for 77. Derbyshire 236 for 8 now, and we are down to bowlers at both ends. Guest has gone. Well,
Guest has gone.
He just sneaked it under his... Has he got an inside edge?
I think he did.
I think he's got an inside edge. I thought he sneaked it completely underneath it. But yeah, that's a major blow. Brooke Guest will be hugely disappointed. There was a century there for him as long as he had teammates out there with him. 154 balls he batted for his 77. And Josh Bohannon comes up trumps.
That's his 14th, just his 14th first-class wicket. I don't know when his last one was. But he enjoyed it, didn't he, Josh Bohannon?
Certainly did.
Yep.
Quite right too.
And he's not just any old wicket. It's the one Derbyshire batsman who's looked pretty untroubled. He looks pretty upset with himself for getting out. He's added 77, wasn't it?
Yeah, he made 77, the second highest score of the match. I was just looking that up then.
Yeah,
Balderson with 73 had previously been the second highest scorer. So that's how good an innings it was from Brooke Guest. But sadly, it is over. Now then, there's a job to do here. They trail by 222. More importantly, they need 73 runs from the last 2 wickets. Can they get them? What will be the approach? And it's Ben Aitchison batting for the first time in a first-class match since July 2023. I thought I'd get that one in nice and early. Ready to face now as Bohannon is in Germany. That one is a long way wide at the off stump. That has nothing to do with it. I wonder if the instructions now will be give it a go with the long handle. We'll wait and find out. Oh, he almost chops on there. Does Aitchison. Didn't really have to play at that one either, but chose to. Has had innings for the twos, of course, but not quite the same. As he gets a full toss and he beats it into the ground, out into the offside, where Keaton Jennings parries it and then fields. And the 78th over, only the 78th over. One more wicket gets Lancashire maximum bowling points as Aitchison drives that out into the offside. We had this the other week, wicket maidens. One more ball here, and this is at least the 4th wicket maiden of the match. And it's not because Aitchison gets off the mark with a single, so we can forget that conversation for now. Hartley does the fielding. Aitchison pinches the strike. Chappell has 4. Derbyshire 237 for 8, but plenty of applause for Josh Bohannon from this Old Trafford crowd after he picks up the wicket of Brooke Guest for 77. Derbyshire, well, they're still 221 runs behind, and the maths has got terribly complicated.
Yeah, I'll leave you to that one.
No idea. Without a calculator, I think I've had it.
Well,
it brings the prospect of seeing the Kiwi Blair Tickner batting just that little bit closer.
There's Tom Hartley in and bowling to Aitchison. That's pushed away into the offside, no run.
See, I don't think tailenders respond well to batting against spinners. And I'd be tempted if I was Lancashire just to keep these two on.
Even beyond the 80 over mark. Forward again goes Aitchison and defends.
I know they don't like short deliveries either that are quick, but they've got more chance of getting out of the way of those or getting a little nick over somewhere to get some cheap runs.
Hartley in. Forward again goes Aitchison and defends.
He's playing for the draw, actually. Yeah.
237 for 8. Tom Hartley around the wicket poles. driven into the offside. It's gone to the left of Jennings, who's at the short cover position, and picked up by Balderson, who is at cover. He's twirling his hips around, George Balderson. There's Hartley's in, forward again and defending. And there's no run.
So a theory put to me that Jimmy Anderson on the field but not bowling. I know that they're waiting for the second new ball, but for the follow-on as well. Oh, that's been met with complete disgust. Sorry.
No, I don't know. I think you can, as ever, you can probably make arguments for and against it.
True enough, yeah, that is true.
Thrown away through the offside by Aitchison. There's a bit of hesitation because he wasn't sure whether or not Wells would come round to cut it off, and he couldn't get to it, so they have taken a single. It's the end of the over. 2:37 for 8. Aitchison gets his first run. No, he doesn't. He doubles his score with that single. He moves to 2. Chappell's on 4.
And pinches the strike.
That is here's George Balderson's first-class wicket since May 2021.
Oh, well looked up.
Oh no, I see. It's Gary downstairs.
Oh, he's
And
busy, isn't he?
He's only bowled 6 times since May 2021.
You're all right, Gas. Calm down.
I did ask him, to be fair.
Well, here he is, Josh Barnum bowling to Ben Aitchison. Pushed out into the offside. I'll get a message soon, I know it. Nick thinks that Derbyshire were due a stinker of an innings. It's been a stinker-ish, certainly, as goes past the edge of Aitchison's bat. This ball, Keaton Jennings at extra cover, asking the umpire square to the wicket if that was out stumped. Didn't look it from here. As Bahan bowls, that squirts off the outside edge of the bat, and they get through for a single. So Aitchison moves on to 3, 239 for 8. A lot of bad shots, says Nick. Unusual for us this campaign. Still don't think Lloyd was out. I have my doubts. The tail needs to channel their inner Jack Morley. Well, it's these two and Blair Tickner left. As in comes Bahan and bowls a full toss, and it's bunted by Zach Chappell aerially for quite a while towards Harris, but Marcus Harris never in with a shout of taking a catch there as the ball got to ground quite quickly. Bahan bowls again a quicker delivery, and it's pushed into the offside by Zach Chappell. My right ear has just been creased by the headphones, which is slightly unfortunate and a little bit painful. It's my own fault. Bahan is in. That one's whipped away off his pads by Zach Chappell. They're going to go through for a single as a shy that stumps at the end, to which Chappell was running, and it was a decent enough shy from Balderson. Certainly made Chappell move a little bit quicker than perhaps he'd have been anticipating, and he got home okay in the end. Pinches the strike as well, moves on to 5, 240 for 8. There's 69 required. To the follow-on target. Now the umpire's coming for the new ball by the look of it, which is the second new ball is available now. And in fact they're going to take it. So we'll see if Anderson is out there for that very reason. So, second new ball taken. You'd have thought the umpires might have taken it out with them, really. At 240 for 8. After exactly 80 overs, as you might expect. With Chappell on 5. And Aitchison on 3. Both of the batters have now faced 14 deliveries each. It'll be Zach Chappell to face the first delivery and George Balderson to take it. Interesting. So perhaps there's something in the saving James Anderson for the where is he? I don't think he's out there actually at the moment. Oh, yes, he is. He's at mid-wicket. There's Balderson bowls, and that one is driven very pleasantly by Chappell up towards mid-off, Harris Fields. He's not warming up though, not stretching. I think with a lead of 200 plus, you can enforce the follow-on. That's just how many off that 218 Derbyshire can take. Chappell waits. Balderson bowls through and beats him. Chappell practices that defensive shot. Aitchison wanders around at non-striker's end. Look at these scores from elsewhere during this George Balderson over. He's in now, bowls to Chappell, who defends that one out into the offside. And there's no run. So down at Bristol, Gloucestershire are now 489 for 8. That's a lead of just 65 in their match against Kent. Middlesex have a 58-run lead, but they're already 6 down against Leicestershire. 100 for 6 in their second innings, excuse me. And Northamptonshire are 182 for 6. They're still 57 runs behind Glamorgan, as that one is clipped up to mid-on, and Anderson Phillip by Zach Chappell. Top division. I shouldn't have done that. I'll be with you in a moment. Durham are 501 for 5, leading Notts by 94 at Chesterley Street. There's Balderson bowls, and it's punched off the back foot by Zach Chappell up to Marcus Harris. Sussex are 253 for 7. They have a lead of just 67 over Somerset at Taunton. That's in their second innings following on. Yorkshire's second innings has begun. They're 22 for 1 against Surrey. They trail by 235 runs still. As Balderson is in, and that one is a little uppish off the Chappell bat to mid-on. Anderson Phillip does the fielding. And Tom Bailey is going to open the ball, going to use the new ball first from the Statham end. Warwickshire, who have been set 310 to win, are 101 for 3 against Hampshire at Edgbaston. And Essex, who need 336 to beat Worcestershire, at 35 for 2 in their second innings. So Tom Bailey is going to continue the Lancashire attack. Wicketless so far, 12 overs for 52. Can he join the party? 2 wickets for Anderson, 2 wickets for Hartley, 2 wickets for Balderson, and 1 each for Wells and Bohannon. As Bailey bowls, the ball is defended out into the offside by Aitchison. And there's no run. 218 the deficit. 69 more to avoid that follow-on target. Bailey tosses himself a catch, turns at the top of his mark, and will run past umpire Widdop. Bowl to Aitchison, who plays the ball into his own pads off an inside edge. The ball dribbles out into the offside. The runs have completely dried up. Just 8 in the last 5 overs. It was Bohannon who did the fielding. In the offside cover. Next to delivery is I'm not sure what he was trying to do with that shot there, Ben Aitchison, but the fortunate thing was that it didn't touch the edge of his bat, really. It goes down and prods the pitch. It's a very indeterminate looking drive from the former Lancashire man, Aitchison. Bailey turns. He's on his way in and bowls to Aitchison, who cracks this into the offside. That's a really good stop by Anderson Phillip in the gully, diving away to his right-hand side. You'd think whatever the decision on the follow-on was, Anderson would be asked for his opinion. And the fact that he isn't bowling with the new ball means that Lancashire do have in their mind enforcing the follow-on, for my money.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, I would.
As Bailey runs away from us and bowls to Aitchison, who's beaten again.
I suppose that we've been banging on about it for long enough, haven't we? Not just in this game, but for the last few seasons here, about the difficulty in bowling sides out twice to win games. So I suppose
you as long as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And then if worst comes to the worst and you need 30, go out and get them.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's the aggressive thing to do,
which is perhaps a Marcus Harris kind of thing to do, maybe.
Yeah, you'd have thought. I'm just saying there. You'd have thought they'd have asked Jimmy Anderson whether they should do it or not, and what he thought about it. As this next delivery is pushed into the offside, they're going to go through for a quick single here. They're going to get there. Bohannon got his left hand to the ball, but couldn't take it cleanly, and one run comes off the over, and it's that final ball. Aitchison moves on to 241.
Yeah, I think it is the. I think it's the. It's not the only way, is it? But it's perhaps the most likely way that you're going to force a result here. You know, you probably are better off batting at the back end of tomorrow to try and chase something down, than rather than being uncertain as to how long to bat on for if you come out and bat again now. You know, of course it might not happen. It might not need that conversation, but yeah, I suppose giving yourselves as much time as possible. Here comes Balderson, and then Aitchison's forward in defence, and there's no run. And I agree with you, Fletcher, the fact that they've not gone for Jimmy with the new ball here, just to keep him back potentially for Derbyshire's top order, like I should be hoping in the not too distant future.
When it gets down to the fact that they need 20 to avoid the follow-on, they can just bring him back and he can blast the last two out, can't they? Anyway, so
Balderson to Aitchison. That's driven square of the wicket. That'll be 4. Out through the point boundary, shorter boundary, playing across towards the hotel side of the ground here. But nice square drive by Ben Aitchison to bring in 4 runs. Score moves on to 245 for 8. And moves on to 18 with that. Trail by 213 now. 2 slips and 2 catching mid-wicket. As Balderson's into Aitchison, that snicks away past the edge of the bat. Through to Matthew Hurst, the keeper. They've got George Bell at first slip, and then next to Bell is Keaton Jennings at second slip. The 2 catching mid-wickets are Josh Bohannon and Jimmy Anderson. And there's fine leg mid-on, mid-off cover. And backward point. Balderson to Aitchison, playing forward and defending back to George Balderson. And there is no run. Remains on 8. Brooke Guest for 77, the top scorer in the Derbyshire innings, and the second highest score in the match. George Balderson making 73. Top scorer in the game, Luke Wells, is 141. Here's Balderson to Aitchison again. That beats him, and it's taken away by Hurst, tumbling out to his left-hand side.
I'm not sure Aitchison really knows what's happening out there. He's a decent bat, but as I say, he's not played since July 2023. I thought he bowled really nicely, and there'd be a real test of him in the second innings, should there be one. To come back from 5 spells, batting at the moment is tricky for him.
He's defending cautiously down into the offside of Balderson's final delivery, gathered by Tom Hartley at backward point, and there's no run. 2:45 for 8 at the end of the over. Jimmy's jogged across to have a chat with Tom Bailey as he removes his cap. He'll continue from the Brian Statham end. Charlie Barnard's just come on as a 12th man, and Jimmy's going off.
Bowling boots, get your bowling boots, Jim. I was just looking up. I remember the innings. Ben Aitchison's high score in first-class cricket is 50, exactly 50. It was against Nottinghamshire in a losing call, sadly, as they so often are, at the county ground. I think he was caught on the boundary, but the game had gone by then. His average, though, is 12.5. Hasn't quite reached that yet. In fact, Chappell is on strike to the first ball of a new. Is me, isn't it?
It is.
Bailey over. I thought it was. And it's played straight back to him. Just afternoons. I find afternoons quite tricky. Especially when the nurse hasn't been round.
She must be due on a round soon.
Oh, yeah, she'll be around with a cup of tea later. Bailey. 2 slips and a gully and a backward point. He was creeping in. Anderson Phillip, look at it, he's creeping in. That one is cracked away by Zach Chappell for 4 runs. No messing around there. He moves into double figures. That is immaterial now, sadly. But that was a decent shot. Darbishire moved on to 249 for 8.
Did hammer that away, didn't he?
Did hit that very hard. Second boundary. Derbyshire 209 behind. Good job they got the last 3 wickets out fairly cheaply. Lancashire wickets out really cheaply, because otherwise it'd still be an awful long way behind instead of just a very long way behind. That one is defended by Chappell. Back to Bailey. Starts to polish the 3.5 over old ball, which has been to the boundary twice already. Derbyshire having added 9 since it was taken. I don't know whether the 2 late order batsmen out there plus Blair Tickney will be happy or not that the new ball was taken, because yes, it'll go to the boundary a bit quicker, but it means the spinners have gone for now. They're removing the gully, 5th slip, and putting him in. I have no idea what that position is. It's a forward point, isn't it? It's not an extra cover. This one is pushed into the offside by Chappell towards Bohannon. He's
yeah, it's kind of in between a bit.
He's in front of point. He's,
Luke
Luke
Wells.
Yeah. I just did a funny little dance.
I'm not quite sure that's
He's off again now.
He is.
There he is.
Can't help himself.
Dancing at forward point. He's trying to work out what position it is as well. As Bailey is in, that one is defended. And it's fielded by Harris. I thought it was Jimmy got into his casuals and gone for a net. You boys finish it off, I'll be back later. I just need to keep moving. This crowd waiting to see Jimmy Anderson again. They will not be disappointed. I'm fairly sure they'll see him again. Well, they will see him again, but they'll see him again immediately. Here's Bailey. Final ball of his 14th over, and that one is played off the back foot, forced up to Harris by Chappell. And the over comes to an end. Derbyshire 249 for 8, with Chappell on, I've lost it, 9. Aitchison on 8. And by my reckoning, 60 required to avoid the follow-on. Still seems a lot of runs to me. Jimmy's back. James Anderson is back. Do they look like different boots? I should have taken more notice of the boots as he walked off, really.
Of the colour.
They've got green, very sort of lime green soles, these particular boots. Might be a favourite pair.
Comes Balderson meanwhile, continuing from the Anderson end. Aitchison defending back towards him, and there's no run.
Beautiful use of the word meanwhile to get me to shut up. Yeah, well, stop talking about boots and start talking about the cricket. You're absolutely right.
No, I was
warm in here with those windows closed.
Do you want to open them again?
No. I'm just saying. There's no happy medium in here, is there?
Balderson to Aitchison. Defender, there's no run.
There's a reasonably satisfied triple extra large, but no happy mediums. I could take me.
Yeah, you could have been.
Yes, I could take that off, couldn't I? I could take that off, couldn't I? I think I'll take it off.
You got a Sabutio t-shirt.
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
Liking a Sabutio t-shirt.
Favourite team.
Tranmere Rovers, isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah. Balderson, short ball to Aitchison, who tucks underneath it, and then it swerves away from Hurst and down towards the boundary, and 4 byes.
Absolutely hooped
after
it went past Aitchison.
250 on the board.
Bonus point.
Derbyshire and a batting bonus point.
There we go. Very exciting.
Yeah, that moved quite a bit, didn't it?
He moved a lot after he ducked underneath it. He sort of went one way, didn't he, Hurst, and then realised that the ball was swinging away from him. But it wasn't too far away from the helmets, actually.
Comes Balderson. It's nudged out towards the leg side. Bohannon's at mid-wicket to field, and there is no run. 2-5-3 for 8. Aitchison on 8 and Chappell on 9. Trailing by 205. Lancashire taking the second new ball. Bailey and Balderson charged with the task of trying to wrap up the innings. And just jabbing that into the onside is Aitchison, and there's no addition to the score. Bohannon fielding. Lancashire's vice captain. He's in at mid-wicket with, well, we'll say alongside James Anderson as the two kind of catching mid-wickets. But Anderson's moving away. He's going to leg gully position. Final delivery of the over. Balderson to Aitchison, who gets in behind it nicely and defends. And there's no addition to the score. 253 for 8. Trail by 205, Derbyshire. Aitchison on 8 and Chappell on 9. I think the taking the new ball was probably the right thing to do, wasn't it? But he just felt like also at the same time maybe the spinners were potentially causing a few. He's going to give it to Tom Hartley. Yeah, right.
I think it makes sense because they were bowling nicely, weren't they, the two spinners? Hartley bowled the majority of his overs from Brian Statham end, and he's going to come back with a ball that is just 5 overs old. He's bowled 26 overs, and he's probably bowled 24 or 25 of them from this end. So that makes sense as well. It also means that Zach Chappell's eyes will have lit up. Let's hope he can keep sensible. First ball, he goes back and defends it up towards mid-on. And there's no run. They'll be desperate not to use James Anderson if they are going to enforce the follow-on.
Yes.
It's up to these two and Blair Tickner to keep them out there as long as they possibly can. As the next delivery, he's off an edge, and it's to the right of the man that slipped. They're going to come back for a second here, surely, yes. Anderson Phillip gets to the ball now about 5-6 yards inside the rope down at third man. Chappell moves on to 11. Double figures. 255, doesn't matter though. 255 for 8.
I wish it did matter.
So do I. So do I. With Aitchison only 3 away from, or 2 away from double figures as well. I mean, it would be so exciting. Or otherwise. Stephen spoiled it for me, as that one is defended. I'd have been oblivious to Anderson's duck, his 4-ball duck, if Stephen hadn't reminded me. It's a good job somebody's awake. Hartley. Around the wicket to Chappell, who lifted that out into the offside. And towards Anderson, who finds himself sweeping on the cover boundary. Dear oh dear. They go through for a single. Chappell moves to 12, 256 for 8. 300 is, well, 309 is clearly the target, but 300 would be very useful. That's Hartley bowls to Aitchison, who plunges forward and defends that into the offside. Fielded by Bohannon. Anderson Phillip windmills his arms. That's Hartley. Sends the next delivery down, and it's defended by Chappell. Into the, no, it wasn't. It was defended by Aitchison into the offside. And there was no run, so the over comes to an end. 256 for 8. Derbyshire trailed by 202 with Chappell on 12 and Aitchison on 8. 53 runs to that follow-on target.
Gloucestershire elsewhere have been bowled out for 516 in their first innings. So a high scoring game in Bristol, with Gloucestershire leading by 92 runs, centuries for Cameron Green and for James Bracey. So 92 run lead for Gloucestershire on first innings over Kent.
I bet it's flat there.
Middlesex 115 for 6 against Leicestershire at Lords. Lead Leicestershire by 73 with just 4 wickets remaining.
It's incredible what Leicestershire are doing.
Change of bowling from the Anderson end. It's going to be Phillip replacing Balderson. So 3 overs with the new ball for Balderson. Phillip into the attack. Chappell defends. And there's no run. So there, Leicestershire in a fabulous position against Middlesex. And Northamptonshire are 193 for 6 in Cardiff against Glamorgan. They trailed Glamorgan by 46 runs. They've got 4 wickets remaining. The Glammy boys have had a good couple of weeks, haven't they?
They have. They almost beat Derbyshire. It was down to the last pair in the middle, Rees and Tickner. They had to face 26 deliveries between them at the end of the 4th day.
Comes Phillip and bowls, driven nicely for 4 by Chappell. Through extra cover, and new ball travelling at pace to the boundary for 4. He moves to 16, 260 for 8.
So very capable. Zach Chappell, capable but not necessarily dependable. It's probably, which is like most lower order batters, isn't it? They can all bat. As Jack Morley, the number 11, proved this morning, making 41 from 100 deliveries overall.
260 for 8, trailed by 198. Phillip to Chappell, playing a miss, and that goes through Chappell. It is stopped by Hurst, but kind of caught him on his somewhere on his hand or his lower arm. It seemed to sting a little for Hurst. Came back in and went past the inside edge of Chappell's bat. 260 for 8. Chappell on 16. Phillip sets off again, balls once more, short ball. Hurst bouncing away to his left and takes the catch at about shoulder height. Jimmy's having a drink down in the back square leg boundary, chatting to the Lancashire physio.
Nice cup of tea.
They've held Jimmy back with this second new ball. We presume with the idea that they would enforce the follow-on and keep him nice and fresh. But how long these two can stretch it out, he may be needed. He now come in from the boundary at square leg. 2 balls left of the over. It's Phillip looking for his first wicket of the match. And tapped away by Chappell off the back foot. He's already a tall man, but he gets a little high up onto his toes to push it to mid-off. There's no run. So he's been probing away as Anderson Phillip, but wicketless. 10.5 overs. Gone for 40 runs. He's running in hard here with a new ball under some nice warm sunshine. And balls to Chappell. Push forward and left. Through it goes to Matthew Hurst. End of the 87th over. 260 for 8, trail by 198. Derbyshire. Just have a little look in Division 1. There's a pretty interesting game at New Road. Worcestershire all out for 134 in their second innings. Essex 47 for 4.
Doing a bit then.
Require 289 more runs to win. Be a terrific week for Worcestershire if they could beat Essex, who have actually had quite a poor season, haven't they, so far?
Yeah.
Struggled a bit, Essex.
Yeah, we could pick you up because you'll get promoted, but we could be playing them next season. Here's Hartley beginning a new over. Bowling to Ben Aitchison, who defends the first ball. The blue building over there to the right, in between the two bits of the hotel.
Yeah.
Is that outside the ground?
It is, yeah.
We won't talk about it ever again then.
Oh no, you can talk about it.
I just wasn't sure if it was inside. I thought it was outside the ground.
Yeah, it's outside. Yeah.
Sort of filled in the gap. This one is driven into the ground, and Bohannon does really well to dive to his left-hand side and get his hand to the ball, and he throws it with his right hand, misses Hartley by about 15 yards. Fortunately, Bailey was behind to tidy things up. It kept Chappell at the non-striker's end now as he bowls again to Aitchison. That one skews off the outside edge to Bohannon this time.
From this angle, it does look like that new building that they're constructing does kind of fill the gap, doesn't it, between the two hotels? But yeah, it's on the other side of Brian Statham Way, that.
Is it? Oh, it's quite a way away. It looks really close. This next one is chopped away by Aitchison. He's had enough for 4 runs and moves into double figures. He's on to 12. What was Anderson doing? 264 for 8. They trail by 194. They're having a chat, the two batters. They'll be happy. 28 runs in the partnership so far. There's that building on Lancs TV. It looks a lot closer than it is if it's the other side of Brian Statham Way. It just looks like it's in the car park almost. This next delivery. Oh, he's lifted this down the ground this time, Aitchison, and it's gone for 4 more. That was a nice shot as well, although it just worried me a moment. But he's got back-to-back boundaries here as Ben Aitchison, a couple of steps down the track, and away you go. He moves on to 16, 268 for 8, 190 the deficit. There's Hartley Gats. No, thank you. Defends this one. I was just hoping he wasn't going for 3 in a row. He defends that one, and it's the final ball of the over as well. And that's a very un-Hartley-like over. 4 dots and 2 fours. That hasn't happened very many times in this innings, certainly. And now James Anderson is starting to windmill the arms. New gloves for Zach Chappell. Oh dear, I don't like that. Mitch Wagstaff, 12th man, taking those out and coming back.
Yes, he is just starting to gently loosen up a bit, isn't he? Well, they've had 4 bowlers now using this second new ball. Balderson and Bailey. And Phillip and Hartley.
If you do have to use him, you have to use him, because enforcing the follow-on is the best way to win this game for Lancashire. Derbyshire would be thrilled if they didn't.
Anderson Phillip into Zach Chappell, whipped away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Played some nice shots, hasn't he, Chappell? This lovely straight drive, nice cover drive. And that one taken away off his toes. Lovely shot. Crashing out through the leg side boundary for 4 more. 272 for 8. Chappell moves on to 20. He's not bowled a lot in the game. James Anderson, has he? I think he's only bowled 10 overs in this innings, which is into his 89th.
Yeah.
But obviously just gradually trying to easing back in a little bit, I suppose. Defends this time, this Chappell to mid off. No one, he's not played since last summer.
And they'll have an optimum load that they prefer him not to exceed. I'm sure with him not having played since for 11 months.
Yeah.
He'll know his body. I think if anybody knows what his body's capable of, it will be Anderson himself. But if you're paying good medical staff, you might as well listen to them, I suppose.
Seems to make sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
272 for 8. That's Phillip to Chappell, a short ball. He just drops the hands and sways back. I mean, they have held him back. I gather that the possibility was that he possibly could have played here against Gloucestershire 2 weeks ago, and he could have played at Northamptonshire last week, but obviously been a little reluctant to get him back too early. So they've held him back with obviously got these 2 championship matches to go and then the break for the Blast. But yeah, just 10 overs so far, so gradual use of Anderson. Short ball by Phillip, which is down the leg side, and Hurst takes it away to his left hand side. 272 for 8. Some good stubborn resistance by Derbyshire throughout the course of this innings. Having lost the 3 early wickets, 75 for 3 when Madsen departed, and then when Harry Kane left right at the back end of yesterday. Since then, Kane and Morley, with the exception of that double wicket maiden, and his darling now. Chappell and Aitchison is driven down the ground by Chappell. The ball actually crashes in towards the stumps at the non-striker's end.
Just got a little nugget that you might enjoy.
Oh, I love a nugget.
Tom Hartley born in Ormskirk. Ben Aitchison born in Formby. Aitchison and Hartley were a very decent centre-half pairing at Merchant Taylor's School for a number of years, apparently. So they played together at Merchant Taylor's, which is Liverpool, is it? Crosby?
Okay. Right. It's a good nugget.
It's not bad.
Anderson Phillip to Chappell. And Chappell works the ball away to the leg side. And gathered by Josh Bohannon at mid-wicket. It's the end of the over. 272 for 8. Aitchison 16 and Chappell on 20.
I made a fool of myself by answering with Jack ? And that because I thought I just read it as Aitchison and Morley, and I'm thinking if Jack Morley was a centre half, that's not going to work. Yes. So the centre half pairing in direct opposition here. Aitchison on strike. Hartley, not Morley, coming in around the wicket. That one is guided into the offside by Aitchison for a single as he moves on to 17. 273 for 8. 36 more runs. It's tense.
It's getting to that
it's
point,
tense.
isn't it? Yeah.
Ish.
Kind of the game, isn't it? Potentially this.
Yes, this is the game here. Hartley bowls, drags that one down. It's been pulled down the ground. It was pulled very straight, actually, by Chappell. If he'd have got it a bit square, it wouldn't have gone straight to Tom Bailey, but it did, and they get a single. And Chappell moves to 21, 274 for 8. It's getting so tense. His next one. So I just had a follow-up response. That one was defended by Aitchison. Yeah, it's very good in the air, less so on the deck. Aitchison waits and defends this next Hartley delivery out into the offside. relishing every moment he's out there at the moment. Ben Aitchison, as he told us at the end of day 1. After he'd taken 3 for 51 on the day, and that one is off a pad, possibly. Might have been the inside edge of the bat into the leg side, and it was. And he'll pick up a single, and he'll move to 18. And it's 275 for 8. Because these two have got a slight dilemma. In that they really just need to carry on batting. They get out, we're down to Blair Tickner. As exciting as he is to watch, as that one's pushed up to Harris, the final ball of the over at 275 for 8. If they get out and they haven't scored enough runs, then it brings Blair Tickner in, who could score 50 in next to no time or get out first ball. So it's really down to these two to get it very close indeed. But without this, they can't take too many risks. That's what I'm saying. But they have to score, because if they get completely becalmed, it sort of plays into Lancashire's hands. All of it is taking time out. It's putting more work into the bowler's legs, which I suppose is as important, isn't it, in a decision?
Yeah, it's the two things, isn't it? The time out of the game in particular, because Lancashire would want to be bowling again tonight.
Do you think? Yeah.
We're getting sort of three
full sessions
tomorrow.
Right,
I'm not so sure if there's. Not so sure.
10 overs till tea. So just bat for one session. It's asking a lot, isn't it?
Here is Anderson Phillip in bowls short to Aitchison, and takes it. Yep, well, it is, isn't it?
Then they've got the issue of when to declare, and they don't want to be too generous. Both sides have batted at about 3 and over.
Yeah.
But that was the same down at Glamorgan, and Derbyshire came out and batted at 5.5 and over and almost won the game. we're only 30 short, but with the last pair in the middle.
What were the chase?
So I'll double check. It was plenty, 300 and something.
You see, that's
it was a lot.
There's Phillip. He's into Aitchison short again through to Hurst, and there's no run.
Yeah, 338 in 65 overs. They were set at 5.2 and over, and they actually shut up shop with 28 balls to go, and were 30 shy of victory at the close of play. I mean, it was an excellent game of cricket, and I was I was quite vociferous. You might be surprised to hear. I thought they'd set such an unrealistic target that Derbyshire would never chase it.
And they went for it.
And they needed to run a ball in the last hour.
Well, that will be a fact not lost on Lancashire's dressing room. Here is Phillip in bowls. Oh, that's off the hip, deflected up and over short leg. Through for 1 run. It's about the first time we've heard something happen since this new ball was taken. All it was a little flick away off the hip, which cleared short leg. 276 for 8. Yeah, well that run chase then the other week will not be lost on Lancashire.
A not too dissimilar pitch, in all honesty.
Right.
A very similar look about it. It was a few miles away, but it wasn't doing an awful lot. I mean, Glamorgan didn't have James Anderson, fortunately.
Phillip to Chappell. Short by Anderson, and he just fractionally has to sway back. He's short on one side off stump, but just a very casual little lean back from Chappell. Yeah, well, I suppose Lancashire won the back to lunch tomorrow then, won't they?
But which gives them, obviously gives them 60 overs to bowl Darbishire out, and this innings, as disappointing as it's been, has gone on for 90. Yeah. We're almost at the point where they can only bat for one session if they don't enforce the follow on.
276 for 8. Phillip to Chappell. Oh, that's short. It rears up to Chappell, and then he's not reacted, and Hartley throws towards the stumps at the bowler's end, because Aitchison was almost alongside Chappell before we realised that he had to quickly react. It was a mean-looking delivery from Anderson Phillip.
Has that hit his helmet? I think it has. They're just having a look at it, and Harris came across straight away just to have a look at it as well. Are they going to call on the physios?
I think they have to, don't they?
Yeah, well, they have to if it has hit the helmet. I wasn't sure what it had hit. I'm entirely honest, but he's removing his gloves and everything now.
Yep.
Is Zach Chappell? That could be his you guys a history moment. With Big Dev and the South Africans when they bowled him bouncers and hit him. You guys a history. I'm not sure if he actually said it, but it's a terrific story. So he's getting his initially the helmet checked, and now they're just examining his head. Not sure what they're going to find. Oh yes, that's a nasty one, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
That is a nasty one. It's gone through his defences, and it's rattled his helmet quite considerably.
Kind of flush on, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. They've just checked for a bump. They'll be asked what day of the week it is. What his middle name is. I'm not sure he's got one actually. No, he has.
Hope he remembers that.
Yeah, he says, I haven't got one. No, Zach, come on, son.
Well,
But
I think he's
quite correctly, that it's down to the medics.
absolutely, yeah. That's quite a big. That was quite a blow, that wasn't it? Right on the front of the helmet.
He's got a big smile on his face now. The only sport that doesn't take it seriously is football.
Absolutely right. Yeah, you are.
You can smash your head into anything, and as long as the player says he's all right when he's asked by the referee, they just carry on. It irritates me almost on a weekly basis. So rugby league and rugby union were very strict on it. You see here, the physio makes his way from the field.
He's giving it as a run, hasn't he? So is it?
I don't know, unless it's little deflection.
Off the glove,
Little
maybe.
yeah, it didn't look like one to me. But
Chappell lose to 22 with it. He's at the non-striker's end for a moment or two. Final ball of the over, Anderson Phillip to Ben Aitchison. He goes half back and then just taps the ball up towards mid-on, and there is no addition to the score. 277 for 8, so this 9th wicket partnership. They've added 41 runs now, but they've also batted for 82. In fact, it's 83 balls, so they've taken further time away from the game. It's making Lancashire and their prospects of trying to somehow force Derbyshire to be under pressure in their second innings. Well, it's making that prospect a little less likely to happen.
if I was a body language reader, I would just say that James Anderson has just said, I'll bowl from my end next, Marcus. Let's get rid of these. That's the way to move the game on from a Lancashire perspective.
Which, yeah.
And if he has to bowl 3 or 4 overs, so be it. He can perhaps bowl 2 or 3 at the start of the second innings just to see if he can winkle 1 or 2 out and then have a bit of a rest over tea and see how he is after that.
Yeah, well, the captain, as you say, was a conversation there, wasn't he, with Jimmy?
Yeah, absolutely. Tom Hartley in to bowl to Zach Chappell. It was a foolish delivery that's driven back towards the bowler. He doesn't take it cleanly, but gets enough of it to prevent a run from being taken. Bell is the closest of the catchers in front of the batter as he goes back and smashes it, but doesn't really make the connection he was looking for towards Harris this time, Chappell. He's on 22. Both batters have faced 48 deliveries now. Aitchison at the non-striker's end has 19. Hartley bowls. That one is driven out into the offside. Bell fields.
Enthusiastic piece of fielding, wasn't it? Tumbling around.
It's got the extra protection from the fielding pads, which are more of a hindrance, I would imagine, than a help, given that he's feeling extra cover. He's got Josh Bohannon to his left and behind him as he goes for the cut shot. The head, it doesn't bounce as much as he'd been hoping, I don't think, underneath his bat through to Hurst. This is a more Hartley type over. The previous over went for 8. Very unusual. And Hartley's in again. Bowls, and that one is defended out into the offside by Chappell. Perhaps just clearing his head a bit. Get through an over. Then resume normal service. 181 the deficit. 32 required for that follow-on target, and that one is driven into the ground and back to Hartley, who takes it with both hands on the full. Balls are made and over. 277 for 8 it remains. Aitchison 19, Chapel 22, deficit 181, and still no Anderson. In fact, there is an Anderson, but it's the other one.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation to be in, this, isn't it, from captain's point of view, with regards to, I mean, they're not that far away from avoiding the follow-on now, but if they are bowled out just before that, do you put them straight back in? You look at your bowlers, what they've used. Balderson 15 overs, Phillips bowled 13, Perry 14. We mentioned that obviously Anderson's been used reasonably carefully.
Wells has just been wimmling his arms around. He's at square leg, and now he's doing some stretches as well. I think he's going to be coming on, perhaps to replace Hartley. Briefly. Hartley's bowled 7 overs fewer than Morley bowled in the Lancashire innings.
There's Anderson Phillip. Sets off in and balls with his back of a length to Aitchison. Doesn't quite get up as much as he was hoping for. Aitchison able just to get in behind it and drop it away towards the leg side, and there's no run. There's a fine leg, there's a leg gully, there's a forward short leg, short square leg, short mid wicket, mid on, one slip. There's going to be some short stuff here from Anderson Phillip.
I'm sure Aitchison is aware and looking forward to it.
Phillip in balls. Just pushed that little fuller. Dropped away to the offside by Aitchison and gathered by Marcus Harris. And there's no run. 277 for 8. I think all the way through this Derbyshire innings, especially since that the third wicket, have shown some great kind of stubborn resistance with the bat.
Well, mainly because they haven't tried to force it, have they?
Yep.
I mean, Guest is the perfect example of that.
Change of line from Anderson Phillip. They come around the wicket, and then gets up on Aitchison, who's off the back foot, and the ball loops out into the offside as he gets right up onto his toes to fend it off. Drops safely enough into extra cover region.
Too many men on the leg side.
Yes, yeah, he's actually he's got on top of the bouncer there, hasn't he? And has worked it into the one area which is completely unguarded.
They're going to have a backstop. Keaton Jennings dropping back to the finest of fine third man. Love a backstop.
There's Phillip back in, round the wicket, short again. Chapel looking to try and have a go. Playing a miss through to Hurst.
Zach.
Well, that's pushed Wells back towards the boundary. And will probably mean he's going to get something similar again. Anderson, who was at leg gully, also jogging a little deeper.
Yeah, he's managed to spread the field by missing the ball. That's a terrific effort from Zach.
In comes Phillip from the Anderson end, steaming in, balls again, short again, and Chapel drops his hands and takes a little shuffle to the leg side.
They don't like it, do they, late order batsmen, when the ball's whizzing past their nose? By the way, I can't say I blame them in any way, but they really don't like it.
278 for 8. No, especially when he's already been struck, hasn't he, on the helmet?
Yeah, that won't help. He's coming back over.
Final ball of the over. Decides to switch and bowl over the wicket to Chapel. He's not gone short this time. And it's clipped off the pads down to fine leg where Bailey fields. And it's the end of the over. 279 for 8. Chapel on 23. Aitchison on 20. And yeah, some Luke Wells, just to change it up a little bit from the Brian Statham end. Tom Hartley coming to his spell coming to an end.
4 overs for 14 in that spell, 1 maiden. 4 of the 14 came off successive deliveries. The Derbyshire's initial target of 309 is just 30 runs away.
Tantalisingly near.
But they asked Middlesex to follow on in a match at the county ground. I'm going to look it up, because my memory isn't sufficiently good to know these things, but they were very close to avoiding the follow-up. 323 was the follow-on target. They made 315 Middlesex. Here is the first ball of the leg spin of Wells that is played off the back foot dangerously by Chappell. Plays it up towards mid-on.
He's not shy of mixing it up, is he, Marcus Harris? He's
no, I like that as well.
Yeah,
no, I like that. Try everything, and if it's not quite working, try something different, but always go back to the first one, as there's a ball been driven up towards Harris by Chappell. Anderson really is warming up down there on the cover boundary.
Needs must, isn't it?
Will it work? Wells in bowls, and that's defended by Chappell again off the back foot. Not a big fan of him going back. It's a dangerous ploy, dangerous policy. Taps his bat on the ground, short leg in place, and goes Wells. This one is driven into the ground. Wells sticks out a left hand and parries it, which prevents a run from being scored. Bohannon completes the fielding. Got to have eyes everywhere, watching Anderson warm up, looking for any little signals from Harris. Wells comes into bowl, and that wraps the pad of Zach Chappell, but was clearly going down the leg side. 279 for 8. 1 ball of the Wells over to go. This is the 94th over of the innings. Chappell on 23. Aitchison at the non-striker's end on 20. Wells bowls, back goes. Chappell pushes it out into the offside. It's fielded by Bohannon. Derbyshire, after a maiden over, remain on 279 for 8. And somebody is walking menacingly from the cover boundary and has removed his cap. I suppose this is a small victory.
Yeah, it is
for Derbyshire.
Yeah,
just a small
yeah.
victory. I'm not saying it's going to help them ultimately, but it's woken the crowd up.
I agree. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Because this is not what Lancashire wanted to do. They wanted to not use Jimmy Anderson here. At the back end of this innings, clearly they wanted to keep him nice and fresh for the start of Derbyshire's second innings.
So the next job for these two and Blair Tickner is to make him bowl 5 overs.
Because then he's out.
Because they're the spells he's had so far. I mean, I know well, if he bowls 5 overs, we'll be beyond tea, won't we? Because there's only 5 overs to go. So he'll have a little rest in between.
Yeah,
he might squeeze 6 or 7 out of him, I suppose, if it goes that far. But if it does go that far, Derbyshire will be mightily close to 309.
I guess Ben Aitchison, Zach Chappell, having kind of got through some short pitch stuff from Phillip, and now having to switch on because it's Anderson to return in and balls to Aitchison. It's pushed away up towards mid-off where Harris fields. There's no run.
There's a few moving parts to Aitchison after he's hit the ball. His momentum almost always takes him forward, which must trigger the non-striker. Good communication, these two. Done all right so far.
In but balls work down towards backward point where Tom Hartley fields, and there's no run. Yeah, like a little sense of kind of moral victory for Derbyshire.
We love
feather in the cap.
we love a moral victory. Yeah, we love a moral victory.
Well, we're seeing some more fielding changes here now. We've got leg gully, we've got a slip, gully, backward point, short leg, short mid wicket, through to Hurst.
Not far from the edge of his bat.
No. Philip is at square leg, Bell's at short leg, Bannon's at leg gully, Bolson's at short mid wicket, Jennings at first slip, Wells at gully. There's James Anderson in and bowls, gives himself some room and clobbers the ball over Marcus Harris and out towards the long off boundary. It's an outrageous shot to play to a Sir 283 for 8.
He's got a hold of it nicely, hasn't he? Out towards right field. Baseball parlance. It was that kind of a shot.
Oh, that's a bit of a
Fernando Tatis Jr. would have been very proud of that. Nice little base hit.
Anderson in. It's in the air, but it'll be safe enough. It'll be forward enough, actually. Flicked away off the hip, looping out towards backward square leg. Ben Aitchison has hit back-to-back boundaries off Jimmy Anderson.
50 partnership.
50 partnership comes up, edging nearer to avoiding the possibility of being asked to follow on. 51 run partnership, they batted for an hour. Well, just over an hour now. Trail by 171 runs, Derbyshire. Final ball of Anderson's first over back into the attack. It's a full toss in the end.
Oh, hello.
Slower ball by Anderson.
Calm down.
It ended up being a full toss, and I don't think he
wasn't happy there, was he?
Kindly to being hit for a couple of fours, and Ben Aitchison saying to the square leg umpire, "Well, I think
yeah, you can't do that.
Can't do that.
It's a 2-point. It wasn't anywhere near Aitchison. Now Aitchison and Chappell are just having a word with Joe. I'm sure it'll all end amicably. Look, there's a big smile on Zach Chappell's face. There often is. Jimmy's just sort of prowling in the vicinity. But I haven't. That is genuinely. I haven't seen a bowler throw the ball towards the stumps when he's fielded it all season, because they were warned at the start of the season. Everybody. That, unless there was a genuine attempt to run somebody out, it was a 2-point penalty on your personal record. But a bit of frustration. Yeah. I understand the frustration, but you've just sort of got it to bottle it, I suppose. 171 the deficit. You know what that means? 22 runs are required to avoid the follow-on. And Luke Wells from the Statham end bowls to Zach Chappell. Ooh, leaves that one alone to go through to Hurst. Harry came looking at that thinking, well, why? How come that one's missed? So he got out to Wells. He's a solitary victim in his 7.1 overs. Wells is in again, full of delivery, driven into the offside and through Anderson, and they're going to pick up one. Now they're thinking about coming back for the second. It wasn't there. A single is taken. 288 for 8. Chappell moves to 24. That won't have improved James Anderson's mood.
I suspect not. No.
Oh dear. Oh no, he's going to be very hostile in the next over, and I think they've sensed it. Not that he wasn't hostile in the previous one. Wells bowls, defended by Aitchison. So 21 runs from the follow-on figure. Come on, Wells, somebody shouts. That's nice. Sounded like it had come from the crowd, which is decent. Oh, and he's down the track and launching it down towards the wide, long off boundary this time, Ben Aitchison. Derbyshire moved to 292 for 8 now. Aitchison's up to 32. That was his 6th boundary. And he got all of that. A couple of steps down the track and away it goes.
Wallop.
Down up to the pitch of the ball. I'm getting sweaty palms now. The ears are all right. It's the palms that have gone. We're trailing by 166. 17 required. Oh, and he's lifted this into the leg side. How far's this one gone? I don't think it's quite gone all the way, has it? It has. It's the second 6 of the match, and it's over the boundary. And Ben Aitchison has moved on to 38. They don't need many at all now, and I think this is probably a good move.
I agree.
They've got Anderson who'll be steaming in very soon. In fact, after this delivery, he'll be steaming in, and the steam will be coming out of his ears. 298 for 8, 160 the deficit. And this one's gone a long way as well, and that's 6 more from Ben Aitchison. That one's gone an enormous distance. 154 the deficit. The 300's up for Derbyshire after 96 overs. Take a bow, Ben Aitchison, for goodness sake. That's terrific over for Derbyshire. And for Ben Aitchison in particular, who's got my Man of the Match award already. Just for being out there. He's moved on to 44. 6 4s and a couple of 6s. And Derbyshire need 5 runs to kill the game. Well, effectively, it turns it into a completely different game to the one that Lancashire were hoping for, certainly.
It does that, definitely, yeah.
So James Anderson has got to do something pretty special here, and he is more than capable of doing it, which is why the hands remain sweaty. But this has been fantastic from Ben Aitchison. Really, really good. With plenty of support from Zach Chappell, of course. 68 this partnership off 113 balls.
So 17 off the over, was it?
That's a great question.
2 6s,
yes,
a 4.
and a single.
I think that's it.
The single was crucial because it got Ben Aitchison on strike.
Here is Anderson to Chappell. He's crouched underneath that, through to the keeper, and removes his jumper as Jimmy Anderson. He's fired up, but that over, I agree, because probably they could sense. Obviously, they knew that Anderson was coming back, and he's a bit of.
They'd faced one over of him and thought, we're not going to get many off this.
And they took it to Wells. It's a really good judgment from Aitchison, who played some lovely shots in there. He's taken all the pressure off. Here is Anderson. Short, it loops up and it's caught by Bell. Chappell departs. Hang on just yet. Still not there to avoid the follow-on. And that loops up. Comfortable catch for George Bell. I think Derbyshire feared that Anderson might just have something to say here when he was due to come back on. And he gets one dug in towards Chappell. It's fended off and it loops up to Bell, who takes the catch. 9 down, 304 for 9.
24 for Zach Chappell of 65 balls. Important, but dismissed. George Bell with a simple catch, really, in the end. And this is going to be fascinating now, because Ben Aitchison is going to be joined out in the middle by Blair Tickner, who is capable, but he is batting at 11 in a side that includes Jack Morley, although he went in as a night watchman. 68-run partnership.
It's a great effort.
For the 9th wicket.
Anderson with his 3rd of the match. Fended off by Chappell. And yeah, pretty routine stuff for Bell at short leg. Blair Tickner has just been watching Ben Aitchison push Derbyshire almost to that point where they won't be asked to bat again.
He's going to get peppered here, isn't he?
He is. Anderson on the prowl for his 4th. Lancashire trying to bowl Derbyshire out here and presumably put them straight back in. Blair Tickner comes down. There's a brief chat with Ben Aitchison as they met in the middle. Anderson's got himself a short leg, short mid-wicket, leg gully, fine leg, deep square leg, slip, gully, point. Here he is to Tickner. Anderson in, bowls. Oh, it's short and it hits Tickner. May have deflected off the shoulder onto the helmet potentially.
Well, Tickner's saying arm. Umpire Baldwin is saying come on because it's just hit his helmet.
Yeah, he's pointing to his...
Tickner's saying shoulder.
Watching from side on here. Yep.
I have no idea.
It's a brute of a ball, isn't it?
You'd think they've got 3 deliveries to get this wicket before Aitchison tees off again.
Yep. 304 for 9. Anderson in to Tickner. Short again. Oh. Carved away over Jennings down towards the boundary. It's gone for 4.
Oh, I thought he'd caught it. I genuinely thought he'd taken it one-handed at slip. He leapt to his right, and no, it's a fair distance away from him, in fairness, isn't it? This is a scores or level situation. It isn't. They need 1 run to avoid the follow-on. Survive these 2 balls, Blair Tickner. That's all you've got to do.
Anderson sets off. Tickner waits. In, bowls. Down the pitch he comes and hits it through mid-off for 4. Forget defending. Blair Tickner fancies having a go. He came down the pitch to Jimmy Anderson and drives it through straight mid-off, and that's 4 runs to take the follow-on beyond. Lancashire will not be enforcing that. They'll have to come out and bat again, and that just changes potentially the whole shape of the game.
Certainly does. Blimey. That wasn't a bad shot, to be fair. In the excitement, in my excitement, I have to say, of him hitting back-to-back 4s, that one was a really nice shot.
312 for 9. Final ball of the over. Might be the final ball of Jimmy's spell. Short and fended away by Tickner.
That wasn't a good shot. Although he's not out.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's kept it. He's kept it out. Anderson. I wonder whether that'll be it for Anderson. Well, there's not a great deal of point in him.
No, not much point in him bowling,
no.
Unless they just think, well, he's the man most likely to get one of these 2 out. But they are the number 10 and 11. Oh, well, they're the number 9 and 11 effectively. I think Jack Morley would have been below Ben Aitchison, although he will argue that perhaps he shouldn't. And Tom Hartley's coming back, perhaps an over too late to replace Luke Wells, whose over was a little expensive. 17 runs off that, and then 8 runs off the Anderson over, and Bob's your uncle. It's all done and dusted. That's a remarkable effort. The physio, Yazir, is coming on again.
He's been busy, hasn't he?
Well, he's just, I think he's hurt his hand here, Blair Tickner. He's going to remove a glove. He's hurt it, fortunately, and I say fortunately in a very loosest sense. It's his left hand, and he's just had a look at it as the Derbyshire physio. And I think Blair's just basically said, no, it's fine, mate. Nah, mate, it's fine. He didn't quite talk like that. So I don't do accents normally, and I don't know why I tried then. And I apologise to everybody in both Australia and New Zealand for doing so. Hartley around the wicket to Aitchison, who cracks that one out towards Phillip on the cover boundary. They go through for a single. Aitchison moves to 45, just 5 away from his highest score in first-class cricket, of course. Tickner has 8. Tickner's highest score in first-class cricket when it comes up on my tablet, which it will do very shortly, I hope. Probably. There it is. Oh dear, come on. It's 47. He has a career average of 14. Aitchison's career average is up to 13 3/4. Like Adrian Mole. That one is played out. Backward a square on the offside. They're going to get 1. And they're going to stick to 1. Was he 13 3/4?
I thought he was.
Yeah.
Not read those books for years.
No, I haven't. They were good though.
They were.
As was the TV series. 314 for 9. Aitchison back on strike on 45. Tickner's moved up to 9. And he's gone big again. Out towards the mid-wicket boundary. He's going to be caught, and he is caught. And Aitchison's innings comes to an end. And Derbyshire are all out for 314. At the midway point of the 98th over, Ben Aitchison goes caught in the deep by Bell off the bowling of Hartley. It was a valuable, valuable innings, though, from Ben Aitchison as Derbyshire are finally dismissed. But the big news as they leave the field is that they have avoided the prospect of being asked to follow on. 45 off 63 balls. It's worth reiterating, 6 4s and 2 6s, and it's been a terrific innings from him. The man not out was Blair Tickner. He's not out on 9, and Derbyshire at the end of the innings, which is no longer on the scoreboard, which is not massively helpful, everybody. 314 all out means that they trail by 144 runs. The important thing is it's less than 149 runs, and in a few moments' time I imagine they'll take tea. There are 34 overs left, so I'm almost certain that they'll take tea at this stage, which will mean we'll be back in 20 minutes' time, and then we're going to get a very exciting guest at the start of an innings rather than one at the end of an innings, when it wouldn't really have been easy to do any kind of interview.
Yeah.
But the start of an innings should be absolutely fine.
We'll be all right with that.
Yeah, of course. So trailing by 100, and have we heard that it's tea? Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's tea.
Tea's come up there. So 20-minute break now. Play to resume just before 4 o'clock. And, well, remarkably, it will be Lancashire batting. That's it, really. I've got no more.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll take a little break. 3:14 all out, trail by 144, and catch you soon.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out. I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas. Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see. As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries. Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out. I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas. Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see. As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries. Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it. To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out. I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas. Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see. As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries. Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. Here we go. Juggle around with the microphones. We'll get there in the end. Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford here on Likes TV and the BBC Sport website and app for the start of the evening session, which is a few minutes away, with Lancashire about to start their second innings, having eventually bowled Derbyshire out for 314, so Derbyshire trailing by 144 runs on the first innings. Before we get ourselves back underway, we have a special guest up in the commentary box here, because we were chatting. Dave Fletcher was over in the pavilion
and he was looking at some of the work on the walls, some of the pictures and stuff like that, and he was talking about the Lancashire leagues and some of the great West Indian players that are reflected on over in the pavilion that played in the Lancashire leagues. And he mentioned that this morning. I said, well, by chance, you'll never believe it, but we have an author who's here today to go across the club shop and sign some copies of your new book. And we spoke. This is Scott Oliver who's with me up in the commentary box, and you've got your second book out, Sticky Dogs and Stardust: The Second Innings.
Correct. Yep.
Just remind us, for viewers on Lancs TV, you can see the image of the book. This is a follow-up, then, isn't it, to the 2023 Wisden Book of the Year winner?
Indeed. Yep. So that book did well. So the publisher was like, "How many more stories have you got?" So I kind of threw a number out there. I said, I don't know, probably 40 to 60. I mean, you can go deep and deeper down the rabbit hole, and probably less illustrious names, but sometimes they're more interesting stories. But still, A-list, B-list players, very, very fine Test cricketers, in book 2, and a couple of kind of quirky. Jesse Ryder, who played in New Brighton, not technically Lancashire, but he should have been a great, wasn't. But it's a really good story, a good season, and then some colourful off-field bits. So, yeah, I mean, you just find the story and then you start digging. You can try and get the facts lined up. Hopefully, you find a kind of organic narrative there where they're pushing for the league title, and the pro wins it on the last day. Or breaks a league record or whatever it is, and then you find some interviewees, and hopefully they can sprinkle a bit of icing sugar on it all, and then pull it together. Yeah, and I think they're really unique to cricket, fascinating stories, not just the pro side of things, how did they do, but also which locals had the day out against them. Who whacked Alan Donald, who's on the. I'll hold this up. Alan Donald, playing for Rishton at Todmorden, and he was 29 years old, 2 years before his famous spell to Mike Atherton at Trent Bridge. So that's not a comfortable afternoon for your average club player. So, yeah, who got runs against Donald? Who got Viv Richards out for a duck? Find these people and let them kind of, put the finishing touches to the story. Yeah.
Just take us back to the first book then, and kind of what inspired you to delve into these stories and to examine league cricket and club cricket, in particular, to try and search out some of these things.
Yeah. Well, I played a lot of club cricket against international players in Staffordshire, so I knew of the phenomenon. And then after a kind of detour into academia and coming back into freelance writing, I was asked to write a kind of broad overview of it. So at that point, I found the Lancashire League website, which is phenomenal. It just lays everything out. Click the past professionals, and there's this long list of famous people. So I was aware of it, and then when I was first team captain at my club and our pro was taken away, I would go there trying to find a good sub-pro, because we always played on Saturdays. Lancashire League sometimes was no Saturday, Sunday, and I was like, right, okay, who's Enfield's pro this year? Can we afford him? So I was really aware of it. And then when I was freelance writing, I thought, you know what, I'm going to write about Viv. I just remembered Viv at Rishton. I saw a photo and I knew there were some great photos because it was Viv. He was still 33, 34. It was the year Somerset sacked him. So this isn't an old man, collecting a kind of late career pay packet. He was top 3 batsman in the world still. He arrives on a helicopter, fedora on, Slazenger bat under the arm, strolls across the outfield, makes 87, out first ball LBW, but got away with it, as you would. And so I knew that was a great story. I wrote that one up for Cricinfo, and then I was aware of a few more, and then I went a bit outside the Lancashire League, still within Lancashire, some of them, and I kind of thought, I just started Googling names and trying to find players, famous players who'd played, Cricket Archive, going through the most capped players for each country, working down the list. Is there a scorecard? Are they attached to a club? So there's people like McGrath, Ponting, didn't come anywhere near club cricket, but yeah, like 80% of that 80s, 90s, 70s, 80s, 90s era probably had some dabble with club cricket.
Yeah. I mean, the Lancashire leagues in particular has had an absolutely rich history, didn't they, of some great overseas professionals coming that either at the start of the career or, as you mentioned, Alan Donald there playing and 2 years away from that famous tosser with Michael Atherton. What made, when you went through this process in your first book, which obviously has led you into the second book, what made the Lancashire leagues in particular, do you think, such an appealing prospect?
I mean, just the cast of names. I mean, the Lancashire League was the canary down the coal mine. They took the gamble. It was Nelson Cricket Club in the 20s, took the gamble on Ted MacDonald, who played 3 years league cricket for them, then 8 years for Lancashire, and got a huge amount of wickets. That was, mandatory residential qualification period. And then Leary Constantine, who's probably the most famous of certainly the golden age pros, he came along, and very quickly the other clubs realised that it was a kind of microeconomy. They were getting large 5-figure crowds at times. There's a cup match with Cone, local derby, where they had 14,000 there. So A, they were winning trophies. B, they were getting tons of people through the gate and selling a lot of meat pies. So yeah, other clubs started to copy them, and then other leagues started to copy them. And so the history, the broad national history is, you'll see Staffordshire, Durham, Bradford League and others want a piece of the action, really. And before county cricket opened up to the overseas players in '68, they were pretty much all available. But Lancashire League, not just the Lancashire League, the Central Lancashire League has quite a rich history, and there's a few stories I've done, a few more. Ambrose, he played for Haywood, Curtly Ambrose. Joel Garner had 3 years at Littleborough. That's one of my favourite stories in the second book. I think it might be his debut. He'd played no test matches, maybe 3 first-class matches. He was 23, late developer, but physically ready to go. And I think his first or second match,
We're just back under here for the very, very start of Lancashire's second innings. We've got Ben Aitchison bowling from the Brian Statham end, Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings opening the batting. Chatting to Scott Oliver, who's got a second book out called Sticky Dogs and Stardust, the second innings, after his first was such a welcomed and reviewed book and a success. He's delved into the world of the Lancashire Leagues again, but not just the Lancashire League. There's Wells plays forward in defence, and there is no run, but obviously with here at Old Trafford, and we're proud of our Lancashire League cricket around here. Then we're keen to get you on to discuss that and to give us a little bit of an insight into the stories behind it. There's Ben Aitchison looking for early breakthroughs here. Wells on strike, comes around the wicket and bowls, and that's turned away. First runs of Lancashire's second innings, and the lead moves to 145. So, presumably a very enjoyable labour of love to do this.
Yeah. Just to finish off on the Garner thing, the Manchester Evening News wrote a big piece, pitch him up Garner. So certain opposition players were saying he bowled a lot of bounces. His teammates said, no, that was his natural length. Like the first game he played, the story I heard was short leg fainted when he hit an opposition batsman in the mouth, and then the other leg gully kind of promptly threw up on the field. Now both parties in that story deny it and told me the opposite was true.
Short by Aitchison and left by Jennings.
But a guy's dentures had fallen out on a length and a lot of blood. So the guy he had to be carried off. I think he played first class cricket as well for Notts, and all the Littleborough people who hadn't won the league for 40 years, having been a dominant club in the 30s, and all of a sudden they think, crikey, got a good one here then. Got Big Joel.
Aitchison bowls, left again by Jennings.
So whoever was next in had a 5-minute wait whilst they cleared the pitch on a length, found the fragmented dentures and bits of plastic gum, marked his guard and got bounced out, and they were 30 odd all out that day. And Garner played 3 years there, they did very well, and by the time he finished, he was, you know, a fully fledged international A-list kind of player, and that's not an unusual story in Lancashire. But not many people know many details about those stories beyond the fact that they turned up and played.
Clipped away for a single by Jennings, 2 without loss. And has it been reasonably straightforward to find the details of those stories, to get accurate accounts of what's happened, rather than just kind of hearsay and things that develop and stories that get embellished over the years?
Yeah, I mean, a good anecdote that I suspect is embellished. The quotation marks protect me there. There is a kind of dilemma, but no, yeah, certain leagues easy. Lancashire League very easy because all the scorecards are online and you can build the picture and you can almost see what the narrative is before you ever speak to anyone. When you don't have that, it becomes an anecdotes piece. But you know, online newspaper archives are pretty good. Not necessarily all of Lancashire, because it's kind of fragmented, the league, so you have to go to a specific town to find a specific league, and sometimes you have to go to Blackpool for theirs, but Preston in the same league, go to Preston. So it can be a bit of a kind of mission to find it, to get the basic information. But it's the stories that then you find, but that helps you find the person who got Viv out twice and so forth. And those, if you find those people and they tell a good story with a good and have good memories, that's the gold in it. Yeah, because I mean, I'll give you one example. Keith Roscoe, who's still playing at 63, I think, for Rothesay, Lancashire. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Yeah.
Rothesay.
Spot on. Yeah.
Roll it out. He got Viv out, and I asked him about it, and he said, I actually got him out 3 times in 2 games because he was stumped and caught behind off the same ball. So, you know, and he was absolutely quotable, great guy, and he's all-time Lancashire League leading wicket taker now. So yeah, it's the colour, and Bumble's very kindly written a foreword to the second book.
It's Blair Ticknett from the Jimmy Anderson end. That's wide and left by Jennings.
And yeah, Bumble said that one of the things he loves, because he's obviously an Accrington person, he came through the club, he's deeply embedded in league cricket and the folklore of it, which is why I kind of asked him really. He said he used to love the barracas. Every club had kind of famous barracas, and you know, Accrington's were called the Heavenly Choir.
Take the balls to Jennings down the leg side. There's no run. The Heavenly Choir.
The Heavenly Choir.
Brilliant.
They used to travel on the team bus to the match. You know, they're as much part of things. And so one of the stories, Chris Cairns playing for Bacup. He's 35, just finished international cricket. And he plays against Ryan Harris as well, who's at Lower House that year, and I kind of combined their story, but it's mainly about Cairns. And loads of people tell me about 3 famous barracas at Bacup.
Take the balls, Jennings plays and misses.
Who were called Clive of India, Gordon of Khartoum and Roy of Rossendale, and their Saturday morning ritual would be to meet at 10 a.m, stop off at 3 or 4 pubs, maybe 5 or 6 pubs, find the prime bench and kind of try and wind the opposition pro up as much as possible during the day, which wasn't always appreciated by the Bacup players. But I had like half a dozen absolutely brilliant stories for their interventions in the game. I think they locked the umpires in their room once over a contentious decision. They were known to steal children's scooters and drive across the pitch to interrupt things if Bacup was struggling. And yeah, got stuck into Mike Whitney famously over a long period, 30 overs, calling him Whitney Houston on account of his tight black curls. So towards the end of the game, he dropped a bit of a goober, caught and bowled, and someone shouted out, "What, Roy? He's not Whitney Houston, he's Whitney Useless," which he did not take with much equanimity. So yeah, he had to be held back at the end of the game. There's a policeman who played for Burnley who had played for Bacup, I think, and dropped a catch on the boundary, and he said, How do you expect to catch criminals if you can't catch cricket balls?
Defended by Wells, back down the pitch, no run, 2 overs gone, 3 without loss. Wells 1, Jennings on 2. You must have had what are the challenges editing some of these stories down into the book? I bet you could. I mean, you've done 2 books. Could you, I mean, how many books are there in this from these Lancashire leagues and these type of stories?
Yeah, I think there's at least I think 2 more, and then I'll be
and then you finish it.
Then I'll be kind of flaked out from it. Yeah, Lancashire and other parts of the country as well. Some good stories. Yeah, I'm working on the 3rd one at the moment. I've got a few names actually. Jarvid Meandad, he played for Preston and he played for Daisy Hill in the now defunct Bolton Association, as did Sylvester Clark, who.
Here's Aitchison bowling, and that's turned through mid-wicket by Jennings for 2. The score moves on to 5 without loss.
So anybody who played county cricket in the 80s,
and they've come back for 3, 6 without loss.
Sylvester Clark was the kind of great kind of bogeyman of the era. You know, roughed up very, very good players, and by all accounts, he didn't believe in pitching it up to club players as a kind of a sop to the level he was at. So he ran in hard. Alan Border is a story. East Lancashire in Blackburn. We got the great Constantine Patrick Patterson, a Lancashire player, obviously for a while, who most people thought was rapid.
Lovely shot down the ground by Luke Wells through straight mid-on for 4. Takes the score onto 10 without loss.
Yeah. So loads to dig into, and even the kind of lesser lights who are interesting characters, professionals-wise, who wouldn't carry a chapter on their own. You know, if you can find a few good stories, there's always ways to graft. I just like to bring the colour of club cricket to the page. The professional side of it is unique, as I say, but you know, so many great characters in the leagues. They're out there somewhere. Come and talk to me, please, wherever you are. Give me your best 11 p.m. like best 3 anecdotes, best 10 if they're really good ones. And yeah, I really think that that's an underrepresented part of cricket writing. Not that I started out on a mission or anything, but kind of as it's developed, you kind of think the further you scratch, the more the cave system just keeps going on and on, kind of thing. So, yeah, I think people kind of they like to read about big cricket and so forth, but the names, the prose names, is the bridge. I think that an interested reader could come into it via that, but a lot of the people who report back to me, who send me emails and stuff, say it's not really that part of it that kind of charmed them. It was hearing about these characters, these club characters, Doughty, club players who, you know, saw off Curtly Ambrose and, you know, these kind of people. So, yeah, there's a lot of magic in the club game.
It's left alone by Wells, and through to the keeper. There's no run. So the stardust coming from obviously some of the game's great players, but actually some of the real humour and love for it coming from just the ordinary person trying to face Joel Gardner or whatever it might be. You know, that type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, Bumble's got a few stories about this, but people, you know, you'd get the odd kind of crazy in club cricket, right, who would just charge in and try and knock the pro's head off, and usually it failed miserably. I mean, even there's Carl Hooper, you know, in the 3rd book, a story I'm kind of trying to pull together. I just bumped into a gentleman in the shop at lunchtime who played against him, and you know, he was taking apart Ambrose and Garner and Ezra Mosley in these Central Lancashire League matches, and you just kind of think, just to be on the field to witness very, very, very top level player do that, and to somehow rouse yourself to just have, you know, to get one of those type of players out or to get a 50, it's doable. Like, you'd never beat Novak Djokovic at tennis ever. But in cricket, he can only bowl from one end, right? And there's probably lesser standard bowling at the other end. So if you can somehow steel yourself to get through it, wear a couple on the body, give your partner a lot of the strike from the opposition pro, You could walk off with a 50 against a legend of the game, and the people who've done that, you know, they still obviously cherish those days, and there's no other sport that really offers a competitive context for amateur players to do that kind of thing. You know, pro-am golf, but it's not the same, is it? But this is a gnarly cup tie in one of the Lancashire leagues, and you know, you managed to get through it and live to tell a tale, and actually got a few runs. Then
And I suppose, as Jennings takes a single there to mid-wicket and the score moves on to 12 without loss, that era, we're never really going to get back to that, are we? Because of the way that cricket's moved on. And is it important as well that those stories are kind of noted down and archived and put together, and so they live on, because cricket's changed so much that you're not going to get the best players playing club cricket anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get them at the peak of their powers. You might get them young, who then go on to develop a reputation, but no one will probably know who they were at the time. The documentation side of things, I think you can do that in a fairly concise way, and these types of stories, they have popped up in other people's work, don't get me wrong, but I wanted to get into the nitty-gritty. So if there was a really good story, there's a few of the players out, you know, without any spoilers, but winning that club their first championship for a very long time. Richie Richardson in the second book, I won't say which of the clubs I cover, but he wins a league title for a club, their first ever one after 80 odd years. So what I wanted to do was to get into the story of the season and lay it out in a suspenseful way, not just document the fact that player X was at this club and it's a paragraph, then you move on. So, you know, what happened, how much did that superstar throw himself into the heart of the club and become part of it. So quite often the end of the stories will inquire about the relationships that existed after. You know, did they come back to the club? Did they maintain friendships? And quite often it's the case. There's a few notable exceptions.
That's up in the air. It's going to land safe, actually, as it's disappeared down towards the boundary of a top edge from Luke Wells. Score moves on to 15 without loss. He's had a couple of short deliveries here, Wells, and I wasn't sure where that one was going, but Jennings called him through, but down towards the boundary it went. 15 without loss, Lancashire, with one ball remaining of their fourth over.
Best bounce for the day, wasn't it? So far, that. Probably the one exception in the first book, Kevin Peterson, the few bridges burnt there, but you know, Joel Garner still comes back and sees his old mates from sort of 50 years ago in sunny Rochdale.
Hammered away off the back foot by Wells, out towards mid-wicket, and 4 runs. End of the over, 4 gone. Well, it's terrific to have you here, Scott, and I'm pleased that your second book is out after the first was such a great success.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been a pleasure to come to the cradle of my story, effectively, Lancashire. Yeah.
So this is Sticky Dogs and Stardust. I think viewers on Lex TV will be able to see the image of the book by Scott Oliver, and that forward from David Lloyd. And the second edition is out now. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you very much for having me.
Pleasure. Here at Emirates Old Trafford, out there in the middle, there's 4 overs into the Lancashire second innings. The lead is 163. Wells on 13. Jennings is on 6. And there's been some pretty hostile bowling from Blair Tickner. We saw that quite a bit in the first innings, actually. He was probably, arguably, the pick of the ball as Ben Hitchison got the 3 wickets and bowled beautifully, but Tickner in particular was a real thorn in the Lancashire side. Ball very nicely. They're going to set a field here with catches close in and a couple out on the boundary for Keaton Jennings. There's a deep point. There's a deep square leg, there's a fine leg, and then there's one slip, and then catches to short mid-wicket 2 catches at mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off and cover. Aitchison from around the wicket bowls down the leg side. And there's no run. Yes, Sticky Dogs and Stardust is the second innings of the book that Scott's released. And some great stories in there about the Lancashire Leagues. You can tell, well, we're quite keen to have a chat with Scott because of it's not just, as he was saying, it's not just the Lancashire Leagues, but the Lancashire Leagues featuring pretty heavily. And some great names and stories in there. Pulled away by Jennings down towards the fine leg boundary for a single. Moves on to 7, 20 without loss. Jennings 7, Wells on 13. Dave Fletcher's back alongside me.
Good stories. Good stories.
Some great names, aren't there?
I was just saying there that my lad plays in the Northwest Cricket League. It's called now. It was the Bolton Association and the Bolton Cricket League, and they combined, and then a lot of teams left the Bolton League to join the Greater Manchester setup. And they still have to have a pro. You have to have a pro. Otherwise you get fined if you don't field a pro.
Aitchison around the wicket to Wells. Tucks it away off his pads out towards square leg for a single. Moves on to 14, 21 without loss.
Won again yesterday. Another big win. they won the league last season, Blackrod,
right,
which is where my boy plays, and I usually watch cricket on a Saturday if I'm not working. And their first game in defence of their title, chasing 130, they lost by 90, which was a good effort. I have no idea how they managed to do it, but they did it. But they've evened it out a bit now.
Forward goes Jennings and defends, and there is no run.
So yeah, so it's just good to see. The Friday night's the one, isn't it? Friday night. Anyway, we drove past Horwich Cricket Club, which is the town where I live. Well, Friday night, and it's heaving with kids.
That's great.
Blackrod's the same. Junior training night. Blackrod's got a really good tradition of top-class players.
Forward goes Jennings, defends again, no run.
I'm not sure if Mike Watkinson ever played for them. I imagine he might have done because he went to Blackrod and Rivington and Blackrod High School, which is in Horwich. Charlie Dagnall, he was a player there. Yeah, there's been a few. And some of them were even good as well. I was just mentioning Daggers.
Cruel man.
I hope you're listening, Daggers. I don't think he will be busy.
Jennings comes down the pitch, carves it away with the offside for 4 more. And Lancashire making a positive start here, but they
have to.
They have to, yeah.
Yeah, they have to.
Time is not a friend of theirs. 25 without loss, so 5 overs gone, yeah, so a positive start, but
169 the lead. How many can they dare leave Derbyshire in a full day's play, I wonder? 300 would probably be too many, so there is an opportunity here if they really go for it in the final 29 overs today to get that up towards 300. Well, they have to bat a bit tomorrow if they do bat a bit tomorrow, but let's not forget that despite it being a disappointing innings, which finished really well for Derbyshire, it still lasted 97.5 overs, which is more overs than in a day's play. Of course, if they can go hard and not lose wickets, which is what's happening at the moment, then they've every chance. There are fielders running all over the place here. Quite remarkable. Luke Wells on strike. He's got a long leg, a deep backward square leg, who's currently warming up. That Zach Chappell. Only one slip. Tickner around the wicket, bowls on as a swing and a miss from Wells. That would have gone many a mile. And Tickner finishes his follow-through, standing next to Luke Wells, looking up in the sky to see where the ball is. It was actually in Brooke Guest's hands. Love watching Blair Tickner when he's out there. I did notice he was having some running repairs to a foot. Now, whether I think it was his right foot, whether his boot was just causing him a bit of irritation, but he's there. The physio was out there at the far end in between overs, just administering something. He feels all right. He looks all right. I don't know how he feels. I've not asked him. He's in, bowls to Wells, who gets a full toss. A slower ball Yorker attempted there, I think, by Tickner, and it just basically ended up on the face of Wells' bat in a defensive position. So very strange. Chappell, fresh from his decent knock of 24. That 68-run 9th wicket partnership with Ben Aitchison, who made 45, is warming up down to our right, down at deep backward square leg. As Tickner is in and bowls to Wells, who guides this into the slip cordon. I say cordon, it's Wayne Madsen. He gets his hand to it and they go through for a single. Wells moves to 15, 26 without loss in the 6th. It was a controlled shot from Wells.
Oh, he's come out with a bit of purpose, hasn't he, Wells? He's swinging off the hip, isn't he?
That swing to the previous delivery was absolutely fantastic. That's one of the highlights you won't see if you're not with us for the entirety of the day. But yeah, almost dislocated his hips. Keaton Jennings on strike now. He got 11 off 16. Not as bright sunshine as we had earlier, as he's in and bowls a short delivery, Tickner quick, almost tramples all over the pitch.
I thought he bowled well in the first innings, Tickner.
Yeah, he's bowling quickly, isn't he? Did he get a couple of wickets in there?
Yeah, he did, yeah, but he got 2 for 82, but it just felt like he bowled better than that.
Occasionally bowls a bit too short for perhaps English conditions, but you would never accuse him of lacking either enthusiasm or effort.
Or energy.
Yeah, he's got it all. And he's on his way in again now. Around the wicket to Jennings, who turns this into the leg side for a single. Off a hip. Lancashire have started the banging on the windows every time runs scored now. That's terrific news.
They bang just for a leg by, you see.
Well, Derbyshire do it all the time at home. So on the windows of the high performance centre where the changing rooms are, just saves sitting outside, I think. So just heard Lancashire beating on the, unless it was somebody from Derbyshire who enjoyed the delivery. 27 without loss. Final ball of Tickner's 3rd over. He's in and bowls to Wells, a short delivery, ducks underneath it and through into the hands of Brooke Guest. And Derbyshire have got that interesting balance at 27 without loss after 6, so they're going along at 4 and a quarter, an over, or 4.5. But they want to keep it nice and tight because they need to take some time out of the game. They need to give Lancashire a decision to make, and for that decision to be as tough as possible. I think if Derbyshire, having been in the field for such a long time in Lancashire's first innings, come out of this with a draw and 11 points, they'd probably see that as some kind of win, if you know what I mean. I know Lancashire haven't won yet this season. Derbyshire have only won once, but it would just maintain that bit of momentum that they've got. Whereas a defeat, and it all comes to a shuddering halt, then it's Kent at home on Friday, who are the other relegated side, and all of a sudden people are starting to doubt them, which I think is a bit harsh.
Well, that's amazing what a defeat can do, isn't it? I mean, Lancashire lost for the first time this season at Northamptonshire, and
yes, all hell broke loose.
All hell broke loose, yeah. 24 points from second, only 5 games into the season, but unbeaten Derbyshire. If they can continue to be unbeaten Derbyshire.
You wouldn't believe how many times I've typed that over the last 6 weeks into sports bulletins.
It does make a big difference if you're tough to beat.
Yes.
You know,
the trouble is Leicestershire are going to beat Middlesex, aren't they? They need
that way.
67, so more runs.
Chappell comes into the attack, balls around the wicket to Jennings. It's clipped out towards the leg side, no run.
So they're just, it's almost as if, well, let them go. But if you let them go, there's only one promotion place for the remaining 7 sides, and it's very tight, as we've been saying. 24 points at the start of this match between Lancashire at the bottom and Derbyshire in 2nd place. It's one maximum bonus point win.
Chappell to Jennings. I was going to leave that, and the ball is just deflecting down towards leg slip, and there's no run.
Chappell's just hobbling a little bit after that delivery.
And kicking the ground as well, isn't he? On the
just a bit of a hobble there. He does have an interesting walk anyway.
Yeah, Leicestershire are 36 for 1. Need 66 more runs to win. That is some win for them, isn't it?
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Ian Holland's been a heck of a signing.
Chappell to Jennings. Just driven to mid-off and there's no run. Yep. It would open up a little bit of a gap.
Yes, it would. Well, there is a little bit of a gap already.
Yeah. Slight understatement from me.
There is a bit of one, though, isn't there?
Yeah,
if you look at the table as it is.
Sorry, Lancashire assault Leicestershire out next week.
Well, yes, that will be. Everybody else is capable of beating everybody else, but Leicestershire.
Chappell to Jennings, turns out towards the leg side. And there's no run. 27 without loss. Jennings 11, Wells on 15. Lead of 171, so 27 overs left today. They'll want 3 sessions tomorrow. That's a good shot from Jennings on the walk, but cut off by Aitchison, who comes round from mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over, 27 without loss. Wells 15, Jennings on 11, but I'm not so certain that they're necessarily going to get 3 sessions at Derbyshire tomorrow.
Well, if they carry on batting at 4 and over for the remaining, where is it? There it is, 27 overs after this one. That's 120, isn't it? I'm not sure whether 290. That would be right on the edge of what they'd be. You know, it's less than 100 a session.
Yep.
But they'd have to. As the over comes to an end.
Sorry.
No. 27 without loss. But even at 100 runs a session, that's more than we've seen throughout. Just about. I mean, it's fascinatingly poised.
It
now
is, yeah.
In terms of when Lancashire will pull out, when they think they can pull out. Yes, they've got Jimmy Anderson. Yes, they bowled Darbishire out once, but it took them 97.5 overs, and they made 314. So it'll want to be more than that.
Yes.
So it's really tricky, and that was with Derbyshire's top order largely failing. Would it happen twice in one game? Potentially. Nothing to say that it wouldn't. Here's Tickner in and bowls, and Wells gets a full toss again as he goes for the Yorker and just bunts it into the offside. David Lloyd feels. He wasn't expecting that. Nobody was expecting that. And it remains 27 without loss.
Yeah, there's one outcome that is the firm favourite at this stage, isn't there?
I'm not sure Derbyshire wins the favourite, but I know what you mean. Well, the draw has to be, doesn't it?
It does.
It has to be.
Yeah, has to be.
Tickner bowls, that's turned into the leg side by Wells, but straight to Aitchison, who's fielding at mid-wicket. It does, but it could still be very much. Look at the over 8 +8, blimey. It could still be a draw similar to last time out's draw at Glamorgan for Derbyshire, which goes down to the very final ball with the last pair out in the middle. So don't switch off, for goodness sake. Anybody listening, don't switch off. We'll be here tomorrow. We might be on Sports Extra 17 or something, you never know. It comes Tickner again, and that's guided very nicely down towards third man, but there is a third man, remarkable. It's Martin Anderson, and he keeps them down to a single. So just one run off the first 3 deliveries. They need 2 or 3 overs here where Lancashire don't really go anywhere. No freebies. Don't bowl short and wide. That's easier said than done, but blimey. That's what they have to do here. Derbyshire's been a terrific day for them. Here at Old Trafford, as Tickner is in and bowls, not only short, and slapped into the offside, stinging David Lloyd's right hand, because he really did slap that, Jennings. Couldn't get it past the the Welshman. Zanush Dahl, who'd just come in from the point boundary, now goes back to the point boundary, much to the disappointment of the cameraman, who's walking straight towards, I think. Third man goes back as well, Martin Anderson. There's a deep backward square leg on the boundary too. That looks like Jack Morley out there. As Tickner is in, bowls a short delivery. He's pulled it around the corner. It goes straight to Morley. It'll just be a single. And one more ball of the over to go and 2 runs from it. This is exactly what Derbyshire are looking for. Some tight bowling. Last over was a maiden. Over before that went for just a couple of runs. And that run rate is coming back down to something like the average for the entire. As I was saying, size 14 feet, they never usually pull wires out, but I'm sorry about that. First ball of Zach Chappell over has gone down the leg side. There were 2 runs off the final ball of the Blair Tickner over that we missed because of my clod-hopping feet. So Lancashire have moved on to 31 without loss. And now Chappell has started and bowled the first ball of a new over down the leg side. I'm going to try and tuck my feet away for the remainder of this session and the whole of tomorrow.
There's a few wires knocking around.
Well, there are, but still, it's very unprofessional. I've never knowingly been anything other than unprofessional.
Chappell into Jennings, that's worked out through the leg side. Caleb Jewell catching up with the ball. Sends it in towards the bowler's end. And Jennings spins round and thinks about coming back for 2 because the throw just clipped the top of the stumps and deflected away, but just a single for Jennings. He moves to 13-32 without loss.
Anyway, you missed a really good chat while we were off.
Yeah, it was good, that, wasn't it?
I'm not going to repeat it now.
Yeah,
can't be bothered.
Point, yeah. Lead of 176. Zach Chappell from the Brian Statham end. Looks like he's moving a bit freer now. He did look like he was struggling a bit before. Bowls to Wells, that's defended. Seemed to maybe he just landed a bit awkwardly on his follow through in his first over, because he seemed to be well, he was certainly scraping his spike across, wasn't he, on the popping crease, and kind of just limbering back to his marks. Maybe just had a slightly awkward landing as he put his boot down, but it looks like he's fine now. In around the wicket, bowls to Wells, dabbed away through the leg side, quick single then. Again, there's 2 short mid wickets in place. Wells had just snapped it away towards the leg side and gone through for 1. Moves on to 19-33 without loss. And the 9th over of Lancashire's second innings. We had a very interesting end to the Derbyshire innings in as much that Lancashire were trying to bowl them out before the follow-on target. Driven by Jennings down the ground for 4. Lovely shot into the advertising board. 4 runs for Jennings. And the score moves on to 37 without loss.
Just takes a bit of pressure off that, doesn't it? First boundary since the end of the 5th over, coming at the end of the 9th. Slightly disappointing. from a Derbyshire perspective. Yeah, that was very exciting, and the man who's just retrieved the ball, Ben Aitchison, with those couple of sixes off Luke Wells.
Chappell into Jennings. And there's no run to complete the 9th over, 37 without loss. Yeah, what did he finish on in the end? 45.
45, but Blair Tickner hit back-to-back boundaries off James Anderson to avoid the follow-on, which was, well, it was insane, wasn't it, really?
Yeah.
And poor old James Anderson was getting angrier and angrier, and the umpires were making notes. So he may well be called in. You can imagine 2 domestic umpires calling Sir James Anderson into their room at the end of the day saying, now look, we don't accept that kind of behaviour in these parts. Tickner's going to continue. He threw the ball back at the stumps. It was nowhere near Aitchison when he threw it, but you're just not allowed to do it anymore. 37 without loss after 9. Here's Tickner around the wicket, bowls, and that's turned into the leg side by Wells for a single out towards Morley. 38 without loss, lead 182.
Yeah, it was quite a high energy end, wasn't it, with that flurry of runs, and then the wicket from Jimmy Anderson that got Derbyshire 9 down, and basically he had to get the wicket again in the same over, didn't he? Because Aitchison was primed to knock off the runs required to get beyond the follow-on.
Tickner in and bowls again. It's a full toss, I think, and that's played back to him by Keaton Jennings. Yes, it was Tickner came out and they needed 5 runs to avoid the follow-on. He managed to get a 4 down to a wide third man somehow, some distance away from Jennings' despairing leap, and then drove the ball for another 4. As Tickner bowls, there's a swing and a miss from Keaton Jennings. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest. We're not far from the swing and a miss season. Derbyshire starting their T20 campaign before the end of the month.
Yeah, it's like a week on Thursday, I think, Lancashire's first game.
Well, day before us then. I'd better watch that one on telly. I could even come. I might come. In comes Tickner bowls. That one is guided down towards the short third man area. And it's fielded by Martin Anderson with 2 S's. Some ease, really, just moving slightly to his left. A 1, or a single, and 3 dot balls so far in this over from Blair Tickner. 2 balls to go until the end of 10 overs. The fielding restrictions are lifted. Oh no, that's August. Here comes Tickner again. Again, it's a full toss and it's driven and it's not stopped by the man coming around from mid-off. There was a despairing dive there. It was a glorious shot from Keaton Jennings, who moves on to 21, 42 without loss. I think that's Caleb Jewell at mid-off. Put the dive in but couldn't get there.
Got to tap that one, didn't he?
Yeah. They're going along at just over 4 and over. When the overall average for the match has been around the 3 mark. Here comes Tickner again and bowls, and that one is short. It's cut down towards Anderson down below us. He picks up now and they only go through for a single. Jennings keeps the strike and moves on to 22. Wells has 20. 10 overs gone, 43 without loss. Tickner's now bowled 5 overs for 21. I haven't seen Anuj Dal warming up. I wonder if they're going to get turned to spin early. Well, Jack Morley is just leaving the field. I don't know whether spinners have bowling boots or not. He's been replaced by Nick Potts temporarily. And Mitch Wagstaff's on as well, so it means we've got 2 Derbyshire players off the field.
Go on, Fletch. Who's off?
Well, Morley definitely, because I've just seen him go off.
Okay.
It's a terrific question. Quite often David Lloyd goes off, but I think he's on.
I can see him there, yeah. Good to slip, isn't he?
Aitchison looks like he's just stretching because it's been a long time since he played cricket. He probably needs to stretch.
Here's Chappell from around the wicket, balls to Jennings. It's chipped over mid-on, bouncing over the boundary on the long-on boundary for 4 more. Jennings moves to 26, 47 without loss.
It's Martin Anderson, I think. It's another potential candidate to come on and bowl. When Madsen comes out of slip now, because yes, they want to take wickets, but it's not really about that, because they're almost certainly not going to bowl Lancashire out, given how long it's taken to bowl the 2 respective sides out already in this game. So it's about run restriction as much as anything. They've now got 3 men on the leg side boundary, stand by for a short one.
Jennings to 26, Chappell in and balls. It is short, and he's got something on it down towards the boundary at fine leg. It's beyond the reach of the man trying to come across and cut it off. It's 4 runs to bring up the 50 for Lancashire, 51 without loss. And Jennings and Wells coming out and swinging the bat here.
I'd be surprised if that wasn't the quickest 50 runs in the entire match.
Off 62 balls in 45 minutes. Chappell to Jennings, just trying to steer it away through the offside, but can't get the ball past Potts, who's at backward point, and there's no run. 30 to Jennings from 38 deliveries. Wells is 20 from 25. The lead is 195.
Handy.
Halfway through the 11th over, 51 on the board already for Lancashire. Chappell in, balls, and swung away by Jennings down towards the deep backward square leg boundary for 4 runs. And,
I'll put the dive in there.
Yeah.
Sure if it was reached him on the full or not. I don't think it did.
Yeah, he went leaping away, didn't he, to his left on that boundary rope. I think just to try and stop it rather than to try and take a pretty spectacular catch. But even with those 3 men back, Jennings has found boundaries. 4 runs to that leg side boundary, fine leg and deep backward square leg, and it's causing Derbyshire a couple of headaches here. Wayne Madsen's come up to have a chat with his bowlers. He's speaking to Chappell, he's speaking to Aitchison as well.
With 4 boundaries off the last 5 boundaries off the last 6 balls, something like that anyway. 4 boundaries off the last 6 balls is what I'm trying to say.
They're dropping 3rd man back. It's a 3rd man, fine leg, deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket. Chappell's option is to come over the wicket to Jennings. It's short again, it's down the leg side again, and it's swatted away by Jennings, but on this occasion there's no bat on that. Deflects away off his hip, something like that maybe. So he remains on 34. The score moves on to 56 without loss. Lead is exactly 200 now. Brings Luke Wells on strike.
Chappell was the most expensive in terms of runs per over in the first innings, and he's proving to be so in the second.
Final ball of the over into Wells. It's a nice shot by Wells. He's 4 runs down to fine leg, but he's skipped across the stumps and is able to angle it away down to fine leg. Oh, it's lovely touch play by Luke Wells. He's cushioned it off the face of the bat down towards the boundary. It's an eventful start to Lancashire's second innings. They've raced up to 60.
17 off the over. But too many. Martin Anderson is back on. Wayne Madsen is speaking to Brooke Guest. David Lloyd is speaking to Ben Aitchison. And Blair Tickner is going to continue. Nick Potts departs the scene because Jack Morley is out there as well. I was just looking in terms of economy rate in that first innings. Anderson 13 overs at 2.5 and Morley 37 overs at 2 1/4. Dahl bowled his 17 overs and went for less than 2 runs and over. So there are options there for Wayne Mountain, and he might want to turn to them soon. Zach Chappell's only bowled 3 overs, but he's already gone for 22. He went for an awful lot in that last over. 17 in total, including the leg bye, as Keaton Jennings just takes a fresh guard. Tickner around the wicket, 5 overs for 21 so far for him. 60 without loss, leading by 204 Lancashire. Tickner bowls, and that's guided out into the offside for a single through the pigeons. Dahl loses his hat.
As ever.
As ever. And the score moves on to 61 without loss. Jennings 35 off 41. Wells 24 off just 26. A little bit starved at the strike. But he's got it now. And what will he do with it? There must be a third man down below us.
Yep.
Martin Anderson, there is. A long leg as well. It's a sort of fine leg as much as anything. Zach Chappell to our right. The field is fairly well spread in those terms. There's a deep backward square leg. There's a point on the boundary. There's a backward point who's quite deep as well. As Tickner is in, bowls. That one is guided down towards third man. It's a half, if that, stopped by Harry Kame, and Martin Anderson comes in to complete the fielding. Single taken. Wells up to 25, 62 without loss.
It's been sent some of the highest totals to win chasing on the last day here.
I think we can discount those, but carry on.
Is 253 for 7, which was by Lancashire against Essex in 2013.
Yes, I think we can possibly rule out the Derbyshire win. As Tickner is in, that one is lifted down towards third man. Anderson's there and takes the catch down below us, and Jennings goes for a bright and breezy 35. And Lancashire lose their first wicket, 62 for 1. Their lead is 206.
The highest Derbyshire score that they've chased down on the 4th day to win away from home, 251 for 2. That was it against Surrey at the Oval in 2014.
Thank you, Gary. He's always been a cheery soul. 35 off 42 for Keaton Jennings. Blair Tickner.
But those numbers and those totals might well influence potentially Lancashire's thought process here in terms of when they declare in the second innings. Josh Bahan's the new batter. Third man was a good position, wasn't it?
He barely moved.
Yeah, it's straight down his throat, didn't it?
Down below us. Yeah. Once he realised it was going to land inside the boundary, he was very much in business. Martin Anderson. Blair Tickner picked up a couple of wickets in the first innings, has one in the second as well now. I nearly said he won't drop this, but then I realised how foolish I would look. Indeed he did. He didn't. Halfway through Tickner's 6th over, 1 for 23, and he just sort of stood there. Keaton Jennings flipped his bat round once and went. Disappointed. But he's got his side off to a flying start in their pursuit of heaven knows what. They probably need another 100 runs, but there are only 22 overs left today, so it could be quite spectacular.
Yeah, they want to be bowling tomorrow, won't they, Lancashire?
I think if they set them 300 in 3 sessions, it would be a fascinating game. I don't think Derbyshire would get very close unless they can keep wickets intact until tea.
Yeah.
And do you risk losing a game to try to win it? All those things to be weighed up. The game is in Lancashire's hands. That's the thing, very much as it was in Glamorgan's hands down at Sophia Gardens. Bohannon then, as Tickner comes in over the wicket to him, arm bowls. That one is striking the pad, but going down leg side, I fancy. Might even have got a bit of bat on it as well, as Harry Kame does the fielding at mid-wicket. The Glamorgan declaration at the time didn't appear generous and produced an absolute thriller. Remarkable, really. Derbyshire almost chased down 300 plus down at Sussex a couple of years ago as well, with a shortish boundary to the pavilion side. There's Tickner balls. That one is defended by Bohannon.
So that run chase at Glamorgan then, was that duel and game, the top order going at it pretty hard and
Terrific question. It was nearly a fortnight ago.
I do apologise. I can't remember last week.
Well, they made the first wicket made 67 in 13 overs. David Lloyd 42 off 46. Harry Kane was out soon after. Caleb Jewell 44. Brooke Guest with 48 and Martin Anderson with 78 were the main contributors, and then it rather fell apart. It unravelled as Tickner is in, bowls a short delivery. Brooke Guest puts everything, body, the lot, behind that ball to stop it. He actually stopped it with his gloves, which was a terrific effort. As I say, chasing 338 in 65 overs, 5.2 and over. They only really stopped chasing it with 28 balls to go and Lewis Rees out in the middle with a runner, because his hamstring had already gone by then. And Blair Tickner on 1, 30 short of victory. And I've just written the words, still undefeated. Rather pointlessly. We're going to see spin.
Yeah, we are, aren't we?
The Rochdale Richards is going to bowl. I'm going to try and get that to stick.
Well, a couple more 40s and he's a
shoo-in.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Worcestershire are 2 wickets away from beating Essex. 98 for 8 Essex in the second innings.
That's mad, isn't it?
It is. Some result that. So that could finish tonight. That's could the Warwickshire-Hampshire game. That could finish tonight.
We'll definitely finish at Lord's tonight.
And definitely finish at Lord's. Yeah. What do they need now?
34. 8 wickets intact. Roland Jones is going to have to do something special there if he's playing.
Here's Jack Morley for the first time in this innings. And Wells going back and across and very watchful to begin with, defending back down the pitch. And there's no run. At 30 overs of Tom Hartley. And Morley bowled 37 in Lancashire's first innings. Paddled away around the corner by Luke Wells for a single. He moves to 26, 63 for 1. Brings Josh Bohannon on strike, lead of 207. Just a couple of games like they're shaping up to reach a result on day 3.
Cardiff, it could finish, couldn't it? Northants lead by 16 with 2 wickets in hand in their second innings.
Well, yeah.
Ooh, where's that come from?
Only from around the wicket to Bohannon with a bit of bounce for a left arm spinner taken by the keeper Brooke Guest. But yeah, went straight on. But that bounce that Guest had to take it. And again, there's Bohannon gives himself some time and goes off the back foot and just steers it away into the offside. No run. Well, both spinners have had the chance to bowl with a pretty new ball, haven't they? Both Morley and Hartley in this game. Twirls in again, bowls. Looked away into the onside by Bohannon. So nice shot, which he's managed just to manoeuvre out through straight mid-wicket for a single. Gets his first run with that, 64 for 1. Brings Wells on strike. Wayne Madsen, who wasn't slip, decides to jog back to short, fine leg. Long leg and a deep mid-wicket. But that kind of paddle around the corner a few times, Luke Wells. It's a wristy shot off the back foot, which he guides through square leg for 1. Keeps the strike. 27 to Luke Wells, 65 for 1, Lancashire. 21 overs to go in the day's allocation today. Full day in prospect tomorrow. What will the target be for Derbyshire? Will they potentially try and even entertain the idea of chasing it? Can Lancashire, with Jimmy, try and take 10 wickets on the final day? I mean, Could be set up for a good finish tomorrow.
All on the next edition of Soap. That's twice I've used that in successive matches. I do like it though. Do you remember Soap?
No.
No, I didn't think you would. Far too young. It's a spoof soap opera from America. Used to be on ITV, I think. It's great. Ben Aitchison's going to replace Blair Tickner at the James Anderson end. Ball 3 overs for 15 from the Statham end before. The first ball is just guided out to backward point by Wells for a single out towards Dal. 66 for 1, the lead 210. Importantly, just 20 overs left after this one. Nick Potts is back out there. Oh dear, he's gone now.
Difficult to keep up, isn't it?
I think, perhaps just for a rub down, Blair Tickner's gone. I don't see him. He's fairly difficult to miss. Yeah, I'm fairly sure it's him. But only fairly, as Nick Potts is being moved round like one of those radio-controlled cars by Wayne Madsen. As he points, Nick Potts moves. Now Martin Anderson's on the move down below us at long leg. He's 10 yards in from the boundary, which is interesting as Aitchison bowls and Bohannon pushes this one up to pushes it up to Caleb Jewell, who gets an awkward bounce, shall we say, and it bounces up into his midriff. He had time, the ball was approaching him so slowly, to adjust the glasses on the back of his cap before bending down to pick the ball up. He might regret doing that. There's Aitchison again. Bohannon, first step is back, that's his trigger movement. And he goes forward and plays it straight back to Aitchison, who tosses the ball to his skipper, Wayne Madsen, who finds himself at mid-off. Well, he hasn't fielded too many times over the course of the season. Fielded there a bit last year when he suffered that mashed up finger from dropping a catch in the slips. Had a couple of broken fingers last season, not him, but Lloyd as well. As well, Bohannon goes for a ball down the leg side. He tries to swing it away, doesn't make contact, but Brooke Guest can't stop it either, and they go through for a bye. 67 for 1. Anderson does the fielding down below us. His boots look quite new. I can't imagine he's going to bowl in them. Usually like bowling in old worn-in boots, don't they? Now the field is changing around as Zach Chappell is going up to mid-off. David Lloyd's gone out to the square leg boundary, and Jack Morley is down at long leg for the left-handed Luke Wells. Aitchison is on his way in again. Wells just turns that down towards Morley, and they stroll through for a single. 68 for 1. Wells up to 29 off just 32 deliveries. The lead 212. On a relatively flat pitch with the odd ball that bounces. And clouds up above. I think it's supposed to be a bit cloudier tomorrow, isn't it? From the forecast that I saw. I could be wrong. They could be wrong, as this one is squaring up. Bohannon picks up his second single down towards a wide third man, but he was aiming into the leg side.
It's not allowed to have cloud cover. We're used to the sunshine.
Well, yeah, absolutely. We haven't had any, have we, for tomorrow? A bit gloomy to start with.
Okay.
And then cloudy, and then it brightens up around 3 o'clock.
Oh, lovely.
But 17 degrees is warm enough, isn't it?
Fine, yeah.
It's not going to be cold enough to put the shorts away. They're not going anywhere.
That's it now, is it? Shorts the rest of the...
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Once they're on, they're on.
Yeah, the major time that you struggle is at the end of a T20 on a Friday night. It gets a bit chilly.
It's Jack Morley in bowling to Bohannon. Push off the front foot and there's no run.
You know, it's like you arrive at, I don't know, well, in my case, really early, but you know, you arrive about 3, 4 o'clock.
Nice and warm.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
And then you go outside at 10. Let's cool down a touch.
Morley for Bohannon. Down the pitch he comes, hits it back over the bowler's head. It's plenty of height. He could be in bother. And he is, as Chappell takes the catch. And Bohannon going on the attack, looking to keep pushing Lancashire forward quickly. But he's been caught by Chappell. More height than distance from Bohannon. And Morley picks up his first wicket, 69 for 2.
The perfect example of what this pitch has been like throughout, in that he goes for the big attacking shot and perishes, and that has happened a number of times, and again will be factored in, I'm sure, as they lead by 213 now. Jack Morley gets another wicket. Derbyshire players take a drink, and Marcus Harris comes out to bat. Josh Bohannon hasn't really had a game one to remember with any fondness, having been dismissed for 3 in the first innings and now 2 in the second. Understandable, the dismissal in the second, but it's very difficult to play attacking shots, to manufacture attacking shots, shall we say. You can play attacking shots to bad balls. It was a good catch by Zach Chappell as well, because that ball was in the air for a long, long time, and he sort of circled, caught it comfortably enough in the end. 69 for 2, as Scott said. The lead, 213. So it's a good lead, but at the moment it's not a winning lead necessarily, certainly with the number of overs that are left in the match. And will they need 3 complete sessions? We'd lose 2 overs if they declared. Five points to Lancashire, 3 to Derbyshire in the end after the first innings were completed. So 13 points and 11 points would be the draw scenario. Lancashire will be desperate to force a victory. Just a little change to the field here for Marcus Harris for his first delivery. 2 left-handers again now. There's a slip and a leg slip. Marcus Harris just steps away, and now he's ready. Morley is in. That one is pushed backward a square on the offside for a dot ball, actually. I thought they might have sneaked through for a single, but it was fielded by Caleb Jewell. Morley in again. Back into his crease goes Harris, turns it into the leg side. Aitchison fields. 4 overs for 18, Ben Aitchison.
He's had a good game, hasn't he? First game back.
He's had a terrific game.
45 with the bat.
He'll need a rest.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting now if Lewis Rees is fit. He comes into the side. I don't think there's any question about that. As Morley bowls a very flat delivery, bit of a drag down, and he's got away with that. Even though it kept a bit low, it wasn't a great delivery. It was fielded by Potts, who's on as 12th man. And now Potts goes out to the mid-wicket boundary. He's a dot ball away from a wicket maiden, another wicket maiden, Morley, and he's not going to get one because that's been guided down to short third man by Harris. Caleb Jewell trots after the ball to do the fielding. The over comes to an end, just 1 run from it, and the wicket of Josh Bohannon at the end of it, with 19 to go today. 70 for 2 Lancashire. Wells has 29, Harris has 1, and the lead is 214.
So Rees would bat in the middle somewhere, would he normally?
He's been batting at 6.
6, right, okay.
Yeah. So he'll come back in if fit, I would imagine. I mean, he's the leading wicket taker going into this game, and his batting was terrific down at Glamorgan when he was both innings. He had to have a runner. Does Zach Chappell need a rest? He hasn't taken any wickets in this match so far, but he batted nicely. You don't leave Tickner out. Aitchison, well, you'd want to give him another run, but would it be too soon? I don't know.
Will be Aitchison here to continue in and bowling to Harris. Edge gone. Good catch by Brooke Guest. And Ben Aitchison's game goes from strength to strength. Wickets in the first innings, runs, and wickets in the second innings as well. And Marcus Harris out for one. Good low catch by Brooke Guest away to his right hand side. 70 for 3. As Harris makes his way off. Yeah, that was a terrific comeback game, Ben Aitchison, and that is, with Harris edging towards 1,000 runs for the season, a pretty plum wicket to get.
I don't think I ever wrote Derbyshire off, did I?
You're outrageous.
I've written them off in most matches this season, I think. But I'm just not used to it. This is Anish Dal used the phrase in the video that he did with the club as well. New Derbyshire, and I like it. I like it. I've been saying New Derbyshire for some time. Matthew Hurst is the new batter. To get rid of Marcus Harris is, I think, in the grand scheme of things, it won't matter how many wickets Derbyshire get, but it will certainly take a lot of experience out of that. Poor old Luke Wells is struggling to get his sweater on here with his batting gloves on. He's put his head. Let's have a replay of that, please, Mr. Director. He's put his head through an arm, and now he's taken the gloves off, and he's having another go. There we go. He's trying to get there. That's the way to do it. Take the gloves off, and you can get your sleeveless sweater on then, Luke. Well done, son. But yeah, he was just struggling. It distracted me. So ultimately, it's that experience, isn't it?
Yeah.
To know what to do, and it just gives everybody in the field a lift, and it is fascinating game, because as wickets fall, the run rate generally falls as well. And now we've had 2 wickets in 6 deliveries,
which for this game has been unheard of, hasn't it, really?
Yeah. Just a couple of times, and you said that, a couple of times in the first Lancashire innings, 2 wickets fell quite quickly, didn't they? And then just before lunch today, when Morley and Anderson were out, the wickets haven't fallen full stop, really, have they? It feels like for most of this game.
So Hurst, a new batter. Here's Aitchison over the wicket to Hurst. Pushed off the front foot into the offside, and there's no run. It's a good ball from Aitchison, wasn't it, to Harris, and a good catch from Brooke Guest as well.
Yes, it was very close to hitting the deck, wasn't it?
70 for 3, lead of 214. Hurst is out there now waiting for Aitchison, who's in and bowling and driven into the offside where Harry Kane fields at cover. And there is no run. We have our first result of this round of fixtures. Worcestershire have beaten Essex by 225 runs. Great win for Worcestershire, who almost beat Essex at Essex, didn't they?
Mm.
Aitchison to Hurst. Just turns it off his pads in front of square on the leg side for a single. Gets his first run. 71 for 3. Lead of 215.
We went into the Derbyshire archive store the other week. David Griffin took me in there. I love going in there, because they don't actually have a museum where they can display anything, so all this stuff in boxes, it's madness really, but there should be some kind of museum. They do have a good history.
Aitchison to Wells, drops it into the offside, field all set back towards the boundary, so comfortable, easy, gentle single for Wells, moves to 30, 72 for 3.
This is in relation to that catch from Brooke Guest. So in there, any number of things, but a pair of Bob Taylor's keeping gloves,
right,
the world record holding dismissal wicket-keeper, which will never be broken. And Griff said, I'm going to show these to Brooke, and Brooke came down the steps with his. I couldn't believe that anybody could keep wicket with them. They were just very much like the wicket-keeping gloves you'd get out of a bag at school.
Hurst drops it into the offside. And, takes another quick single, moves to 2, end of the over, 73 for 3, lead of 217.
His first question was, where's the webbing? because you know they're a bit like baseball mitts now, aren't they? So no webbing on them and no protection. And he was absolutely staggered that anybody could keep wicket with gloves like that. And it turns out that Griff was telling me that Bob used to send away to Australia for these gloves, and these were the best gloves you could possibly get. And he daren't tell anybody at Derbyshire that he was paying the postage on these gloves that came from Australia. But I held Levi Wright's bat from 1905, which is like a bit of balsa wood, really. And he made a mountain of runs. He was one of the 5 Wisden Cricketers of the Year in 1906 after his terrific. And Wright had written on the back of the bat, on the front of the bat, all the opposition and the runs he scored. And it's just fantastic.
And that stuff's just lying around.
In a box. It's in a box.
What?
Yeah, there's no museum.
Is there plans or anything to try and show this
Griff
stuff
would
off?
love a museum, and I think it would be a fantastic thing. Get it nice and interactive. And we went in there because somebody had bequeathed the club a load of old Wisdens.
Right.
Some of them really top draw. Here's Jack Morley, wicket in his previous over. He's on his way in and bowls, and that's Hurst turning it into the offside. A good stop there by the irrepressible Blair Tickner, sliding away to his left across the square. 73 for 3 it remains, the lead 217. And Morley's in once more. That one's down the leg side, but there is a leg slip or whatever that would be there. It's not really a leg slip. It's a backward square on the leg side on the 45.
Your favourite position.
That's where Caleb Jewell is, everybody. He's going to stay there as well. And this one has been heaved into the leg side. It wasn't a particularly convincing shot, it has to be said. They're going to come back for the second as Jewell just slips as he stops the ball there, and that's good running. And Hurst picks up a couple, 75. 4-3. He moves on to 4. Wells has 30. Almost a runner ball. Just over an hour's cricket left. As Morley bowls a little quicker, a little flatter, pushed out into the offside, and Tickner will pick it up, go on and jog around the square, which eventually leads him back to his original position at cover. And he walks in now as Morley bowls, and that one is driven but straight to Anderson. By Hurst.
It's a nice challenge just for Morley, isn't it? Because both batters want to try and get at him. Maybe just dipping into his well of kind of white ball tricks, mixing things up.
I don't think they mind too much, do they, with the spinners, when somebody is attacking. If there's a little bit in the pitch for them, then they're all right. The 1-2 fielders moving back towards the boundary now, perhaps wanted to give Hurst a single as he goes back and he pushes it out into the offside. Single is taken as Aitchison does the fielding, and Aitchison will be bowling next, so he holds on to the ball as Hurst moves to 5. Wells has 30. Lancashire 76 for 3. The lead is 220. 17 overs left in the day's play. I say just over an hour. It should be 16 overs an hour, but with the over 8 being +8, they could have 10 minutes in between each over and still not get into trouble on the over 8 business. So there's a meeting going on now between Caleb Jewell, who's actually leaving the meeting, Blair Tickner and Wayne Madsen. Aitchison just wants to get on with bowling. He's loving life at the moment. He's playing first-class cricket again. Something he said to me, there were times when he didn't think he'd get back.
Well, what a terrific comeback. 4 wickets in the match so far, 40 odd runs. It's stopped at backward point by Jack Morley. Matty Hurst just trying to find a way through the offside. Good low stop by Morley. 76 for 3. Yeah, +8 on the over 8.
Yeah,
Goodness.
Ridiculous.
See that too often.
No. It'll turn out to be an error.
Ben Aitchison into Hurst. Play back towards him off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Mick Wood says there's definitely a new confidence. There's a new confidence to this side. There's something different this season. I haven't got a clue how they've done it. The only addition to the squad from the end of last season, apart from Aitchison coming back today, is Caleb Jewell. Tickner was here last season. Everybody else was here at one point or other last season. They're just different.
2 short mid-wickets in place. Harris drives through the offside instead. Madsen will try and catch up with it out towards the boundary, but I don't think he'll get there. He doesn't. 4 runs for Hurst. He moves to 9. 80 for 3 in Lancashire. So Hurst weaves the ball through the gap between cover and mid-off. Lancashire's lead to 224. 3 balls left in this over. Hurst on 9. Bend to the knees from Hurst as he waits for Aitchison, who's in and bowling. That's pulled down towards Anderson at fine leg. Moves to double figures. Takes him to 10. Brings Wells on strike. 81 for 3.
What I also like is that I've just seen Blair Tickner and Caleb Jewell have a conversation. The 2 overseas, they're the players you look to, aren't they? You know, the big signings who've been brought in, and then one of them will pass on what they've been discussing to Wayne Madsen, and Madsen will choose to either implement whatever they've said or ignore it. That's his prerogative as the captain. But it's good to see the overseas are plotting, if you like, just trying to work a way of restricting runs and getting wickets.
Aitchison to Wells from around the wicket. Wells just dabs the ball away to the onside. There's no run.
David Lloyd is windmilling his arms now. Potential off spin.
Bowled a bit, didn't he, in the first innings?
Yeah.
18 overs, 1 for 56.
He's bowled a fair bit this season.
Aitchison to Wells. Play that calmly off the front foot, defending back to Ben Aitchison, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. Hurst has 10, Wells has 30. And Lancashire 81 for 3. Jennings for 35, Bohannon for 2, and Harris for 1. And a wicket each for Tickner, Morley, and Aitchison. 16 overs remaining today.
Sorry, just trying to get my tooth back in.
You're in difficulty there, aren't you?
Well, it's just annoying.
Why don't you just take it out?
Because, no, a bit of whistling going on. I did a football commentary 2 seasons ago without my front teeth. Because have I told you this?
No. I'm already liking the start of the story.
I took them out on the Friday night to go to bed. Popped them in the jar on the side of the... No, I don't have a jar, I just popped them on the side. Here's Morley, beginning a new over to Hurst, who turns this one into the leg side, and they'll trot through for a single. 82 for 3. Or at least that's what I thought I'd put. I woke up the next morning, I was going to Cambridge. I couldn't find my teeth. So I looked everywhere, I had the house upside down, I could not find them, and it got to the point where if I didn't leave, I wouldn't get to Cambridge in time to do the work. So I practiced commentating all the way down with no teeth. Did the match with no teeth and came home. I think I got away with it. As Morley is on his way in again, and that one is striking the pad, going out into the offside, outside the lines by some distance. And I got home and I thought, well, I'm going to have to find these teeth. I turned the house upside down again. Couldn't find them anywhere. And then I looked at the bin, the big bin in the kitchen. Morley's in and bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side by Wells for another single. He moves on to 31, 83 for 3. And I slowly took everything out of the bin, and there at the bottom of the black plastic bag in the bin were my false teeth. So I gave them a wash, stuck them back in, and happy days. They've actually snapped this time now, so they need proper repairs. I haven't just lost them. I know where they are. They're in 2 bits in my mouth, which isn't ideal. I've just told Stephen that story on an email because he asked me if I wanted to go down on Wednesday to speak to the white ball guys. I'm hoping I'll be picking my teeth up about that. That's the plan anyway.
Can't preview the T20
because I've got no teeth. Problems of getting old, I'm afraid. Currently the only false things that I have, but it's only a matter of time. Is it me or you?
It's you.
Excellent. Here's Morley. Oh yeah, only halfway through the over. Ooh, that one keeps low. And Hurst did well to keep it out. And the ball is pushed into the offside where Jewel Fields immediately starts pointing at David Lloyd. I have no idea why. As Morley's in again and back into his crease goes Hurst and pushes it up to Lloyd. Perhaps he was saying the next one's coming your way. Got a premonition. I just asked a question there of Martin Anderson from the changing room, I think, because he's just, I think he said David Lloyd's going to be bowling. That'll be great detective work if that's what he said. He doesn't say much, Martin. That one's turned into the leg side by Hurst for a single off an inside edge. Lloyd comes in and collects the ball. He's not going to be bowling immediately, certainly, from the Sir James Anderson end, because, well, not if Ben Aitchison has his way, because he's already removed his cap and he's going to carry on. Lancashire 84 for 3. Aitchison 1 for 26. Morley 1 for 10. Bowling in tandem at the moment. Wells has 31. Hurst has 12. The lead 228 with 15 overs to go in the day's play.
It's a good little spell, this, isn't it, for Aitchison? This was be his 4th over in the spell. 1 for 11 from his previous 3. And that wicket was the Lancashire captain, Marcus Harris, as well.
Conversation.
Yeah, quite a lengthy one, isn't it?
Yeah, look like Harry Kane with Blair Tickner and Wayne Madsen. Aitchison's already back on his mark. And now Tickner's going to have a word with him. Pointing.
Lots of pointing.
Out towards the hotel. So it's the offside, isn't it? The right-handed Hurst.
Luke Wells at the non-striker's end is leaning on his bat with his right arm on his shoulder, just staring
well, this
back towards the bowler.
This is the issue with having +8 on the scoreboard, isn't it? They know they're under no time pressure whatsoever.
So got a leg slip in place. There is Ben Aitchison into Hurst. Turns that out towards square leg, and they'll cross for 1. Throw comes in from David Lloyd. Comfortable single.
What I particularly like there was they did all that pointing towards the offside. He bowled one on leg stump. Bluff.
Well, I suppose he had that. He's got the leg slip, and he had 2 short mid wickets. He had the deep square leg as well. But yeah, he was just able to nudge it out towards the leg side for a single. Got the left-hander Luke Wells on strike now, and Ben Aitchison will bowl around the wicket to him. Drives to mid-on. Wayne Madsen. For those viewers on Lex TV, you can see Wayne Madsen's weathered hat.
Yeah, it's very weathered. It's a bit frayed at the edges as well.
It's in some service, that hat, isn't it? 85 for 3.
You know when you put a good hat on the back shelf of the car, it looks like that.
Aitchison to Wells. Punched that away square of the wicket. And Newsdale's lost his cap.
Has he really?
He spends most of his time picking up his white sun hat. I like it though, it looks good.
Well, aesthetically it's very pleasing, but practically they're an absolute nightmare, aren't they? Just been told that we are going to speak to the Rochdale Richards at the close of play today.
Hope you tell him that's what we've.
Oh, that's the first.
Excellent.
That's the first thing I'll be mentioning to him.
Aitchison into Hurst.
I'm going to double check he was born in Rochdale now.
It definitely would ruin it if he's not. He's defending to mid wicket. There's no run. 86 for 3.
Says Rochdale.
Lead of 230. Aitchison from the Anderson end comes over the wicket and bowls, and Hurst again works it leg side. And there's no run. Oh, he's had a pretty good day, hasn't he, with his career best score, making 41. He resumed this morning on 4 and pushed that up to 41, and he's picked up so far 1 wicket. And dismissal of Josh Barnum. Just strengthen the boundary on the leg side. In fact, they're going to strengthen the leg side even more here. So we've got Martin Anderson, who's at square leg. David Lloyd was at short mid-wicket, but he's just going to drop a little bit deeper. And then 2 fielders beyond that on the leg side boundary at deep mid-wicket and at deep backward square leg. And there's also a man down on the fine leg boundary as well, plus a 3rd man, plus the cover sweeper. It's short and it's paddled away down towards fine leg by Hurst. Just for 1. Takes him on to 14, 87 for 3. That's the end of the over. 3 coming off it. Lancashire lead by 231 runs.
Which Wagstaff with the fielding there. He's now left the field because Caleb Jewell was off getting his fielding pads on. Because he's going to field close, too close probably, to the batter. Greetings from Michigan in the United States of America, says Martin. Further to Morley being the Rochdale Richards puts me in mind of your commentary at Cambridge, where you could have been the alliteratively considered the Joe Jordan of journalism. With my tooth issue, at least you know what you wanted for Christmas, he said. Yeah, it's quite good to hear from you, Martin. Good to have you along from Michigan, however you say it. That's how I say it. Could be wrong. Jack Morley's going to continue. The flock of pigeons, there are a couple of outliers that you can see on Lancs TV at the moment. They're on the square. The flock is beyond the boundary rope in front of the point. They're not telling their mates that the best place for seed is actually at the wicket ends. They scoff it all themselves. Here comes Jack Morley then. Around the wicket to Hurst, who clips this one away out towards the square leg boundary. Off that boundary comes Harry Kame, and they go through for a single. His throw overshoots Brooke Guest, but Wayne Madsen backing up catches the ball on the full.
Leicestershire beaten Middlesex by 7 wickets.
Good grief. 4th win of the season in 6 matches. Makes the Derbyshire draw look good. At Grace Road, game 2. Another day off for Richard Ray. Barely works, that boy.
Some season, isn't it, so far?
Remarkable. So, yeah, Ian Holland, good signing. Logan Van Beek, good signing. In goes Morley, flat and not bouncing particularly high. Single taken as the ball is clipped away to square leg. Dal does the fielding. 89 for 3. Lead 233.
Yeah, Van Beek got 3 wickets.
Benny Green with 3. Ryan Ahmed picking up a couple in just, 11 deliveries. It is mad. Morley around the wicket, bowls to Hurst, who pushes that one out into the offside. It's fielded by Blair Tickner. Look at that, Holland, 5 for 35 in 20 overs.
That's in the first innings, yeah.
Ridiculous. Next ball just hurries on a little bit, and Hurst defends it back towards Morley. 13 overs to go after the next 2 deliveries. The lead 233. They'll do well to get up to 300 by the close, which is what they'll need to be, you would have thought. As Hurst pushes this one out into the offside, and Tickner feels it. He now asks Jack Morley if he wants his mid on and mid off to go all the way back. He says yes, so they set off, and Wayne Madsen says no, so they come back. Still, that's a good shout actually from Madsen as the ball is played straight back to Morley, because the off spinner's coming on against the left-hander, and that makes far more sense with the left-hander bowling to, or the left arm bowler bowling to the right-hander and the off spinner bowling to the left-hander. That makes perfect sense. Wells has 33, Hurst has 15. The lead is 233 because Lancashire are 89 for 3 with 13 overs to go today.
So Middlesex, sorry, Leicestershire beating Middlesex today, and Worcestershire beating Essex in Division 1 today. The other two Division 2 games, Northamptonshire 296 for 9 in their second innings. Northants lead Glamorgan by 57 runs, so the Glammy boys laying up a victory over Northamptonshire in Cardiff. Kent lead Gloucestershire by 5 runs with 7 second innings wickets remaining. 97 for 3 Kent against Gloucestershire.
Leicestershire up to 115 points from their 6 games. It's almost enough to go up.
115 is it, they say?
Yeah, 115 points.
Ooh, there's David Lloyd in to Wells. Done well to guide that away through the offside, a ball that that bounced a bit on Luke Wells. 90 for 3.
As the Derbyshire batters will know, they've got all this to come as well. If the pitch is starting to misbehave for whatever reason, they have to bat on it last to save the game. So there's always that in the back of their minds, I'm sure. One of the opening batters is bowling at the moment, so he'll be especially keen to see what this pitch behaves like in the coming overs.
Strengthen the leg side field is David Lloyd. Hurst, right-hander batter on strike. He's got the short leg, he's got a slip. And now a deep square leg. Aitchison's gone to backward square leg. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Whipped away into the onside by Hurst. It'll be worth a run for him. He moves to 16, 91 for 3. Brings Wells back on strike. Quite a few left-handers in Lancashire's lineup, so Lloyd could be in for a part to play. Into Wells. Works that safely out through the offside. There's no run.
Caleb Jewell's pants almost came down
He
as
did,
he ran
didn't
after
he?
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
he's
did.
just struggling a bit.
It's to do with the belt. He's in action again. 91 for 3. Lloyd around the wicket, bowls. Punched away back to him. It's a good stop by Lloyd off his own bowling. He's got quickly down low to his right. Gets underneath his body. It's certainly at least a run, maybe 2. Drop mid-on back to the boundary. 1 ball left of the over. Lloyd to Wells. It's off the back foot. Driven firmly through the offside for 1. Keeps the strike as well. Lancashire moved to 92 for 3. Lead of 236.
Yeah, 3 off the over. They'd settle for that for the remaining 12 overs. Lancashire would only be 272 in for only. 272 in front, which I don't think they would contemplate declaring on overnight. If they can take another half a session out of the day tomorrow, Derbyshire would only have to survive for 2.5 sessions then. We shall see. It's bubbling nicely.
It is. Hampshire are closing in on a victory at Warwickshire. So Warwickshire are 9 down. They need 94 more runs to win. Hampshire need another wicket for a victory in that game. Somerset needs 66 more runs to beat Sussex with 7 wickets remaining.
Morley over the wicket to Wells, who turns this into the leg side for at least 1. Is it only going to be 1? It is. As around goes Aitchison down there in the far distance. It's all over the place. Single taken. Wells moves to 36 off 46 deliveries now. He's just slowed down a touch. 93 for 3. Lead 237. Jewell goes back to that fielder on the paddle, as this one spits a bit as well on Hurst. Keeps it down nicely though. Full face of the bat. No danger of a catch going through to either the keeper or Madsen at slip. As Morley's in again. That one is more routine bounce this time, and he chops it away into the offside. It beats Blair Tickner, who's in extra cover, and goes out to Dal on the cover boundary. Hurst moves to 17, 94 for 3. Long on and long off go back for Wells. 2 men on the leg side boundary as well, one on the off. He uses his feet and then defends it. Wells, well bowled by Morley. 2 runs off the over, 2 balls to come. He's in, and Wells defends it straight back to him. You mentioned him using his white ball skills. He certainly won't play T20 cricket, I don't think, Jack Morley, unless they find an absolute raging turner from somewhere. As he comes in to complete the over, and that one is striking the pad. He wants a leg before, he's not going to get it, and Madsen does the fielding, lobs the ball back towards Morley. It is a leg by, signalled by Paul Baldwin, and the over comes to an end with Lancashire on 95 for 3. Wells has 36. Hurst has 17 rather. Got 11 overs to go. There's not many numbers on that board. The lead is 239 because they've got Samit Patel, obviously, who is the T20 captain, and A.M. Ghazanfar, the Afghani wonder kid, mystery spinner.
Mystery spinner, yeah.
No idea what he does. Right. So I can't see a place for with the greatest of respect to the Rochdale Richards, a non-batting spinner, another one, in addition to Ghazanfar.
Comes Lloyd, balls to Wells, punched through the covers, and his Darls after it. You know what? His cap's off.
Yeah.
Wells gets a single, 96 for 3.
I'm going to try and persuade him to come up to the commentary box as often as possible. I think it'd be good value in the commentary box. Jack Morley. He's not going to be involved.
Yeah, I don't think he played too much T20 cricket for Lancashire.
No.
Played a bit in the One Day Cup.
Yes, I would play in that.
That's hit back towards Lloyd by Hurst. Hit firmly back towards Lloyd by Hurst. And there's no run. In fact, he's only played one T20 match, which was for Lancashire. Full toss, hammered back over Lloyd's head. Down towards the boundary and all the way for 6. By Hurst, that brings up Lancashire's 3 figures in their second innings, 101 for 3. Correction, 102 for 3.
Yes, that's just released all that pressure. There have been 6 overs since the last boundary. And then full toss served up, and Hurst wasn't going to miss out. Launched it back down the ground, lead up to 246. Yes, I don't think he's got a huge chance of playing in Derbyshire's T20 side at this stage.
Hurst on strike. Drives this one through the offside for a single. Moves on to 24. 103 for 3.
Because they don't have to name a particular sized squad or anything, do they?
No.
So he'll have his T20 kit and all the rest of it on Wednesday, I'm sure.
Lloyd around the wicket with his off spin to Wells. That's it firmly back towards him. He's done well off his own bowling, David Lloyd, in this over. He's had a couple that have been cracked back towards him, and he's stopped them all. And again to Wells. He's found a gap through mid-off. Takes the single. Moves on to 38. And he keeps the strike as well. 104 for 3. So 10 overs remaining tonight. Lead of 246 runs, but a profitable over that for Lancashire, helped by that powerful shot by Hurst, which was clubbed back over David Lloyd's head for 6. 9 coming off the over. 248 in front.
Yeah, I still think 300 is probably going to be enough, but they'd have to go at 5 and over between now and the end of today to get there, to declare overnight, to have 96 overs at Derbyshire tomorrow. The sooner you put them in, the sooner you can start taking wickets. Here's Morley bowling. Reverse sweep comes out, 4 runs. Nice shot by Luke Wells, moves to 46. No, it doesn't. It moves to 42. That was up as soon as he played the shot.
Yeah, they're quick.
Too quick. 108 for 3.
Matt and Mike on duty on the scoreboard today.
With his trigger finger. Making us all, well, not us all look fools, just me. 42 to Wells. Here comes Morley again. This time it's played out into the offside. Combination of bat and pad. Once again, Morley does his own fielding. 252 the lead, 108 for 3. 9.5 overs and tomorrow to go. Morley bowls, gives that one a bit more air. It's driven towards long off, where it's fielded by Chappell. They go through for a single. Wells moves to 43. Anderson clearly hadn't got off for his bowling boots. Absolutely no sign of him bowling. Dahl hasn't bowled in the second innings either. Might be spin all the way to the finish. Fingers crossed. Morley bowls. Hurst defends it back to him. 1 ball to go. No, 2 balls to go. He sends the long on and the long off back. Not all the way to the rope. A bit of late evening sunshine. This is the shadows that stretch across Old Trafford, and Hurst just pushes the ball up to Zach Chappell at long on for another single. Hurst moves on to 25, 110 for 3.
Hampshire have beaten Warwickshire by 89 runs.
They won't have much choice tomorrow, whether they might have to put up with us too. That's what happened down at somewhere. This next delivery is pushed by Wells back towards Morley. He has to move smartly to his left to stop it. 6 runs off that over. 9 to go, 110 for 3. Wells has 43. Hurst has 25. It was at Cardiff. We were the only game going on day 4. And we managed to fill the full day for them, so looking forward to that little sports extra bonus.
Will it get down to a similar finish though?
Well,
tomorrow. Been a few occasions here, Lancashire have been batting last on the final day to not try and win it, to try and save it. And they've been successful in doing that. Lloyd into to Hurst. Played away to the offside. There's no run. The last game here against Gloucestershire, they finished 8 down. The match was drawn against Leicestershire. Rain on the 4th day. Helped secure a draw against Northamptonshire. They were 9 down. Worked by Hurst through mid-off for a single. Moves on to 26, 111 for 3, and again that finished in a draw. So there'll be something different for Lancashire tomorrow. They'll be on top going into the final game, final day rather, and I'm sure the whole week will have felt a lot better for them, especially on the back of Northamptonshire last weekend. 111 for 3. Lloyd to Wells. 4 ball. Again, he's cracked that firmly back to Lloyd. Again, has done pretty well to stop it. He's been pretty sharp off his own bowling. I'm surprised he's still got his fingers, all his fingers there. And As Lloyd is into Wells. Wells goes high this time, out towards long off, bouncing in front of Ben Aitchison, who's coming up from that. Sorry, it was Anderson who's coming up from the boundary. Fed up of hitting it straight back to Lloyd. Luke Wells went for the aerial route instead. Gets a single, moves to 44 not out, 112 for 3. And, Lloyd has a go at Matthew Hurst instead now. And balls to Hurst, up goes back. And again, off his own bowling. Sprinting away to his right-hand side to catch up with the ball. 112 for 3. Lloyd to Hurst. Oh, he's done well there, Matthew Hurst. He's found a way to engineer an opening by going across the stumps and then flicking the ball, almost ramping the ball down towards fine leg for 4. He's manufactured a shot and some runs here. Clever play by Hurst. He moves to 30. There's been, it feels now, for a steady amount of period, at least a boundary and over for in the last 5 or 6 overs, which has kept Lancashire pushing along nicely. They're 260 in front at 116 for 3.
300 will be enough, I would respectfully suggest. A pitch that's just starting to show the odd sign of misbehaving. A bit of turn, third one bouncing, as you'd want a fourth day pitch to do. 5 and over from here till the close gets them to exactly 300 in front. Would they then come out and bat for half an hour tomorrow? Take 40 minutes out of the game?
Tricky one.
Morley begins a new over with a full toss, and it's driven down the ground, but straight to Zach Chappell by Wells, who picks up another single, moves on to 45. Bearing in mind what Derbyshire did last time out. Almost made their 5.2 and over. As Morley bowls, that one's turned backward of square on the leg side towards Caleb Jewell by Hurst. Tickner looks like he's warming up, but I think he's just moving.
Waving his arms around.
Yeah, I don't think he's coming back. Morley bowls, played straight back to him by Hurst. Morley looks like he's enjoying himself out there to me.
It's getting a good ball, isn't he?
He really does look like he's enjoying himself. Former Lancashire man. He's in. Bowls. That one is driven up towards Anderson at long off. Who's going from long off to long off, essentially.
Speaking to Tom Hartley about this a few weeks ago, after he bowled 30 odd overs in the day, about having long spells and how beneficial is it for a left arm spinner rather than just kind of coming in and maybe doing 5-6 overs in and you're out the attack. And he said he really benefited from having long spells. It wasn't the case of getting tired or anything like that. He got into his rhythm, got into a bit of a flow, and he seemed to think those kind of longer spells were good.
Fingers can get tired, I think, can't they? But other than that, you're not running a long way, are you? And mentally, I suppose it could be a little bit tiring as well.
Yeah, Bumble was saying something similar about that, about just, early in the season especially, getting overs in and bowling good long spells, having a good ball, certainly as a spinner.
He's in, bowls to Wells, who goes back into his crease and turns the ball into the leg side where it's fielded by Tickner. There is no run on that one.
They just upped it a bit, haven't they, in the last...
yes, I mean, it's the way forward, isn't it?
20 minutes or so.
I think it's the way forward. By just saying something to Blair Tickner. Perhaps keep the ball off the ground. As Morley is in, and that one is driven up the ground, or down the ground, to Martin Anderson by Wells. Hurst looks like he wants a second that isn't going to be there. That was the final ball of the over. It was a good one from a Derbyshire perspective. Just 3 runs from it. 119 for 3 now. Lancashire in their second innings. The lead is 263 with 7 overs to go.
But even with this lead, the lead's a very strong lead. Lancashire in a strong position. But the difficulty in trying to score quickly and trying to attack on this pitch. I mean, they have.
When you do, you invariably get out.
You do, don't you? Yeah, yeah. It's not easy to up it, is it? Clearly.
No.
And I think they've done well to find that. They've done well to find ways of
The issue, as far as declaration is concerned, is that if Derbyshire realised that, and you'd hope that they would.
As Lloyd is into Wells, might think about 2 here. He's worked it through mid-on, but no, Chappell's up quickly from the boundary, just the single.
Is that
50 partnership there as well? 72 balls, 45 minutes for the 50 partnership.
To these two. Is that when they set a target, if Derbyshire can not lose wickets until just after tea, they have a certain licence to explode if they can. It's not easy, we know, and then shut up shop again later on. So, I mean, it is a difficult decision for Marcus Harris and the rest of the senior players, who I'm sure will have their input into it.
Yep.
Northamptonshire have been bowled out for 304. No, they haven't. Yes, they have. Glamorgan needs 66 to win.
Here's Lloyd into Hurst. The back foot and turns it out towards the leg side. And Tickner fielding for Derbyshire. And there's no run.
This looks like another win for Glamorgan.
Who it seemed when the first 3 weeks into the season, yeah, they will be the team that would struggle. But carved away by Hurst through the offside for 32, 120 for 3.
Labuschagne played in this game. I think he's playing in the next as well, and then that's him done. Just 2 matches. Preparing for the World Test Championship and whatever he happens to do after that. I mean, he has played for Glamorgan for a long time, so don't begrudge him that, really.
Worked out to the leg side by Wells, just for 1. 22 for 3.
That's good from Tickner, that, because he had a lot of ground to make up. Got the ball in quickly. There probably was 2 there. Good to see the big man putting everything in, as you would expect.
3 off the over so far. He had to enterprise a way to find the boundary in the last over, did Matty Hurst. And he's hit that back towards Lloyd. Stops it again, there's no run.
This is a crucial delivery. 3 runs off the over so far. Final ball coming up.
And just pushes away. And there's no addition to the score. Good stuff that by Lloyd.
I'll tell you that.
122 for 3. Lancashire had to work hard for 3 off that over. Had to run hard for 3 off in that over. Wells on 48, Hurst on 32. A lead of 266 with 6 overs remaining today. And then decision time, isn't it, for Marcus Harris overnight, and he's as to what to do, how long to bat on for, which I assume they probably would.
I'd be surprised if they didn't. I'd be delighted if they didn't. I just think it would be a better game. It would be brave. In yes, Minister parlance. Very brave decision, Minister. Really?
Brilliant programme.
Brave. Here comes Morley again. Bowls a full delivery that's driven down the ground by Wells. Fielded at the second attempt by Chappell down below us.
Well, I think if you're going to win games here, you've almost got to be prepared to lose them, I think, to try and find ways of winning games here on 4-day pitches.
They have to take 10 wickets in 96 overs, essentially, don't they? And to hell with the consequences, but it's very difficult when you haven't won a game all season. That one's turned into the leg side by Hurst. It'll scamper through for another single as Kane does as the fielding out there in front of the hotel.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, had they come into this game on the back of a draw or something like that last week against Northamptonshire, then maybe it gives them a little bit more freedom. But
got to win, and you think, well, if we win this one, we go up to second, and it's a whole different mindset, isn't it?
Completely. Yep, don't envy the decision.
They do have James Anderson. Morley bowls, that's clipped into the leg side by Wells. Tumbling stop
50
by Blair. Tickner and 50 for Luke Wells off 65 deliveries. 5 fours. He's had a good game, hasn't he? 191 runs so far in the match.
Yes.
Appreciated by his teammates and the backroom staff on the balcony below.
Yeah, been excellent. Back at the top. Yes. 200 runs in the match, isn't it, for Luke Wells? He's been terrific.
125 for 3. Morley bowls. That one is cut away out towards Dal on the cover boundary. Hurst moves to 34. 126 for 3. 4 runs off this over so far. 2 balls to go. Last boundary in the 26th over. We're in the 29th now. Just put a break on that as there's this huge swing and a miss from Luke Wells, who goes for 50. And there again, the perfect demonstration. If you try to force it on this pitch, you will perish. Lancashire might not need as many runs as they think, but it's going to be a difficult decision. It's been a terrific game for Wells. Dismissed for 50 off 66, 126 for 4.
Yeah, he's been outstanding in the match, Luke Wells. And great response. He can come back at the top to open, go in for a big shot. Lancashire looking to score quickly. And when they need time tomorrow, need as many overs as they can get tomorrow. And Wells playing a very selfless innings there, very selfless shot. That was all about trying to score quickly by the team. But yeah, he's had a good game, and to be fair to Lancashire, they've had a good match, and whatever happens tomorrow, they've after a pretty horrible week for them. I mean, Sunday was pretty grim at Northamptonshire, and then obviously all that happened following it, they've come back pretty strongly here with bat and with ball. George Bell is the new batter.
Morley picked up 2 for 83 in the first innings, now has 4 for the match, 2 for 27 off 8 overs and 5 balls this time around, a career best with the bat as well. He's had a good return to Old Trafford. I know he was looking forward to it along with Brooke Guest. I spoke to Brooke Guest about coming back to Old Trafford. He said, well, why wouldn't you want to go back to a superb ground like that? The 12th men have left the field, but they've left a bottle in the hands of Caleb Jewell, unfortunately, so that's going to have to be removed. Come on, Mitch, you're better than that. He's got the bottle now, and he pops it back in his little milk bottle carrier. You don't get them anymore. The milkman, they always used to have a little carrier like that with his glass pints in. When I were a lad.
So much has changed, Fletcher.
Oh, beyond, you wouldn't believe. Colour TV, the internet, electric cars. Frightening. So, Jack Morley just picked up his 2nd wicket, and he bowls to George Bell, who defends that one. I said there were 2 big deliveries, and his over goes for 4. He also picks up a wicket, 126 for 4. There are just 5 overs left now, and the lead is 270. It seems a little unlikely that they'll get to 300 by the close, but you never know. You never know.
No, it's a task made trickier because Wells was playing so nicely, wasn't he? But Hurst naturally scores quite quickly. Scoreboard tends to be 34 from 48, which is not unfamiliar for Matthew Hurst. So half a chance, but yeah, looks difficult task now. It will be spin from both ends to continue. Good little stint this for David Lloyd. This will be over number 5 from the Anderson end. This runs us away through the offside. He's gone hurtling through for 1 and he wants to come back for 2, and it's an excellent decision from Hurst to have gone so hard at the first run. It's a pretty short boundary there. I mean, the bowling's from that end, and Hurst, the right-hander, carves it out through point. He's done well to come back for 2.
He has. He put it in between 2 fielders, one who was right-handed who was running towards it with his left hand, and one who was left-handed who was running towards it with his right hand.
Lloyd in to Hurst, driven through the covers, and it's stopped with the boot.
School.
Yep, put the boot down, and then Harry Kane sends the throw in. And they've run 2 more, so 4 off the first 2 deliveries.
Zach Chappell with the boot.
Excellent
Love it.
work.
Love it.
130 for 4, lead of 274. Lloyd in. Hurst defends, just dabs it away into the onside. And there is no run. Yeah, it's good work, wasn't it? Stomping around the boundary rope. Put the old boot down, stop it with that, and your mate comes round and picks it up and throws it in.
He's not much of a diver, Zach.
Takes a single this time, there's Hurst. Busy little inning, busy little over this for Lancashire, but difficult to it would appear, to hit out and find boundaries and to score with too much freedom. So they've run well. 5 off the over, and it brings George Bell, new batter, on strike. He's faced just that 1 delivery so far. Slip in the short leg, cover mid-off, short mid-wicket, mid-on, deep mid-wicket. Lloyd to Bell, who took a little bit of time to get going in the first innings, but then pushed on nicely and got himself a 57, first 50 of the summer, and defending that first ball from Lloyd. Back to the bowler, looks to sweep, this time there's Bell. Does get the ball away. And his Dahl is on the square leg boundary. Bell takes a single. He's on strike as well. It's the end of the over. 4 remaining today. 132 for 4, Lancashire leading by 276 runs. The 4 second innings wickets to fall. Jennings first for 35. Bohannon for 2 and Harris for 1, following quickly after. Wells, the latest, bowled by Jack Morley for 50. Leaving Balderson, Hartley, Bailey, Phillip and Anderson, should they be required.
Morley's going to continue. Unsurprisingly, after a meeting between Jewell, Tickner and Madsen and the bowler. Hasn't quite finished the meeting yet. Jewell's left the scene, but Tickner and Madsen are still deep in conversation. Now that breaks up. Too late, despite the fact that we're +8 on the over rate. It'll be around about 20 past 6 by the time we finish, which is, by Derbyshire standards, is early. I just don't know how it's +8. Morley in and bowls. The first ball is defended into the onside by Bell. Picked up by Lloyd. Dot ball. Shadows lengthening. As Morley is in again. Bell goes back and tries to cut it, but gets a bottom edge on it, and it goes straight back to Jack Morley. 132 for 4, lead 276. Morley on his way in again. This time he does manage to cut it out towards Anuj Dal. Does Bell, picks up his 2nd run. 133 for 4. Some late night cricket at various grounds. They're just about to get going again at Cardiff, I think. This could be the only 2nd division game. No, there will be the one between Kent and Gloucestershire, as that one is cut out to the cover boundary by Hurst for a single. He moves to 40.
Ooh, there's been wickets in that game. Kent are 103 for 4 in their second innings. They're only 11 in front. And lost 4 wickets.
Imagine Gloucestershire winning. Really concertina's the division up. There's a caught and bowl chance here, and it's taken. Bell just plays the ball straight back to Jack Morley. And Morley has a 3-foot already in the second innings, and he gets the congratulations of his teammates, because that's 5 in the match for Morley. Bell goes for 2 of 7 deliveries, and Derbyshire just keep pegging away. The lead 278 now at 134 for 5.
Do keep pegging away, don't they? Yeah, just chipping away. Certainly slowed Lancashire, or will be slowing Lancashire down at the back end of the day here, these couple of wickets. I suppose for the game it might not be the worst thing, that keeps things bouncing along, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah. I think most captains like the decision taken out of their hands.
Yes. Tom Hartley. Oh, he's coming out ahead
has he
of...
been promoted?
Yeah, ahead of George Balderson.
Night watchman.
Suspect. With the instructions of...
swing.
Having a go, yeah. Third for Morley. He's popped it right back towards him.
Could he get a 5?
He's had a good day as well, hasn't he, with his top score and 3 wickets.
5 for 69, his best bowling figures in an innings.
Okay. Didn't win a chance then.
Well, might need to get 6 if they keep swinging, but he has a chance. He has a chance. 2 runs and a wicket from the 5 balls bowled so far by Jack Morley, and this is 10th over. 3 for 29. He'd take that, 3 and over.
I don't imagine Hartley coming out here to block it too much.
Is he going to run past the first one? That'd be great, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be for Hartley or Lancashire, but it'd be funny. No, he'll block the first one unless it's a rank long hop, I would suggest.
There'll be too much of that going on, I would have thought, though.
Well, no, that makes perfect sense, doesn't it?
Yep.
3 overs left after this delivery. Go out and swing for a bit, see how many were in front, and then reassess overnight. Get Gary's list of successful run chases. First ball, he clouts it down to Martin Anderson at long on. Gets off the mark, 135 for 5 at the end of the over. Hurst 40, Hartley off the mark with that single. Lead 279 with 3 overs to go today.
Well, it would already be a record run chase here. The highest totals to win chasing since 2010.
Well, it's like saying in the Premier League,
since
isn't it?
Well, since they rotated the square, that I think, isn't it?
Oh, come on, Gary, you're better than that, man.
253 for 7 is the highest total to win chasing.
What's the highest 4th innings total? That'll be one for you, Gary, when you've got a minute.
Can't be doing much.
He's only pressing a button, isn't he?
Right, well, Hartley's on strike.
I'm just scared that they're listening to us, really.
I don't think he pays any attention.
Well, that's how I approach him when I'm speaking in the press room, so...
135 for 5. Hartley drives away through the offside. And just wasn't quite pick up where the ball was coming. He was going to his left and then quickly realised it spun and was heading to his right. Had to readjust. Single for Hartley. He moves to 2. 136 for 5. Lead of 280. I suppose Hartley being there as well tonight will be as much about tomorrow morning. If they have to come out and bat quickly, then Hartley has that ability to hit out. Dropping another man deep. So we've got long on, long off. Deep square leg. Long leg. It's in the air, but shovelled away by Hurst to the left of Short mid-wicket. Takes one, moves to 41. 137 for 5. Hartley's back on strike. Lloyd set off and then changed his mind. I think he was quite happy with the field, or at least Madsen maybe wasn't quite happy. Just going to tweak it a little bit here. Morley going to backward point. Caleb Jewell going to short cover. In comes Lloyd, balls. Oh, brilliant! What a catch by David Lloyd. That's outrageous. Leaping away to his left-hand side, takes a stunning catch off his own bowling. Hartley goes for 2. Lancashire lose their 6th wicket. But that is a breathtaking catch by David Lloyd, who snaffled it, and he's got no right to. Leaping out towards his left-hand side. Hartley just disappears, heading back towards the pavilion. Lancashire's lead is 281, but take a bow, David Lloyd.
You've been talking a lot about how well he feels off his own bowling, and he does. He can stop all sorts of things, but he's actually parallel with the ground as he takes this with his left hand, which is not his dominant hand, one-handed, right in front of, that's remarkable, in front of Matty Hurst. And while in the grand scheme of things, the lead is up to 281, it just slows their progress down and takes a bit of time out of the game, and you could see them celebrate. I mean, I wouldn't be at all surprised if Jack Morley doesn't come down and say, no, we're going to win this game, or we will be trying to win this game tomorrow. I mean, I know they say these things. After what they did down at Glamorgan, there's a different confidence about this side, despite the fact that they were behind for long spells at Glamorgan. Glamorgan made over 400 in the first innings, and Derbyshire had a first innings deficit, and then Glamorgan had to declare, and it was a nail biter. I wonder if we're in for another one.
We could be.
This time tomorrow night, 9 down, 20 balls to go.
Could be, couldn't it?
It really could. It really could.
George Balderson's out there now. 137 for 6, lead of 281.
Almost crowding him.
2 short covers as Lloyd comes around the wicket and bowls. That's worked through the onside by Balderson for a single. 38 for 6. He has been outstanding off his own bowling, David Lloyd.
Yeah.
I mean, and he's had some that have been clubbed back to him really firmly. Wells and Hurst, almost taking his fingers off his hit so quickly. But that was an outstanding piece of fielding.
Ridiculous, wasn't it?
I mean, to get across and to get somewhere near it and then to take it and then not to drop it. Defends this as Hurst back towards Lloyd. There's no run, that's brilliant. Great reactions. He's diving across the non-striker. Again, carefully tapped away by Matthew Hurst. It's the end of the over. He collects his cap. It's a impressive piece of work by David Lloyd in that over. 138 for 6, lead 282, 2 overs remaining. And then, well, tomorrow morning we'll be wondering what Lancashire are thinking of doing.
They don't have to tell us till 10 to 11, of course.
Indeed. Yeah, that's what Gloucestershire did actually.
Yeah, which makes it quite exciting in
the
itself.
Game.
You go out and you do all your warm-ups. Are you warming up to bat? Are you warming up to bowl? No decision needs to be taken until 10 minutes before the official start of play.
Gloucestershire declared 10 to 11 on the final day with a lead of 140. Put Lancashire into bat.
Jack Morley then to bowl the final over from the Brian Statham end. And as Dal, I was going to say he's going to field in the shadow of the point, but he's not. Because he's just come a bit in from the boundary, down at the backward square leg. And Morley is in and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside by Balderson for his second run. 139 for 6. 283 the lead. They won't declare with a lead of less than 300, I'm fairly certain. Would be sort of dangerous.
It would,
but not really. But it would.
It's a brave decision, though, isn't it?
Yes, very, very brave.
Pretty gets Derbyshire in the game, doesn't it? Which might be your best chance of winning.
Oh, yeah, well, yes, quite. Morley bowls defended by Hurst, rather uncertainly. Out into the offside. He has 41 off 57. He's hit 2 4s and a 6. Ben Aitchison hit a couple of 6s earlier, which got us into this position, really, as that one is defended by Hurst once more. Off Luke Wells. One of them was enormous. Guest had hit the first 6 of the match, rather luckily down to the third man area. Only just had the legs to beat Bailey. Morley bowls, back goes Hurst and pushes it into the offside, fielded by Tickner. Clouds have disappeared. Beautiful evening in Manchester as that one is also defended, but this time past Jack Morley by Hurst. They'll get a single as Anderson comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. 2 off the over, but there's 1 more to go. Almost got excited there and did an end of over speech. Calm down, Dave.
Like an Oscar speech.
Yeah. If only. It's been a team effort. I just represent everybody. 140 for 6. Morley to bowl his final ball, and there'll be 6 deliveries left in the day. They're trying to put some pressure on George Balderson, who twiddles his bat. And in comes Morley. Bowls, it's pushed out into the offside. There is no run. Good over from Morley. Just 2 runs from it. The lead is 284 then going into the final 6 deliveries of the day, with Lancashire on 140 for 6. 2 to Balderson and 42 to Hurst. In a remarkable match in many ways.
Yep, the day started with Derbyshire resuming on 112 for 4. And all out on the stroke of tea for 314. Lancashire leading by 144. That leads now 284. Of the 3 days so far, this has been by far the most eventful.
It certainly has. And the run rate is 4 1/4. So they'll take that into consideration as well. If Derbyshire went at 4 and over, they could get to 360 in 90 over, so that can't happen. And there's so much to consider.
There is, yeah. So
much to consider. The heavy roller will go on it at some point, I'm sure.
Your favourite.
Half an hour of nothing. It springs back into life. Unless it's crumbling. I don't think it's crumbling though.
Right, final over of the day. He's stretching forward onto the front foot, trying to smother any particular spin. Pops it into the offside, no run, 140 for 6. 42 to Hurst, lead of 284. Lloyd into Hurst, play back to David Lloyd. And again, there is no run. 4 balls remaining. So he's tossed that one up. It's a full toss, which is hit out through the offside. Harry Kame is on the cover boundary to field. Hurst gets a single, 43.
He's got a full toss in him now, hasn't he, David Lloyd? I think he bowled one before that was smashed back down the ground by Luke Wells, I think it was. So there is a full toss in there.
141 for 6. They've got the left-hander on strike here, Balderson, for a couple of deliveries at the back end of the day. For the off-spinner, what are they going to do? Well, they've got a slip in place. Looks like Jewel's going to go into the helmet at short leg. 2 catches close in on the offside as it stands, but they're not finished organising the field and positions just yet. Blair Tickner was one of the close catches on the offside, now going to a short straight mid-wicket. Oh, no, he's not. He's going back again, I think. Yes, he is. He's going back where he was. So, Caleb Jewell's pointing here and pointing there and pointing pretty much everywhere. No one quite knows where Blair needs to go, I don't think. I don't think Blair knows where he needs to go.
Well, he's managed to move Ben Aitchison out of the way and got in his second slip.
Right. All set. Lloyd to Balderson. Forward and defends. And there's no run. 2 balls left of the day's play. Balderson on 2. Here is Lloyd, and he just lost his run slightly. He just walks back again and sets off in balls. Turned into the onside by Balderson. And there's no addition to the score. So 1 ball remaining of the day's play. Fielding changes again. It's Tickner jogging curiously to leg slip. So 2 slips, leg slip, short legs, short cover for the final ball of day 3. And it's David Lloyd to George Bell. And he just goes back and taps it away into the offside. And that is the close of play. It's been a pretty eventful day, with Lancashire pushing their lead to a very healthy 285. Whether it's healthy enough for them to declare overnight, I'm not certain. 141 for 6 is Lancashire's second innings score at the close of play. Balderson on 2, Hurst on 43. And Derbyshire have taken 6 wickets here through the course of that session of cricket, 34 overs. And managed to frustrate Lancashire with the bat as well. It's been a really intriguing third day.
12 wickets falling from start to finish. As many as have fallen in the match, I think. I'm correct in saying. And I think you're right. I don't think 285 is enough for Lancashire to be confident enough to declare. Hurst just getting a good round of applause for his unbeaten 43. Because that would mean if they declared overnight, I mean, it would be very, very brave, as we've been saying. But 286 to win in 96 overs would be less than 3 and over, and I don't think Lancashire would risk that, despite the presence of James Anderson, despite the pitch being a 4th day pitch. And Derbyshire have fought their way back into this game, because this morning they looked to be without hope to me. I mean, they were trailing by 346, 112 for 4. The follow-on was 309. They had a night watchman out there, and they fought back really nicely. Well done to Brooke Guest and to Jack Morley. Well done to Zach Chappell and Ben Aitchison for his 45 and those big 6s that he hit. And the fact that they avoided the follow-on with back-to-back 4s off James Anderson made it all the sweeter, I think, from a Derbyshire perspective. But yeah, it could be a fascinating day tomorrow. It could be another Glamorgan. You don't want to miss it.
You do not.
You don't.
So don't miss it. So there we go. We'll see whether Hurst and Balderson resume tomorrow morning. Lancashire 204 for 6 in their second innings. So we've got Bailey and Phillip and Anderson to come. The bowlers for Derbyshire, 3 for Morley. He's had a particularly good day because he got his career best first-class score of 41 earlier today and picked up 3 wickets as well. 1 for Aitchison, 1 for Tickner and 1 for David Lloyd. And that's where we're at the close of play then on day 3. We shall do it all again tomorrow morning for listeners on the BBC Sport website and app. We'll leave you, and for viewers on Lancs TV, I think we might be taking a look at a few of the highlights of this third day. See you tomorrow.
Life can be extraordinary, unforgettable, amazing. Life is about the joy of being together. It's sharing every moment, indulging your passions, and making memories that stay with you forever. Life is live. The thrill of the game, the buzz of a network, the enrichment and fascination of a cultural soiree. And we feel every sensation because we're right there with you, always on, always fully engaged to help provide that extra spark, heighten emotions, and make every occasion simply unforgettable. Because the best live events don't just happen to us, they become a part of us, forever associating your brand with life itself. Live can be extraordinary, and we're ready to help you make the most of every inspired, delicious moment. Welcome to Sodexo Live.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it. To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out. I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas. Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see. As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries. Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
Yeah, true.